Path had been set out before you and you chose to defy her. You stupid boy. And now it is up to me once again to put your world to rights. I don't see how it is your problem, Harry responded sagely. Usually it wouldn't be, Death sighed. In normal circumstances, fate would simply carve out a new path for you and everything would fall into place as it should be. You, however, sent me over a soul fragment from your own time before your little excursion into the past. Harry frowned. A soul piece of the fool riddle was within you and banished here once it was removed, and now here I am with a piece of soul that should not exist. You caused unbalance in the world, and it must be restored. What are you talking about? The Horcrux that was in you, Death returned furiously as he pointed to the faded lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead. The word Horcrux resonated within the teen as he thought back to when he had heard the term, the day he received his new wands. He raised his hands to gently caress the blemish for the first time in over a year, something that had become little more than a faded memory. I had some of his soul inside me, he asked worriedly. You did, Death confirmed, but it is now in my possession. And you want me to send you the rest? Harry pried, quickly ascertaining where this was going. I only want what I am owed, Death hissed. And you, boy, owe me, not only the soul of Tom Riddle that I am due, but for the defiance of your line. Harry shook his head in disbelief. That's it, you only want me to kill him. Death nodded. What do you think I was trying to do? Harry spat, his own anger getting the better of him. What you did was fail, Peveril. Should you have succeeded, then you wouldn't be here. Then I will get him next time, Harry vowed. Death laughed, a mocking chuckle. Tom Riddle is a wizard that, even with your little time excursion, has many more decades' experience than yourself. The next time you meet, he will be prepared. In case you didn't see, I got the better of him, Harry ground out. Death shook his head. No, you merely surprised him. Tom Riddle had become lax in his arrogance. His self-image of superiority defeated him, not your prowess. Next time you face him will be on his own terms, and that will not be until he is ready and once again at his best. Then tell me what it is I need to do, Harry huffed. Again, Harry could feel the thing smirking. Tom Riddle will pay any price to be the best. There are many rituals he has yet to undertake, and the sacrifices to achieve these results mean nothing to him. That is where you both differ. You are not one to sacrifice others or things for more power. You are noble and weak for such morals, but it can be an advantage in this case. How? Harry asked with a frown. Both of your lines have been blessed with my magic, though Tom chose to corrupt his body and soul for what he sees as further greatness. His fear of me and the acts he carried out to attain his power has seen to it that he cannot wield my gift as you can. Did you just say I am related to him? Death chuckled once more. He too is a Peveril, and he too has decided to attempt to flee me at any cost, as those of your line once did before him. You, however, do not have the same goal. That is what makes you different. Harry reeled in shock at the revelation that he was related to Voldemort. He felt physically sick as he shook his head. What power do you mean? He managed to ask through his haze of emotion. The Peveril family magic, Death grumbled. The magic I gifted the three brothers, though none have been born powerful enough since them to use it so well. That is until you were born. Oh, your grandfather and father can use it to an extent, but none have the raw magical power needed to do so as you can. That is the power Tom knows not. Harry's eyes snapped towards Death at those final words. The prophecy, he whispered. Death nodded in reply. You cannot fight fate, Peveril, and you certainly cannot escape me. One way or the other you will do fate's bidding, and in your case, you will do mine also. You will face Tom Riddle and you will send me his soul. Both fate and I agree upon this. That is your task, there is no compromise. Harry nodded. That was the plan, he pointed out. And what about your cloak? I guess you will be wanting it back. Death laughed, a little humor evident this time. They are merely trinkets and will only work to their full potential in the hands of a Peveril. If you wish to seek out the other two, then be my guest, Death offered with a shrug. But you do not need them. The magic you need is within yourself, not any object. Harry nodded. He thought that the wand would be quite the acquisition, but he would have no use of such a thing. His own were more than sufficient. Where are the other two? He questioned. Although he himself was not particularly drawn to them, he didn't like the idea of them being in the possession of others, especially if they had unpleasant intentions. Why, Tom, of course, has the stone, though he does not know it. His line turned it into the Gaunt family ring after the stone was found, a ring that currently rots away in his ancestral home. Harry did not like the idea of Tom possessing such a thing, and decided that it was best he liberate it from him as soon as possible. And the wand? Death chuckled. That would be in the hands of Albus Dumbledore, who is very much aware of what it is he is carrying. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Despite his reservations about the headmaster, he was the least likely person he knew that would use the wand for nefarious reasons. And this magic, how am I supposed to use it to its full potential? You practice, Death growled simply. You have already used it beyond the capabilities of any other since the three brothers. You use it as often as possible, and you hone it as you would any other magic. Harry nodded his understanding, as the explanation Charles gave him about the family magic came to the forefront of his mind. There is no written record, he muttered. Indeed, Death concurred. You must merely become familiar with it and all will become clear. Harry sighed, as he nodded once more before frowning deeply. Is there any advantage to having the wand? He questioned. He wanted to clarify if possessing the wand itself would benefit him. Death nodded once only. The wand itself is an advantage to any that possess it, but exponentially so for those of your blood in particular, you even more so than any other. The wand will always work to its full potential in the hands of those that can truly wield its power. In the hand of any other wizards, it is merely a powerful wand. In the hands of one such as yourself that holds capability of such magic and power, it would be a distinct advantage. Harry dragged a hand through his hair at the new conundrum. Now he needed Dumbledore to relinquish or he would have to take it. Before he could voice his concerns, Death continued its vitriol. The wand itself is semi-sentient and can help you more than you ever could without possessing it. I would suggest you obtain it at your earliest convenience. I do, however, believe that you will notice no significance in the power of your magic. If anything, it would be negligible. You are a rather powerful wizard after all. Harry frowned and shook his head. Then there seems little point in having. Death shrugged. That is your decision to make, Peveril. I am merely offering you what I can to achieve what it is you need to. Harry knew he needed time to absorb everything he had learnt and prioritize what it was he would do next. The thought of the wand stayed at the forefront of his mind, however. Death certainly was under the impression that it would be important to him. If you needed to speak to me so desperately, why did you take so long to summon me here? As I explained, Peveril, I cannot interfere with what happens on your plane directly. I had to wait until you were weak enough so that I could borrow your soul for this meeting. Quite the feat of magic, I'm sure you'll agree. Harry rubbed his eyes tiredly. And when I kill Tom, then we are even. Death shook his head. We will never be even, Peveril, he snapped. But your own debt to me will be paid. The defiance of your line will forever taint it in my eyes. Harry snorted at the petulant nature on display. It is fate that should worry you, Peveril. She is not as forgiving as myself. If it were her you were dealing with, she would insist your soul would be the price. Myself, I will be satisfied with the one that attempts to elude me. But have no fear, she will claim what she will to restore balance. Whatever that may be, rest assured Peveril, her claim will be staked. Harry swallowed audibly at the implications. Though his mind could not fathom what that declaration could possibly ensue. Now be gone, Death commanded. I have grown tired of your presence. At the dismissal, Harry found himself pulled thankfully away from this place, as blackness engulfed him. Break. Rudolphus Lestrange was lying in wait, his associates awaiting his signal to act. It had been a frustrating few days for the man at best. He had spent almost every waking hour scouring the castle for any sign of Potter's cohorts, only to find himself largely disappointed by his efforts. He had not seen hide nor hair of the other Potter, Sirius Black, Lupin, or Pettigrew. He had quickly deduced that whatever had happened must have been significant for the group to be absent from sight within the castle. It bothered him more than he would care to admit, but it was very unlike them to miss any opportunity to create havoc. He was, however, somewhat grateful for their current status, as it would certainly allow his endeavor to go unimpeded. Although he would have very much preferred one or more of that particular group to fall into his trap, he would be content with whom his target currently was. She had made it all too easy. Whatever was distracting her had led to her laxity and had allowed for what was to befall her to happen. The Slytherin grew impatient as the wait continued, the silence of the corridor making him edgy. Patience had never been his strong point, but for this, he would wait as long as necessary. He heard approaching voices, feminine at that, and he smirked ruefully from within his invisibility cloak as he took aim. He had expected only one, but it was three that emerged in the corridor, causing his smile to grow further still. He became restless, so close to firing early as the anticipation and excitement coursed through him. After what seemed an eternity, the unaware trio found themselves in the perfect position. He allowed his wand to peek beneath the folds of his cloak, his hand twitching in anticipation of the glory to come. He fired, his own spell followed immediately by 6 others. He frowned as his main target raised a shield to block the incoming spells. Her 2 comrades, however, were not quick enough and slumped limply to the ground as a myriad of spells struck them. He gritted his teeth through his smirk and fired again and again, determined to bring her down also, his comrades following suit. Break. For the first time since her conversation with James, Lily found herself in the company of her 2 best friends. She had truly needed the time alone to digest what it was that had been revealed to her, and although she felt betrayed, she could not help but miss Harry, even more so than she had before. The sting of his loss had been unpleasant enough, but knowing that he had in fact been her own flesh and blood in whatever twisted way it was, made his passing even more unbearable. She was angry, there was no doubting that, but her anger was slowly giving way to the reality of the situation, and her grief had begun to take precedence over any of the rage she felt towards Harry and James. The latter had respected her wishes for some time alone to come to terms with what she now knew. Lily suspected also that he himself needed some time to grieve in his own way. In fact, she had not laid eyes on the boy since their meeting, something she was equally pleased as she was sorrowful for. Her conflicting feelings on the matter had done little but raise many questions, questions she was yet afraid to ask nor prepared to be answered. That would of course change in the future, but for now, she still needed time for everything to sink in. "I remember saying that you both had the same eyes when we first met him," Marlene whispered, as they made their way down a little used corridor on the 2nd floor. Lily nodded numbly. There was no "I told you so" tone in the voice of the other girl, but it did not make her feel any better. "I guess it does make sense, though," Alice sighed. "Just how you were with each other, it was weird that you weren't dadding. I guess we now know why." "Just stop, please," Lily pleaded with a grimace. The revelations themselves were bad enough. Dwelling on how she thought she could have felt about the boy just made it worse. "Sorry, Lils," Marlene replied sincerely. "It's just strange, the whole thing. I mean, how did he even get here?" "I don't know," Lily murmured. Without warning, she sobbed deeply, her friends quickly coming to her side to comfort her as much as she would allow. "I just wish I knew before," she choked. "How could he do this to me?" Alice patted her caringly on her back. "I'm sure he had his reasons," she tried. "None of it changes how much you cared about him, even if you didn't understand it," Marlene added. "It changes everything," Lily countered heatedly. "He was my son and I didn't even know it," she finished with a croak. She had tried time and time again to piece everything together. All of the strange, conflicting feelings, all of the signs that pointed to the truth. It all made sense now, but it did nothing to comfort her. It did nothing to explain. Harry knew, and he certainly treated her differently to any of the other girls. She just wished she knew why. Why was it that he never told her? Did he think she could never understand or would disbelieve him? Did he not want her around in that way? These questions only gave way to more for the young woman. What had his life been like before he came here? Why did he come here? Was she not around for him? She shook her head as it began to ache with the overwhelming thoughts that had been and now were purveying her mind. "Why don't we go and get some air?" Alice suggested. Lily nodded and allowed herself to be led further down the corridor, only to find herself instinctively reach for her wand and conjure a powerful shield as a spell shot towards them from ahead. The spell itself and several others smashed against her shield, causing it to waver precariously. She watched in horror as both Alice and Marlene collapsed around her, unmoving on the ground, their bodies absorbing further punishment from the continued attack. She poured more magic into her shield as she attempted to identify her attackers, there certainly being more than a few, judging by the amount of impacts she could feel attempting to bring her down. She could see nothing, and the panic began to set in. There was no opportunity forthcoming for her to defend herself any further than she already was, nor any chance to mount an attack of her own. She gritted her teeth for a final push, not allowing herself the same fate as her friends without a fight. After what seemed an eternity, her shield broke, and she was hurled down the corridor by the force of an innumerable number of spells colliding with her. The only thing she was truly aware of was pain, and her vision began to blur as her cheek rested upon the cold surface of the stone floor. Before she lost consciousness, she spotted several bodies flying around the corridor, and a powerful wind ruffled her hair as she heard the sound of bodies thudding to the ground. She smiled grimly. They may have gotten her, but somebody had gotten them. It was a bittersweet loss at worst, and in the circumstances, Lily would take it. Her final thoughts before the darkness claimed her were that of a green-eyed boy in which she was certain she would be seeing sooner than she expected. Break. Bellatrix Black had spent much of the last days within her own mind, her legs simply leading the rest of her on a mindless wander of the castle and grounds equally. Thoughts of Harry plagued her as she tried to convince herself that what had happened had not been real, that she had merely been dreaming. She knew, however, that no matter how hard she worked at convincing herself of this, that it had happened. The memories and her emotions were far too vivid for it to be anything other than fact. In these few and far between moments of clarity, she wept for her loss. The loss of those vibrant eyes and the comfort of being held in his arms. It took very little time for her heartbreak to turn once more to anger, and she would expel this through a fast and dangerous display of magic, spell after spell leaving her wand, surrounding herself in a destruction that mirrored what remained of her heart. She wanted vengeance, nothing more than to repay in kind the pain that she herself was experiencing. "We will get them all," she promised herself. She laughed at the hopelessness of her situation. She was a gifted witch and one that would never doubt her ability, but she knew that she could not win against the Dark Lord. She would fail, just as Harry had, but she would face him nonetheless. Countless moments had been spent contemplating the followers of the man she knew that resided in the castle, and in these countless moments, she had to fight with every fiber of her being to curb the urge to simply kill them all. It would not do well to be hindered by her own need for blood, no matter how much her inner voice screamed for her to act. She knew immediately the finger would be firmly pointed at her, particularly if she were to slaughter the fools in the Slytherin common room, a place in which very few dared leave as things were unless to attend meals or lessons. The Dark Lord was whom she would save her anger for. He and he alone would pay for taking her Harry from her, and when she met her end at his hands, she would be back with the boy who had taken her heart with him. She paused as her thoughts were interrupted by the sound confrontation ahead of her. Checking her disillusionment charm was in place, she proceeded, only to be caught short by what she was witnessing. Her fury surfaced once more as she spied Harry's mother, attempting to defend herself from several invisible assailants, her two friends already lying motionless on the ground around her. Bellatrix drew her wand as Evan's shield failed, and she too succumbed to the onslaught of spells sent her way, her body being propelled a considerable distance down the long hall. She screeched in fury as she released her first spell, a powerful burst of wind in an attempt to identify her enemy, not that it would take much speculation to do so. She smirked as she witnessed a few bodies flung high into the air, and even more so ash they thudded to the ground, a few satisfying cracks of bones snapping as they impacted. 2 remained floored, and the third barely made it to his knees before her bone breaker smashed into his face, the visage of August Rookwood quickly becoming an unrecognizable mess of twisted bone and flesh before he too fell limp. At the corner of her eye, she spotted movement. "Crucio!" she screeched, a cackle escaping her throat as she heard the screams of her victim, the pain he was experiencing a wonderful sound to her broken soul. She had to duck quickly as a pair of curses sailed towards her, one a sickly yellow color, the other the bright blue of an asphyxiation curse. She cackled once more as the Caro twins came into view to play, her wand becoming a blur as she returned fire with the best, and worse the Blacks had to offer. Alecto screamed as one of her eyes burst into flames within its socket, leaving a morbid mixture of the organ itself, blood and mucus oozing down her face, not even being able to respond with one further curse of her own. She died painfully in the corridor of the school, as her brother could do nothing but look on in shock. She spent but a moment alone on her journey into the afterlife. Amicus, having been enraptured by the grim demise of his sister, had neglected his own defense, something he paid for dearly. An almost serene silence fell around him as his chest constricted tighter and tighter, the pressure causing blood to flow freely from his ears and nose. Almost as quickly as it started, it ended. A strange lump had formed in his throat as the pressure moved upwards to join it. He attempted to draw breath, but could not until the pressure suddenly lifted, and he gasped, hungrily drawing breath back into his body. He frowned as he found himself on the floor, none the wiser to how he had come to be here. His eyes wandered curiously and landed on a red, lumpy mass in front him, seemingly attached somewhere inside of his raw throat. His frown led to him being wide-eyed as his fate became known to him. The red mass had begun to beat rhythmically, almost soothingly, until his awareness of what this was caused it to beat quicker and quicker. With a final, desperate howl, his heart exploded in front of his eyes, his final memory of his life being sprayed by the own contents of his lifeline. Bellatrix panted heavily, an almost erotic aura exuding from her in the wake of the devastation she had wrought. Her hair was a mess, and she was perspiring, a faint flush upon her cheek also. She, however, was not finished. She raised her wand to finish what she had started, only to be caught short by the appearance of a furious-looking Albus Dumbledore who had entered the corridor on the opposite side to herself, wand aloft and ready. She did all she could in that moment, and she fled knowing that the man would only get in the way of her desire, the plea for her to remain by the headmaster only faintly heard. Dumbledore shook his head at what he had come upon, and sent off a patroness for the matron to send for further assistance. It was clear that these students were either dead or severely injured at the very least. The one thing he hoped to avoid had come to pass. The war had made its way within the very walls of the school. "Break," Lord Voldemort hissed as his eyes finally opened, his hands immediately reaching to massage his throbbing temples. He took a few deep breaths before pushing himself up into a seated position, fighting back the urge to vomit as the taste of several potions made itself known in his mouth. He spied his wand that had been left on his bedside table and gathered it up, basking in the warmth he felt as he grasped it. Conjuring himself a goblet and filling it with water, he rose and took a sip of the cool liquid, feeling immensely better as he swallowed greedily. A few moments of occlumency later, and he had clarity of how he had ended up in this condition, grimacing at what permeated within his mind. "Potter," he growled, though his growl was not one of annoyance, but one born of curiosity. The boy had excelled what expectations the Dark Lord had of him, excelled beyond even what he would have considered excellent in itself. He had tested him and pushed him further than any other, the results having spoken for themselves. He had grown lax in his own training, the certainty of victory never having once wavered within him. His mistake had been textbook, elementary even as he looked back on what had occurred. Though he hadn't quite been bested, it had been a very close thing, and that was unacceptable. Never again, he spat. In his anger at the realization, he hurled the goblet he still held with as much force as he could muster in his weakened state, attracting the attention of whomever had been keeping a watch over him. The door opened tentatively to reveal a relieved Abraxas Malfoy. "My lord, it is good to see you back with us," he intoned sincerely. "We have been rather worried." "What have I missed?" Voldemort questioned irritably. "We have been unable to locate Potter Manor, as expected," Abraxas began nervously. "Attacking the Black Home, as you know, would be nothing short of foolish." "I know this, Abraxas," the Dark Lord snapped. Abraxas swallowed audibly. "Rudolphus has reported success for his part. He believes that the Prince, Evans, and McKinnon girl are all dead." "He believes?" "He had to flee, my lord," Malfoy explained. "The attack was interrupted by Bellatrix Black. Rudolphus was the only one to escape. The Carrows were killed along with Augustus. Rabaston and Gibbon, we can't be certain," he informed him. Voldemort growled furiously. His team inside of the school was now non-existent. "Would you consider this a success, Abraxas?" Voldemort questioned silkily, his tone dangerous. "No, my lord, but it is not for me to make that judgment." Voldemort nodded. He was seething, but he had more important things to focus on. He needed to heal and prepare for what was to come. "Is there anything else?" Again, Abraxas became nervous. "There are rumors that the Potter boy has perished from his injuries," he little more than muttered. Voldemort smirked and shook his head. "Doubtful," he stated flatly. "A wizard of Potter's caliber would not die in such a fashion, not when another meeting between us is inevitable." Abraxas said nothing, and waited for the man to continue. "Cease all efforts in locating the Potters and any of the boys' associates," he seemingly decided. "You will focus on recruiting and training until further notice. There are things that I must attend to in the interim," he instructed the man firmly. Abraxas nodded his understanding and exited the room. Leaving the Dark Lord to pore over the bookshelf, he had been absent-mindedly perusing towards the end of the conversation. After hearing the door close, Voldemort pulled an aged tome from a hidden compartment in the bookshelf. He needed to train, to better himself further even, and this book could give him what it was he needed to do so. Reluctantly, he began scanning the pages, looking for any other ritual he could complete to aid him. He had implemented a number of these over the years to help better his mind, body, and magic, but there was still more that could be done. He paused at section he had read several dozen times over the years, his finger tracing the elegant writing thoughtfully. He shook his head and snapped the book shut. He had been there, attempted it, and achieved such a feat, though it was something that had had unfathomable implications. "Horcruxes," he muttered. It had once been a dream of a younger man to create several of these, securing his immortality, but that dream had died after he had created his first one. For such a thing to truly be effective, one needed to have another they trusted implicitly, something that the Dark Lord did not have then, nor did he have it now. He had subsequently reversed the ritual, knowing that it would be a pointless endeavor without an individual to make use of it. That, however, did not stop him creating another at a later date, though he again found himself revering the ritual after it had altered his physical appearance quite drastically. It had left him hairless and red-eyed, a clear sign that one had dabbled in magic against nature itself. It had also left him with less humanity, something he could not afford to sacrifice as he was attempting to gain his followers. He needed his charisma and even the good looks he had blessed with, at least for the time being. He needed the ability to charm those to his cause where his impressive power would fail. He needed his diplomacy in the earlier days of his uprising, something that he had less and less use of now. "Perhaps it may be time soon," he mumbled thoughtfully. Although he did not trust any to that degree in this moment, there was nothing to suggest that wouldn't change at any time in the future, though he could always ensure whomever he trusted would do as instructed. They would not even need to know what it is. The existence of such magic is not particularly well known unless one has gone as far as himself, which he doubted very much of the past few generations. He pushed the thoughts of Horcruxes to one side as he opened the book once more to find something more realistic. The idea of a Horcrux or two was certainly appealing, but was not an easy piece of magic to achieve, and it certainly left him feeling unwell for many weeks. This was certainly something he could not afford to allow right now. He needed to be rid of the Potter, boy first of all, and even perhaps Dumbledore, before considering the option further. He smiled as he found something much more obtainable and began to note down a list of ingredients he would need. Break. The grounds of Potter Manor were eerily silent. No thistral could be heard pawing at the ground, and no bird nor insect disturbed the night. Not even a gentle breeze disturbed the tress, as was the norm in this part of the country. All was quiet and as was still. Within a thicket of trees, tucked away from the property, lay a simple stone building. The building in which the bodies of a Potter recently passed would rest until the correct burial could be carried out. Within this building lay one such Potter, his lifeless body unmoving and at peace, his arms crossed upon his chest as he waited for said burial. A burial that was not to come. Bright emerald orbs opened wide as the body pulled in a deep breath of its own accord, bringing the young man once more to consciousness. Albus Dumbledore rubbed his eyes tiredly before replacing his half-moon spectacles, resting them once more upon the bridge of his nose. His sighed as he peered over them at the people assembled in front of his desk, his mood more than a little somber. The night had been long, and the headmaster had had much to deal with in his capacity. 3 students had been killed in the skirmish, 2 others were now under Auror guard in St. Mungo's, and the hospital wing was playing host to 3 Gryffindors who Albus had easily identified as being the victims of an orchestrated attack. 2 other students had vanished without trace. The venerable wizard had no doubt that the other Lestrange brother had been involved, but had seemingly abandoned his comrades when the tide of events turned against them. He was a wanted man for his part. Dumbledore had first ensured that the remaining living teens received the medical attention they needed, and though he was certain all would pull through, the health of them was questionable at best. He himself had alerted the Aurors before carrying out an investigation of his own, quickly deducing what it was that had transpired in that corridor, and the results had left him both furious and pained. He believed that he could prevent such tragedies from occurring within the walls of the school, but his habit of seeing the best in people had once again been folly, and now he found himself in his office, the parents of the 3 victims already informed, and in the hospital wing with their children. Now it was time to discuss this further with the Blacks and Potters respectfully. He had, of course, extended this invitation to the Lestranges, but as he expected, they had not arrived. "Why is it you have brought us here, Dumbledore?" Arcturus questioned irritably. Dumbledore sighed once more. "I have asked you here, Lord Black, to discuss Bellatrix's involvement in the events of this evening," the headmaster explained. "Our Bellatrix would not have attacked any of those girls." Drula broke in furiously at the perceived accusation. Dumbledore shook his head and held up a placating hand. "She did not," he confirmed. "She did, however, intervene on their behalf, and because of that, 3 other students were killed." Arcturus rose to his feet slowly, his eyes narrowing as he placed his hands on the desk of the headmaster. "And had she not intervened, you would still have 3 dead students," he growled. Dumbledore nodded his agreement sagely. "I am not disputing that, Lord Black," he bowed. "I am merely explaining what has happened." Arcturus flared his nostrils, preparing to curse the older man if he even suggested that his granddaughter would be prosecuted. The headmaster noted the shift in demeanor of the other and leaned back in his chair, not wanting this to become a confrontation. The castle had seen enough violence for one day. "I am merely concerned about her, Lord Black," he intoned sincerely. "Ever since young Harry has passed, she has rarely been seen, and from what I witnessed this evening, she is not coping well at all." Arcturus relaxed slightly and nodded grudgingly. He was aware that the girl's state of mind had become tragically skewed, but he did not believe the madness would affect her so. Bellatrix was strong, much stronger than most of the family. He knew she loved Harry deeply. It had become obvious to him the moment he saw them dancing together at the ball, but to believe she would allow herself to be consumed by the madness as she seemingly had, did not sit well with the man. "I will find her," he vowed as he took his seat once more. Dumbledore smiled weakly, yet encouragingly at the man. Arcturus Black was not the most pleasant of men he had the pleasure of meeting, but the dedication and love of his family was undeniable. "As things are, I didn't feel it prudent to inform the Aurors that she was present this evening. I don't believe them pursuing her for an interview would be beneficial, nor attempting to arrest her." Arcturus and Pollux both nodded gratefully. "Surely the Aurors will figure it out," Doria broke in worriedly. "I think not," Dumbledore mused aloud as he pulled his beard slightly. Far too much residual magic was left behind. It would be almost impossible to prove who had cast in the heat of the moment. "What is it you get from covering this up?" Pollux demanded. Dumbledore shook his head. "I am covering nothing, merely neglecting certain facts." "And why would you do that?" Drula questioned suspiciously. "Because Bellatrix deserves a chance at redemption," the headmaster sighed tiredly. "Right now, she is not her true self, and because of that, she acted rashly. She does not deserve to be prosecuted in the circumstances." Arcturus grinned internally, but found himself cringing also. For decades he had openly spat on the views that this man held in regard to redemption and second chances, and now it seemed such a stance was benefiting him somewhat. If the man sat before him chose to, he could make life for the Blacks very difficult with what he had, though Arcturus doubted that he was merely doing this from the goodness of his heart. Politically minded men such as Albus Dumbledore would remember this and expect favor in return in the future. Arcturus nodded firmly at the headmaster, before rising and tapping his family ring with his wand. "I will find her now," he promised. "I truly do hope you can help her, Lord Black. It would be a shame to see such a gifted young lady wasted," Dumbledore offered. Arcturus said nothing as he made his way to the door of the office to begin his search, his ring pulsing gently on his finger. "I'm coming also," Pollux declared as he too stood and kissed wife on the cheek. Arcturus rose his eyebrows in surprise, though nodded his consent. "I'm coming too," Drula added. Pollux shook his head and placed his hands on his wife's shoulders. "One of us need to be home just in case she goes there," he explained gently. "It's okay, Drew, we will find her," he promised. Drula was torn. She did not want to sit and wait for her daughter to be found, but she knew her husband's suggestion was logical. She nodded her understanding. Pollux gave her a soft smile and a chaste kiss before joining his father, both men leaving silently, no words needing to be spoken between them. They knew the only thing they needed to do was find Bellatrix, though they suspected that wouldn't be an easy task. Break. Having checked on the girls, James and Sirius one final, Charles and Doria flew back to Potter Manor, arriving in the office of the former. The mood was downcast, the pair having suffered much in such a short amount of time. The loss of Harry had hit them hard as expected, but it had hit James much more so. With what had come to pass this evening, they had expected their son to be filled with fury, a desire for vengeance. What they saw, however, when they laid eyes upon the boy, was defeat. Something within James had broken at the loss of his son, and with the recent attack, the elder Potters had no idea how he would recuperate. "What can we do, Charles?" Doria questioned, her tone desperate. Charles swallowed deeply and dragged a hand through his hair, not at all able to offer his wife any comforting words. "I don't know," he huffed sadly. He suddenly stiffened and drew his wand, alerted to a presence within his home. "Somebody is here," he whispered. Doria, too, drew her wand, ready to defend her home immediately. Charles held a finger to his lips as he approached the door to his office, removing his robes as he did so. He left the room and made his way to where he felt the intruder was, the family wards leading him. He was furious that someone would dare enter his home without permission, and more than a little curious to see how they had did so. His already fraying temper gave way as he spotted a man stood by the fireplace in the entrance hall, a violent severing curse leaving his wand with nary a thought. To his immense surprise, the man simply swatted the spell aside, as though it was little more than a stinging hex. The older Potter did not allow this to deter him, as he began casting something much stronger, faltering as he took in the appearance of whom it was that stood before him. Harry?" he questioned disbelievingly. The boy offered him an apologetic smile before nodding. "Not quite as dead as you thought," he stated humorlessly. "Is it really you?" Doria broke in, wide-eyed. Harry swallowed deeply as he nodded. "It is," he confirmed. In the blink of an eye, he found himself wrapped up in the woman's arms as she sobbed into his chest. "You stupid, stupid boy," she chastised through her tears. "How could you be so reckless?" Harry pulled her flush to him and held her tight. "I'm sorry," he mumbled into her hair. "I thought I could end it." Doria shook her head. "But you were dead," Charles pointed out dumbly. "Not exactly," Harry sighed, just wondering how to put into words what had happened. He managed to, however, leaving both Charles and Doria in a state of shock. "Were it to be anyone else, I wouldn't believe it," the older man declared, shaking his head. He stood and pulled the younger man into a tight embrace, dumbfounded that he was with them, but happy he had returned. "What do you know about the Peverils?" Harry questioned. Charles frowned as he thought. "The name is familiar," he muttered. Doria snorted. "The Peverils were a very old family, one that disappeared from existence almost 1,000 years ago," she mused aloud. "The family is shrouded in both mystery and legend. They were apparently the ones that tricked Death and got the Deathly Hallows in return." Charles guffawed. "That's a children's story, Dor," he chuckled. "Apparently, our ancestors are Peverils," Harry shrugged. "Our family magic was a gift from Death." Charles rose a skeptical eyebrow, whilst Doria hummed thoughtfully. "It is possible," she whispered. "According to what I know, the Peverils vanished just before the Potter line appeared." Charles frowned. "Impossible," he mumbled. "The Hallows are real, although the story isn't quite how it happened," Harry interjected. "What do you mean?" Doria returned curiously. Harry gave the duo the events of what happened according to Death, leaving them both stunned. Doria suddenly giggled. "What's funny?" Charles questioned. "You always made fun of me for how dark my family is, but I don't think any of the Blacks have ever summoned death via a ritual," she tittered. Charles mumbled incoherently and shook his head. "So, you're saying that our magic comes from Death himself, and that the Hallows are real?" he continued with a mocking tone. Harry nodded seriously. "We have one of them," he confirmed. "The cloak," he finished when Charles frowned once more. The man began to laugh hysterically. "So, we have had one of the Deathly Hallows in our family all this time." Again, Harry nodded. "Well, it seems that we have been misusing it," he chuckled as he scratched his chin. "I used to use it to sneak around school with your grandmother, and James has obviously been using it for his pranks. I bet you yourself used it for something similar." Harry smiled as memories of his cloak use with Ron and Hermione surfaced. "What about the other two?" Doria broke in. "I know where they are," Harry revealed with a grin. "Where?" "Dumbledore has the wand and Voldemort has the ring, though he has no idea what it is." Charles growled. "So old Albus got his power from the wand." Harry shook his head. "He can't use it to its full potential," he explained, as he remembered the words of Death. "He doesn't have Peveril blood, so it won't work as it should," he shrugged. "He is just a powerful wizard." Charles again grumbled under his breath. "And Voldemort has the stone?" Doria asked. "He does, and he also has Peveril blood, but has ruined his capability with the magic because of what he has done to himself," Harry explained. "That's a relief," Charles sighed. "Though being related to him doesn't make me feel any better about it," he muttered. "You're telling me," Harry agreed, his stomach turning at the thought of his distant relative. "So what are we going to do now?" Charles inquired. "Death advised that I work on the family magic," Harry shrugged. I will need to get the wand, though. It is important from what I learnt. And you think Dumbledore will just give it up? I don't know, but I will take it from him if necessary, Harry vowed. He is a powerful wizard, Charles reminded him, his tone bitter. He has what I need, Harry replied. Well, before you do anything, we need to fill you in on what's happened since you've been gone, Doria declared, her demeanor shifting considerably. What do you mean? Harry questioned. A lot has happened in the past week, Harry, Charles answered sadly. Harry listened as the two elder Potters informed him of the events since he dueled Voldemort, his heart sinking the more he learnt. By the time they were finished, he was packing frantically, torn on what it was he should do first. Arcturus and Pollux are already searching for Bella, Doria explained softly. And James, Sirius and Frank won't leave the girls' sides until they wake. I want to see them, he decided, knowing that there was little he could do until Bellatrix was found. And then I will have words with Dumbledore. Charles and Doria both nodded their agreement, knowing that James would also be incredibly happy to see Harry alive and well. Let's go now then, Charles urged, receiving no protests from the other two. Break. The poolsing in the family ring had begun to increase dramatically as Pollux and Arcturus exited the castle, the latter worrying that Bellatrix had left the school grounds, where finding her would be made much more difficult. It comforted him very little as the poolsing further quickened as father and son reached the edge of the forbidden forest. Shit, Pollux cursed as he noted the grimace of the elder Black. Although he himself had never entered any further than the first line of trees, he had heard rumors of what dwelled within the further thickets. It doesn't seem we have much of a choice, Arcturus sighed, feeling equally reluctant to explore any further. Both men, however, drew their wands before entering, the Black Patriarch casting several spells on himself and his son to avoid detection as best he could, though he wasn't certain how well they could hold up against magical creatures. I am surprised that you join me, Pollux, Arcturus stated, his tone almost demanding an explanation. She is my daughter. The other pointed out, somewhat irritably. So, you did learn from your attempts last Christmas. Pollux nodded, though a grimace was not absent. Clearly, admitting he had been wrong did not sit well with him. I may have been hasty in my judgment, he sighed. Drula has certainly reminded me of that daily, he chuckled darkly. She is a good woman, Arcturus praised. You chose well. Pollux smiled warmly, not something that he allowed very often. I got lucky with her, he said proudly. It was wrong of me to take that freedom from the girls. I didn't really think it through. I thought that they expected me to arrange a marriage for them, he huffed, more irritated with himself. None had ever openly spoken against such a thing or even mentioned potential suitors until the Potter boy came along. Arcturus nodded his understanding. He was a blessing, he little more than whispered. Pollux snorted slightly. I never thought I would agree with you on that, but he was. It is a shame what happened to him. I have never seen my Bella so enamored with anything before. He will be missed. The two men fell silent once more as they continued deeper into the forest, not at all keen on attracting the attention of anything untoward, the silence only broken by a myriad of sounds, twigs snapping under feet, or the gentle rustling of the trees. Do you get the feeling we are being watched? Pollux whispered as a shiver traveled up his spine. I don't doubt we are, Arcturus replied, his eyes scanning the area in front of them. Much to their relief, nothing made itself known, and Arcturus held up a hand to prevent Pollux moving any further forward, he himself surprised at what he was witnessing. The pair had reached a rather large clearing, and in the center sat Bellatrix surrounded by the Strauls as she absently stroked one, muttering to herself, the only light visible radiating from her wand. He took my Harry, she sighed sadly. He was just like you know, she seemingly spoke to one of the beasts. Just like you, but his eyes were always green, she explained with a smile. Bella, Arcturus called as he revealed himself. Startled, the girl shot to her feet, her wand trained on the intruder, her sudden movement causing the gathered Strauls to scatter. You scared them away, she accused as a tear rolled down her cheek, her violet eyes glassy. They were all that I had left of my Harry, and you scared them away, she shrieked, her eyes becoming narrowed and focused. Bella, wait, Arcturus pleaded, but it was too late. The moment he uttered the first syllable of her name, she launched her attack, a trio of dark curses towards her grandfather. Arcturus hastily erected a shield before firing back, knowing that he needed to subdue the girl before she hurt him or herself. The two began to trade spells in earnest, the older man finding himself exceedingly impressed with his granddaughter. It wasn't until Bellatrix was suddenly sprawled on the ground beneath the weight of her father did either acknowledge his presence. The girl, however, was not ready to admit defeat and thrashed beneath Pollux, screaming and cursing the man, falling silent only after Arcturus stunned her. She's mad, Pollux shakily declared, his heart breaking from seeing his daughter in such a state. She is, Arcturus agreed unhappily, wishing there was something he could do. The black madness was well documented, and it seemed that Bella was the latest to fall victim to it. He shook his head sadly as he bound her and began levitating her out of the forest. Is there anything we can do? Pollux asked desperately. Arcturus took a deep breath as he shook his head. She can only help herself. She needs to deal with what she has lost. Pollux stroked his daughter's hair softly as he fought back the tears that threatened to fall. Not like this, Bella, he begged. Break. James Potter clutched desperately on to the pale hand that belonged to Lily Evans, his unblinking eyes gazing emptily at her face. One would believe that the girl was merely sleeping, her breathing shallow, her chest rising and falling rhythmically with each inhale and exhale respectively. But James Potter knew better. For the longest of time, he wished to simply watch her sleep, and in the cruelest way, his wish had been granted. Her physical wounds had been healed. Now it was a matter of time before she woke. He silently begged for such a thing to come and to come quickly. Even if he never experienced her truly sleeping again, he could find contentment in that. But for now, he needed her eyes to flutter open, just so that he could believe she would be okay. He had lost much in recent days, though he was unaware of how much time had gone by since Harry had died, to where he found himself now. To him, the minutes could have been hours and the hours days. It mattered not. In this inordinate amount of time, he had experienced heartbreak, fury, and a myriad of emotions he could no longer comprehend. All he felt now was numbness. He had shed tears until none would no longer come, and he had shouted himself hoarse. There was nothing left for the young man. The days past had been the worst in his life, and there was sign that they would be improving any time soon. He was lost. The death of Harry in itself had broken him, and what had transpired this night had pounded the shards of his broken heart to dust, leaving him with nothing left to give. And so he sat vigil by the bed of the girl he loved, praying to any and all that would hear his pleas that those beautiful green eyes would open once more, to make him feel just something once again. He was pulled from his reverie by a familiar hand being placed on his shoulder, and he instinctually met the gaze of his mother, her eyes watery and a hopeful smile adorning her eyes. James frowned in confusion. Doria Potter had been equally broken at the loss of Harry, and yet, here she stood, full of something that James no longer understood, his hope having left him what seemed to be long ago. There's someone here to see you, Doria whispered. James swallowed deeply and shook his head. I don't want to see anyone, he croaked, his voice not having been used much. It had been difficult enough facing Lily's parents as they visited earlier this evening, the two now in the quarters that the headmaster had allowed them within the castle. I really think you will change your mind when you see him. James sighed and rose, his legs stiff from his duration in the uncomfortable chair. His mother stepped aside, and his heart jumped into his throat, cutting off any possible reply as Harry came into view. He could only stand dumbly still, his eyes not believing what they were seeing. The other boy approached, his eyes full of sorrow and regret as his gaze transfixed on his own. The arms wrapping around him felt oh so real enough, and he did all he could do in that moment. His emotions returned with a vengeance as he melted into the embrace, his arms pulling the other uncomfortably tight to him as though he would never let go. He breathed in the scent that filled his nose, and he sobbed loudly, unable to do anything else. "I'm sorry," Harry whispered, the broken visage of his father amplifying the regret he felt considerably. No other words were spoken until the pair were pulled into a tighter embrace by Sirius Black, he too spending time in the hospital wing with Marlene after her ordeal. "How are they?" Harry questioned. A trembling James took his seat once more, his legs unable to support his weight any longer under the strain of the emotions he was experiencing. "We won't know until they wake up," he choked. "And Marlene?" Sirius shook his head sadly. "The same," he mumbled sadly. Harry rubbed his shoulder in an attempt to bring some comfort to the other teen, though he knew his attempt was futile. "They will pull through," he tried. Sirius smiled weakly. "How are you back?" he questioned. Harry sighed and dragged a hand through his hair. "It's complicated, but I wasn't actually dead." Sirius snorted. "It's always complicated with you, Harry." There was no anger or frustration in his tone, only exhaustion. "I am sorry," Harry offered. "What happened wasn't in my control." "We can talk about it later," James broke in with a huff. "I'm happy you're back, Harry. Merlin knows I would have given anything for it, but we have other things to worry about right now," he pointed out as he gestured to the unconscious form of Lily. Harry nodded his understanding. "And I am furious with you, but disappointed more than anything else," James continued. "I can't help it," he added apologetically. Harry swallowed and nodded once more. He expected such a thing, though it hurt to see the disappointment James was feeling so clearly. "I will give you some space," he declared, eliciting a stiff nod from James, who prevented himself from reaching out and forcing Harry to remain firmly by his side. He wanted nothing more than to keep him there to ensure that he did no such thing again. But the other side of him wanted Harry away from him, so that the boy did not have to see the conflicting feelings that were warring within him. Harry turned and made his way to the door of the hospital wing, dejected. He expected people to be upset with him, even angry, that he could handle. Disappointment was not something he was familiar in dealing with. He would have much preferred to be shouted at or even cursed. "She knows," the voice of James sounded once more, causing him to pause his steps. "They all do." "She knows?" Harry questioned worriedly, not sure what James was insinuating. "She knows everything," James confirmed, his tone slightly warning as he pointed to the redhead. "You will have a lot of explaining to do when she wakes up." Harry rubbed his eyes and left the room, his now panicked heart pounding in his chest. He had no idea what he could say to the girl, but he knew he had avoided the subject long enough. A part of him was relieved that she was aware of everything, the other side terrified of what it could do to their relationship. "Shit," he growled as he made his way to Dumbledore's office. That made two conversations he was not looking forward to needing to be had. Break. Albus Dumbledore sat behind his desk, the place he had spent most of the last week, deep in thought. One of his hands absently stroked the plumage of his familiar gently as the other rested on his desk, as his thoughtfulness continued. The loss of Harry Potter was weighing heavy on his mind, but it was the implications of the loss that were heavier on his shoulders. Without Harry here to carry the burden of Tom, as the boy himself had opted to, Albus knew that the responsibility would fall to him to end the man. It was an inevitability that it would do so. The wizarding public would once more look to him as their beacon in their time of need. He sighed softly as he shook his head. He had killed once before at the behest of the world, the stain never having truly lifted from his soul, and to the very thought of doing so again did not sit well with the headmaster. Just the thought of carrying out such an action filled him with dread and left him feeling unclean. He was pulled from his thoughts by a gentle cough, as one of the portraits cleared their throat loudly enough to gain his attention. "Albus, the young Potter is here to see you," the lady spoke, her voice cautious. Dumbledore frowned, but nodded as he flicked his wand towards the door to allow the boy entrance. He could not begin to fathom what young James needed from him. The usually unflappable man found himself sputtering incoherently as his own eyes locked on to the familiar emerald of Harry James Potter. The simple act of the boy walking into the room left the headmaster feeling lighter than he had in days, and the twinkle in his eye was back immediately. A twinge of guilt plagued him for but a moment as he realized much of his relief was found in the knowledge that it would not have to be himself that would kill Tom. That guilt lifted, however, as Harry smiled reassuringly at him, as though he had read his thoughts. "Could it possibly be you, my boy?" Harry chuckled and nodded at the shock still prevalent on the old man's face. At the first glimpse of Dumbledore, Harry knew that he was deeply unsettled, the ever-present twinkle in his eyes missing, his shoulders hunched and even bitterness lining his features. The instant change in the headmaster's demeanor made him smile as he saw whatever was affecting him so lift before his very eyes. It was clear that he was now feeling relieved, and Harry could not blame him whatsoever. He knew it, too, that if anything were to happen to him, Wizarding Britain would immediately look to Dumbledore to fix everything, and not for the first time. But how? "We will get to that," Harry promised. "But there are other things need to discuss," he sighed as he took the seat opposite the older man. The headmaster clasped his hands together as he waited for Harry to continue. He had no doubt that this was important, and in the good mood he now found himself in, he was willing to wait a while for the answers he wanted. "What is it you know of the Peverils?" the teen asked seriously. For only a second, the eyes of Albus Dumbledore widened. Before they receded, the slip in the man's demeanor caused by such an unexpected query. "Can I assume that your interest in the subject is not born from simple curiosity?" Dumbledore returned diplomatically. "I think we both know why I am asking," Harry deadpanned. "The Deathly Hallows," the headmaster acknowledged with a slight bow. "Let me ask you what it is you know." Harry shook his head in amusement, a light smile gracing his lips. He didn't expect the man to be forthcoming with him, but he certainly did not expect him to resort to a tit-for-tat approach. "You first," Harry offered. "Then I will explain what I know." Dumbledore conceded with another bow, not particularly keen on discussing the subject. He trusted Harry implicitly. The boy had earned that above all others. The Hallows, however, was not something to take as lightly as the pair were. They were dangerous, and many had lost their lives in the pursuit of them. "I must admit, I never expected you to take such an interest in them. You are very much a realist, Harry, not one to chase what most would consider legend." "You would usually be right," the teen admitted. "I never even knew of the story behind them until recently." "Ah, so you know the tale of the three brothers," the old man exclaimed excitedly. "I know what most believe to be the tale, and also the truth." The eyebrows of the headmaster rose significantly at that statement. He never believed the events how they had been portrayed in The Beetle and the Bard, but it was something he had not dwelled on much. Even when he carried out his research all those decades ago, he focused very little on the story surrounding them other than the characters. It had taken a surprisingly short amount of time to identify the Peverils as the protagonists. "What I know of the Peverils is very limited," he began diplomatically, his eyes boring into those of the younger man, attempting to comprehend his reactions. "I do know that the line vanished almost 1,000 years ago, not long before the Potters surfaced." Harry smiled again, not at all startled that the aged headmaster had made that connection. "I deduced, though there is little evidence to suggest it, that the Potters were directly linked to the Peverils. Would I be on the right track?" "You would," Harry agreed. As were the Gaunts. Dumbledore visibly paled and swallowed, deeply causing Harry a small amount of delight that he had not considered that. "The Gaunts," the older man whispered. Harry nodded. "What else do you know?" he continued, hopping that throwing the man off would loosen his tongue. "Very little," Dumbledore sighed. Harry could see the truth in his eyes, and he decided that this situation called for neither pomp nor circumstance. Dumbledore had what he needed, and he would rather be candid with the man. "Then let me tell you what I know, and then we can go from there." "Please." Harry explained the events surrounding the Hallows and the Peverils themselves, causing the headmaster to turn several shades of color throughout the talk. "Such a power is unheard of," Dumbledore whispered. "Thankfully," he added under his breath, "the Hallows will only fully work as intended when wielded by those of the Peveril blood," Harry continued darkly. "I need the wand." Dumbledore swallowed deeply as he drew said wand from within his sleeve and gazed at the stick longingly. There was no emotional attachment to the thing itself, but it served as a reminder to the old man of what it was he had lost throughout his life. "I won the allegiance of this from Gellert," he muttered, more to himself. "I expected it to give me more than it did, but I couldn't allow it to be in the hands of any other. Too many have died to possess this wand, and I saw it as my duty to protect the world using it and equally from it." "I know," Harry replied genuinely. "But you are already a powerful wizard, and without Peveril blood, the power the wand could give you is negligible." Dumbledore nodded and smiled. "I thought as much," he returned. He sighed deeply. "There was a time when I wished for nothing more than to possess all 3 Hallows, but that dream died along with Ariana," he lamented. "Ariana?" The old man smiled warmly, though his eyes betrayed the underlying sadness. "My sister, Harry. She died when I was around your age. Ever since then, it was only the stone I desired. Only for a few moments, so that I could speak to her one last time, to apologize for how things ended the way they did." An errant tear broke free from one of his blue eyes as he continued to gaze at the wand, his finger tracing the intricate design. Harry himself felt an emotional lump form in his throat at such a rare showing of emotion from Dumbledore, not something he ever expected to experience. "I have the cloak," he whispered, "and I know where the stone is." Albus' eyes shot up at the declaration, full of hope yet a tinge of fear also. "You do?" the headmaster questioned. Harry nodded. "Once I have it, I will allow you to use it," he offered, sincerely, causing the old man to smile brightly. "You are a good man, Harry." "I do need the wand, however," the teen reminded the man. "It is important." Dumbledore chuckled and nodded. "I would have given it up to you even without the promise of using the stone," he said with a smile. "I am an old man, Harry, and could pass any time. At least this way, I know it is being protected." Harry drew his own wand and cast a silent, underpowered disarming charm at the professor, causing the wand to glide into his hand. The moment he gripped it, it began to vibrate, the magic within the wand becoming tangible at his touch. His senses were immediately assaulted as the wand seemed to be judging him, ascertaining whether he was worth its allegiance. After a moment, he took a much-needed breath after what felt an eternity of holding it, only to be halted by an unpleasantly familiar voice, one that had become known to him recently. "Finally, another Peveril. You will certainly do," the voice whispered in his mind. Harry frowned before falling to his knees as dozens of images passed through his mind, a myriad of spells being cast and the effects they had. He saw the wand in the hands of all of those that had possessed it, what they had achieved, and the journey the wand had taken until the images stopped as it became his. "Yes, Peveril, I have much to teach you. You have been touched and blessed by my master, and for that I deem you worthy of me." The wand fell silent once more, and Harry shakily made his way back to his feet as Dumbledore looked on at him in concern. "It spoke to me," he explained, taking his seat once more. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose significantly. "I must say, that was very different to what happened when the wand bonded to me." "What do you mean?" "Well, for me it was the same as it was when I received my very first wand," the headmaster explained as he scratched his chin. "It wasn't like that," Harry sighed. "It showed me all of its masters and a lot of spells. It told me it has a lot to teach me." "Indeed," Dumbledore replied thoughtfully. "I imagine the wand has seen much through its time," he mused. "I guess I will just have to see what happens," Harry shrugged as he began planning his first uses of the wand. Dumbledore nodded his agreement. "May I inquire to what it is you will do next?" Harry dragged a hand through his hair, the conversation with death playing on his mind. "I need to find Bella," he whispered sadly, his guilt beginning to surface once more. "And then keep training. Tom will be much more prepared next time we meet." "Indeed," the headmaster agreed gravely. "Perhaps I can offer my assistance." Harry was more than a little surprised by this. "You want to help me train?" Dumbledore chuckled. "You are without doubt the most gifted wizard I have met in decades, Harry. However, I do believe that I have a lot to teach that would benefit you. You do not get to my age and experience what I have without picking up a few things." Harry snorted at the understatement. Regardless of any differences between them, both past and present, Dumbledore was still an incredible wizard, something that none could deny. "I would be honored to receive any help you can give," Harry accepted sincerely. Dumbledore smiled warmly as he offered the teen his hand. "I imagine there is much that we can teach each other." Harry took the hand and returned the smile. An arrangement such as this could only benefit him, and if Dumbledore could get something out of it, then it seemed to be an opportunity not to be missed for both men. The amiable atmosphere between the two was broken as a patroness appeared in the room, a fox that spoke in the voice of Arcturus Black. "You are needed at home." The message was curt, and Harry swallowed worriedly. It would seem that Bellatrix had been found, and now he needed to be with her. His heart thumped in his chest as his guilt made another appearance. He could not even begin to imagine what Bella had been going through. All he knew was that he wanted to be with her, to make her understand why he did what he did, and do anything he could to make things right with her. "May I use your flue?" he asked the headmaster. Dumbledore bowed his head in consent. "I am most concerned about Miss Black," he whispered somberly. "She did not leave your side, and my last sighting of her was not particularly promising." Harry dragged a hand through his hair and nodded. "Honesty and sincerity, Harry," the man advised before the teen disappeared into the flames. Dumbledore smiled as he began stroking the plumage of his familiar once more, eliciting a trill from the creature. Break. For the second time that evening, Charles and Doria appeared back at Potter Manor in the office of the former. Charles immediately sunk into his chair and summoned a bottle of fire whiskey from the cabinet, something he seemed to be doing more regularly as of late. "What are we going to do about him, Charles?" Doria questioned as she took a seat opposite her husband. The man shook his head in frustration as he poured a drink. "I don't know, but he needs to understand that his actions affect all of us too. For Merlin's sake, the boy was nothing short of dead." The last past was shouted as the man hurled the still full glass against the wall. Doria did not even flinch as she approached him and put an arm around his shoulders. She knew he was not truly angry, just very upset. He loved Harry, and losing him, then getting him back, had left him shaken much more than was outwardly obvious until now. "He knows that, Charles," she comforted as she rubbed his back soothingly. "It hurt me, Dor," he whispered. "Knowing that he went alone and did what he did, I should have been there." Doria nodded at his words. "What would you have done in his position?" Charles shook his head. "Knowing Harry, as you do, what is it you would have done?" she probed further. "Probably the same thing," he conceded as he physically deflated. "That doesn't stop me being angry with him." "No, but it helps you understand. He is terrified of losing us as we are of him, and we both know that if we could keep him out of it, we would." Charles dragged a hand through his hair, his frustration surfacing once more. The conversation was halted as the flue chimed, notifying the due of a call waiting. "That'll be Arcturus, I imagine," Doria declared as she straightened out her robes. Charles flicked his wand towards the fireplace, and the clearly exhausted face of his brother-in-law appeared in the flames. "We found her," he sighed. "She was in the bloody forest talking to the Thestrals, put up quite a fight too," he frowned. "How is she?" Doria asked worriedly. Arcturus shook his head. "We've had to leave her stunned and locked in her room. Whenever she wakes, she just wants to flee." Doria sighed and nodded sadly. "We've taken her wand, and Pollux is brewing some calming draughts. Beyond that, there's little else we can do." Charles and Doria exchanged a glance, and the latter nodded. You had better come through, Arcturus, he sighed. There's been an unexpected development. The man frowned, but nodded his consent before his head disappeared from the flames. But a moment later, they flared green once more and he stepped through, his usually kempt appearance disheveled. What kind of developments? He questioned brusquely. Harry's back, Charles replied simply. Arcturus narrowed his eyes. I know the boy is bloody gifted, he growled, but you don't just come back from the dead. Charles sighed. He wasn't ever dead. He hasn't explained everything, but he came back asking questions about the Peverils and some other things, he explained with a shrug. The Peverils? Arcturus inquired thoughtfully, a slight smirk forming. What did he say about them? He mentioned the Hallows and that we are related to them, Charles returned. I didn't take much of it in, to be honest. I was just shocked to see him. Arcturus' eyes had a sudden gleam to them. He had of course heard of the family and the Hallows also. He had more than once contemplated what he would do with them. He, however, was a pragmatic man and had never looked into the items beyond fantasy. Many had wasted their lives in search of them, and he would not be one to follow their lead. If Harry was taking an interest in them, he must certainly have a solid lead. He shook his head of those thoughts. The only thing that mattered to him truly was that Harry was his best chance of helping Bellatrix. The sooner, the better. Where is he? Speaking to Dumbledore at the moment. He knows about Bella and is waiting to be informed the moment she is found, Doria answered. Arcturus nodded as he fired off a Patronus to send for the boy. It was only a minute later that he came through the fire, looking more exhausted and out of sorts than Arcturus did. The older man approached him, a scowl marring his features, and Harry gripped his wand in preparation to defend himself if necessary. Now I should be cursing you, you selfish little shit, Arcturus hissed angrily. But my granddaughter needs you and you had better find a way to put this right, he warned. Harry swallowed and nodded. He didn't fear Arcturus in any way, but he was certainly not keen on alienating himself from the man. His anger was righteous, and Harry knew that had it been anyone else in this position, Arcturus would do all he could to end their existence. The Black Lord sighed irritably as he sat down. Take a seat, Potter. There are some things you need to understand before you see her. Harry complied immediately and waited for Arcturus to continue. He took a few moments to ponder the situation and huffed before speaking. Have you heard of the Black Madness before? He queried. Harry frowned but nodded. Walburga, although a portrait, was definitely suffering from it when I first met her. Arcturus nodded gravely. That doesn't surprise me, he muttered. He rubbed his eyes tiredly before elaborating. Our magic is very unique, he began again. Powerful, undoubtedly, but it comes at a price. The magic we wield consumes, I guess you could say it is parasitic in a way, not physically, he added firmly, but it can have a detrimental effect on the mind. Harry nodded his understanding. He had suspected as much. That is why all of the Blacks train in occlumency from a young age, to prepare them to use our magic. Without it, it is only a matter of time before you begin to lose your sanity, he shrugged. It works, for the most part. Unless something traumatic happens, and you lose your grasp on your occlumency shields, Harry interjected quietly, his understanding becoming clearer. Arcturus nodded. Losing you caused Bella to neglect her occlumency, and now she is suffering for that. She is barely coherent, and her moods are erratic. One moment she is crying, the next laughing, and only seconds later, completely furious, he sighed sadly. The guilt Harry already felt worsened the more Arcturus explained. I don't know what is going on in her head, Harry, but she's not even trying to fight it. She loves you. She loves you so much that she can't even face being without you. Harry swallowed the lump of emotion that had formed in his throat and stood. Let's go, he whispered hoarsely, wanting nothing more than to be with her, to apologize and do all he could to make things right. Arcturus nodded. She is at home, but be warned, I have no idea how she will react to seeing you. The older man took a handful of flue powder and disappeared into the flames from which he arrived, and Harry followed immediately after, having no clue what he would find when he saw the girl. Arcturus was already conversing with Pollux when he arrived, the latter of the two gaping dumbly at the sight of the teen as he took in his appearance. "Potter," he questioned disbelievingly. "Where is she?" Harry returned. Pollux shook his head, at least a dozen thoughts trying to take precedence all at once. "In her room," Arcturus replied. "Top floor, last on the right." Harry left the two men to their discussion, the furious whispers of the duo following him as he ascended the staircase, and found the door that belonged to Bellatrix. He found it locked tightly with several charms and wards. He braced himself before drawing his wand and flicking it a few times in the direction of the barrier. Once the spells had dropped, it opened but an inch, and the young man took a deep breath before entering. Bellatrix herself was sat on the bed, her usually kept hair in complete disarray and her eyes vacant, gazing seemingly into nothing ahead of her. Her lips moved, however, speaking silent words that none could hear. Harry couldn't help but remember the Bellatrix of old that he had first met in the ministry, her appearance now holding many similarities to what it once had been in his eyes, but it mattered not. His chest and stomach tightened within as he took her in, the girl that he had fallen in love with against all odds. He took a seat on the bed next to her, not quite certain what it was he should do. Bellatrix immediately turned her attention to him, her eyes losing their cloudiness as she smiled brightly. She threw her arms around his neck and held him close. "I knew I would find you," she whispered. She pulled away suddenly and frowned. "But you found me," she continued sadly, her frown deepening further. She stood and began to pace back and forth, a myriad of emotions flittering across her features. "Did I die too?" she questioned hopefully. "I don't remember dying." Harry swallowed deeply before standing and taking her hands in his own, ceasing her movements. "No, you didn't die, Bella," he whispered hoarsely. "I didn't either." Bellatrix narrowed her violet eyes at him as a look of fury made itself known. She pushed him away and glared at him, the look of insanity he associated with his first experiences of the woman now prevalent, both her hair and eyes wild. "Do not lie to me," she screeched furiously as she reached for a wand that was not there. "I watched why Harry die, I watched as he left me," she sobbed. The young man stepped forward to comfort her, the only thing he felt he could do in this moment. The girl fought furiously and pushed him away with surprising strength. "I'm right here, Bella," he tried, himself beginning to panic at her outburst. She shook her head and cackled madly. "Do not try to trick me. If I'm not dead, then you are not my Harry," she screamed. "My Harry would never hurt me," she finished with a whisper. Harry swallowed deeply once more as he attempted to take her hand, but Bellatrix pushed him away once more and continued to glare at him. "I'm sorry," he attempted as he dragged a hand through his hair. "I didn't mean to hurt you or do this to you." Bellatrix smiled sweetly and cupped his cheek in her hand, before striking him sharply, her countenance reverting back to rage as she stalked towards the door of the room. "You can't trick me, you bastards. I will be back with my Harry and you can't stop me." She once more took a seat on her bed and crossed her legs as she rose an eyebrow in Harry's direction. "I want you to leave," she all but demanded. "I don't know who you are, but I want you gone. How dare you try to take my Harry's place?" Harry sighed, knowing that this was going to take some time. He hadn't expected the paranoia or unpredictable mood swings, though knew he should have. "I'll be back tomorrow," he promised. Bellatrix stood and leaned in close. "Will you kill me? I just want to see my Harry again," she pleaded, everything about her exuding desperation. Harry shook his head. "No," he declined sadly. "But I will save you," he muttered as he exited the room, his thoughts focused on the young woman he was leaving behind. "I'll be back tomorrow," he muttered to Arcturus as he passed him and exited via the flue. Arcturus released a deep breath and nodded. He himself was furious with the boy, but he did not doubt that he would do all he could to help Bella. Break. The emerald eyes of Lily Evans fluttered open, and she found herself staring up at an overly white ceiling, wrapped in thick, heavy blankets. She winced as pain lanced through her core from her attempt to sit up, and grimaced, immediately fell back to the pillows, her body beginning to tremble. "Lily," she heard a hoarse voice whisper. It was then she became aware that her hand was enveloped by another slightly larger than her own, and she met the concerned hazel orbs of James Potter, though the concern gave way to relief as he leaned gently into her, muttering incoherently. "James, what happened to me?" she questioned worriedly, the haze of her mind making almost no sense to herself. The boy looked nothing short of guilty as he pulled away, his eyes now full of regret. "You were attacked, you, Alice, and Marlene." Lily frowned as her final thoughts, before she woke up here, became lucid. She could remember the spell fire. The pain, and watching her friends being felled by some of the spells that had been sent their way on the opening salvo. "Are they okay?" she asked, panic beginning to set in. James held her shoulders gently in an attempt to calm her, but he knew Lily would not relax until she knew. "They were both hurt quite badly, but Alice is awake and with Frank." Lily breathed a sigh of relief. "And what about Marlene?" James sighed and shook his head. "She is still out of it, and we won't know much until she wakes up. Speaking of which, I need to get the matron to check you over too." With that, he stood and left, offering her a weak smile as he made his way to the office of the woman in question. She was not left alone with her thoughts for long. Only a moment later, James arrived with the lady who immediately swooped upon her, casting spell after spell in her direction. "How are you feeling, Miss Evans?" Lily swallowed and attempted to sit once more, again unable to as pain made itself known. "My stomach," she ground out. The nurse nodded her understanding and cast a few more spells before sighing. "There is some internal damage, but it should repair itself in time," she explained as she handed the girl a pain relief potion. "Does anything else cause you discomfort?" Lily shook her head before swallowing the contents of the vial. The matron smiled. "You are very lucky, Miss Evans. Take it easy for the next few days and come and see me for more potions if necessary," she instructed firmly before heading back to her office. Lily nodded and offered the woman a grateful smile. "Can you help me up, please?" she requested. James nodded and held out an arm for the girl to pull herself gingerly to her feet. He steadied her as she staggered slightly and clung to him to keep her balance. She headed towards the only other occupied bed in the room, nodding. A very pale Sirius sat by the bed, clutching the hand of her still unconscious friend. He looked exhausted, as though he had not slept for days. The bags under his eyes and his unkempt hair seemingly not given a second thought, as his attention was solely focused on prone form of Marlene. "How is she?" Lily asked as the pair approached, snapping the boy from his thoughts. His eyes widened briefly as he allowed a small amount of relief pass his features before his worried expression resumed. "I don't know, but she's not cold anymore," he explained, clearly hopeful that was a good sign. James helped the shaking Lily into a chair and conjured one for himself. They sat in companionable silence for a while, until Alice and Frank arrived around an hour later, the former looking tired none the worse for wear. "What happened?" Alice questioned her friend. "I remember walking down the corridor and then I woke up here." "We were attacked," Lily sighed, more than a little angry at the situation. "I don't really remember anything else." "It was Bellatrix that helped you," Sirius broke in. "She killed the Carrows and Rookwood. Rabaston and Travers are in St. Mungo's still." "Bellatrix?" Alice questioned. James nodded. "I don't know what's happened to her, though. According to Mum, she's not coping well at all." "I never thought I'd see the day," Sirius muttered as he shook his head. He stood as he felt Marlene begin to stir within the sheets. He breath hitched in his throat as her eyes suddenly opened, a confused look overcoming her. He released a deep breath as a few tears of relief rolled down his cheeks as he marveled at her consciousness. "Thank Merlin," he sighed. "What am I doing in the hospital wing?" she demanded, her voice broken from its lack of use. The others filled her in quickly on what had transpired, leaving the girl angry and confused. Bastards, she growled. She managed to sit and pull her messy locks away from her face before the matron came, and subjected her to the same ministrations that Lily and Alice had endured prior to herself. It looks like we owe Bellatrix a life debt, she mused aloud. James rubbed the back of his neck uncomfortably and shook his head as he exhaled deeply, relieved that everyone was seemingly well, but now dreading the next thing that had to be confronted. He sent off a patroness as he turned his attention to the rest of the teens, not at all sure on how he should broach the subject. This is just the first thing, he sighed tiredly. Sirius nodded his agreement. What do you mean? Lily asked. Wait until Peter and Remus are here. They should be here for this. Other than Sirius, the others were confused and slightly worried. It took a sizable thing to shake James, and whatever had happened had done just that. The two missing Marauders arrived only a few moments later. A red-eyed Peter had been quiet since Harry had been gone, and Remus, not much better. They did, however, manage a genuine smile at seeing the girls awake and even greeted Frank warmly. What's going on? Remus questioned, breaking the now slightly uncomfortable silence. The bespectacled boy looked towards his first friend, who merely shrugged and gestured for him to explain. It's about Harry, he finally voiced. The mood instantly darkened as each of those in the room became somber once more, the death of one of them still sitting very heavy upon them. What about him? Remus broke in, his voice losing any sense of amiability it may have been holding. James glanced at each of the assembled teens, his head shaking, knowing that no matter how he revealed it, it would not be made any more acceptable or easier to digest. He's alive, he whispered, looking towards the floor. Excuse me, Lily cut in angrily, her eyes alight and fiery as her temper surfaced. I don't know the details, James shrugged, but he was here last night with my parents. It was clear that a sense of shock had prevailed within the group, none being able to formulate a coherent sentence at the revelation. But we saw him die, Remus eventually spoke, disbelief lacing his words. James nodded. I thought so too, but apparently not, James responded. Silence fell once more. I'm going to kill him, Lily hissed as she drew her wand and tried to stalk towards the doors of the hospital wing. James took a firm grip of her arm and shook his head. I'm angry with him too, Lils, and I don't know if I can forgive him for this. Lily deflated as her thoughts became occupied by the other boy, her son. Yesterday, she would have given almost anything to have him back, even for a small amount of time for some answers to all of the questions she had. All she felt now was anger. He had died, abandoned them even, and he had never even given her the chance to know him, to know his life before he came here. Peter was crying as Remus placed an arm around his shoulders, attempting to offer what comfort he could to the boy as he warred with his own emotions. The wolf was howling triumphantly, but he himself did not truly know what he should feel. He missed Harry and loved him as he would a brother, but he intentionally put himself in mortal danger and did not even consider telling them, let alone allowing them to go with him. He had trained them to fight as he does, and although they were not as powerful or skilled as him, they had the right to make such a decision themselves. Frank was simply confused. He had not even been informed that Harry had died, though he had not been to the school since the night of the fight and had heard nothing from Alice as he had been hard at work at the Auror Academy. He shook his head as he took in the mood around him, confused as to why almost all of the teens were angry, but he also understood. He himself had been with Harry when he fought, and he still felt guilty that he allowed it to go ahead without any of the others present, both friends and family of the other boy. Not that he had much of a choice in the matter. Alice and Marlene said nothing. Both had been grieving for Harry in their own way, and now it felt as though it had been for nothing. They missed him dreadfully and knew he wouldn't have done what he did without reason. That did not mean they did not expect an explanation of sorts when he did resurface, whenever that may be. The wait for this was much shorter than any of them could have anticipated, as the boy in question entered the room as they were all lost in their own thoughts. You selfish bastard, Lily sobbed as she laid eyes on him. She was clearly furious, but her eyes betrayed the relief she felt knowing that he was still amongst them. The tears flowed freely as she took him and held him to her. Internally, she wanted to hit him with every unpleasant hex and curse she knew, but in this moment, she could only hold him close and take in his warmth and scent. "I am sorry," Harry mumbled as he returned the embrace with equal vigor. "To all of you," he added as he looked over the shoulder of the redhead and took in the other occupants of the room. "How could you do that to us, Harry?" Sirius replied, the hurt in his voice clear. Harry nodded sadly as his guilt flowed through him. "You all deserve an explanation and to understand why I did what I did," he agreed without prompt. "I know you're all mad at me, and I am sorry," he tried once more. "You will be," Lily vowed, her conflicting feelings arising, a sense of nervousness beginning to seep in. "Are you all well enough to meet me on the 7th floor in an hour?" he asked hopefully. "We'll be there," Lily answered for the group. "You better have a good explanation, Harry Potter," she added severely. Harry could only nod before he exited the room. James, Lily, Marlene, and Sirius decided that a shower was in order, and the other 4 decided on a trip to the kitchens. They arrived on the 7th floor once their ablutions were complete to find a very nervous Harry waiting for them. He led them into the room that he had prepared, where a large pensive stood tall in the very center, and he gestured to it as he sighed deeply. "You all deserve to know the truth," he began, sounding much more confident than he felt. He proceeded to remove several vials from his pockets, each labeled to whom the memories pertained to, and handed them out accordingly. "Some of them you will see have been tampered with because I don't want to reveal certain things," he explained with a smile. He had no desire to reveal Neville to his parents, nor anything else that was not necessary to show. He had decided to show just enough to make them understand. He certainly had no desire to ruin what could come for any of his friends unnecessarily. "I'm sorry," he added to Marlene. "I didn't know of you from my time, so I can only assume things didn't go well for you. But I want you to share the memories I gave Sirius if you don't mind. It will go a long way to explaining how all of this happened." Marlene had become suddenly pale at the implications that she had not survived, but nodded nonetheless. "Are you sure you want to do this?" James questioned, expecting that much that was being offered would be unpleasant. Harry nodded. "Some of you won't like what you see at all, but please remember that I won't allow any of this to happen to any of you again. The reason I did what I did will become clear once you've seen what's inside them," he explained as he gestured to what the others now held. "It will take a lot of time to go through this, so I will be back in a few days and I will answer any questions you have," he promised as he exited the room, not wanting to either relive certain parts of his life nor intrude on the group as they witnessed it themselves. "I guess we should just go in," Alice broke in uncertainly, not at all sure if they should. Memories were very personal things after all. Harry was essentially baring his soul to them. "He wouldn't have allowed this if he didn't think we should see it," Sirius reasoned. James nodded his agreement. "Who wants to see theirs first?" he asked. Peter stepped forward and swallowed nervously. "I will." Break. Bellatrix Black woke, her thoughts more lucid than they had been for as long she could remember, however. The lucidity brought little more than confusion. She recognized her surroundings. She was, of course, in her own bedroom at home, but that wasn't possible. She was supposed to be in Hogwarts. She frowned as she attempted to piece together how she came to be here, memories from the past days flooding her senses, causing her to shake her head. The memories themselves were clear, but it was as though she was viewing them through a smoky veil and had through the eyes of another. She quickly realized these were her own happenings. She just could not comprehend the choices she had made, and certainly did not remember pondering such actions. She sighed slightly as she sat up, the deep longing of loss she had become accustomed to making itself known once more. She missed him to the point that it caused her physical pain beyond what she thought she could endure. For a wonderful moment, she thought that she had found him as she vowed she would, believed that he had been in this very room with her the previous night. She shook her head at the impossibility, as the tightness in her chest constricted further and tears of mourning escaped. She knew it was not possible, that she must have dreamt it, and her reasoning for this was certain. Firstly, Harry would not leave her again if it had been real, not her Harry. And secondly, Harry was dead. There was no escaping such a thing when it had come for you. She laid back down and sought comfort in her duvet as his scent washed over her, stronger than should be possible. She was confused more so by this, but took the blessing for what it was. Anything of Harry she would take until she could be with him again, though there was a painful longing the scent brought along with the lingering essence. It mattered not, however. She had suffered much, and this was but a reminder that he was gone and would not return to her whilst she remained here. Her thoughts were pulled from the boy by a gentle tapping on the door, and she buried deeper into the duvet as her parents entered and took a seat on her bed. "Bella," the gentle voice of her mother broke the silence as she attempted to rouse her. It was a softness that Bellatrix had little experience of. Her mother had always been much more maternal than her father had been paternal, but it was not a regular showing. The apprehension in her voice, however, showed genuine concern and worry unlike anything Bellatrix had heard from the woman previously throughout her life. "How are you?" Her voice was now more nervous, the expectation of a frenzied outburst evident by the way she spoke. Still, this did not prevent the woman from stroking her daughter's back as comfortingly as she could manage. Bellatrix sighed and sat up, no longer able to fight the tears as another wave of Harry's scent hit her like a punch to the stomach. "It hurts, Mum," she sobbed as she allowed herself to be pulled into the waiting arms of her mother. Drusilla could only hold the girl as she shushed her gently, unable to do anything else for her middle child. She looked almost pleading towards her husband for help and was met by a foreign look in his eyes, a look of emotional pain as he too basked in the grief of one of his girls. "It's like he's still here. I can smell him on me and on my bed," she whispered painfully. Pollux swallowed deeply as he placed a hand on her shoulder, ready for the inevitable tirade that was coming. "He is, Princess," he offered with an apologetic smile. Bellatrix frowned at the pet name the man hadn't used in over a decade, and her eyes narrowed dangerously. "Do not try to trick me, Father," she hissed angrily as she stood, her eyes and hair both uncontrolled. "Bellatrix," he chastised sternly, "I may be a cruel man in many ways, but I would not be so cruel to you. Harry is alive and was here with you last night." The younger woman's bottom lip trembled as her mind once more became hazy, hasting to retreat from any further emotional turmoil. She couldn't handle any more of that. She could hear her father calling her name, louder the more unresponsive she became, but she could not escape the fog. She didn't want to escape the fog. She felt herself falling, only to be caught in the arms of the man trying to keep her in the room with them. His face, full of concern, swam in and out of focus as words she could no longer comprehend were spoke around her, merely a mumbled mess in her mind. Once more she was drowning. She no longer knew where she was, and for that fact she didn't care. Here she felt nothing. In the deepest recess of her mind, she didn't have to face the pain that awaited her out there. She smiled as the face of Harry swam in front of her, his words too little more than white noise around her. But he was here with her, and that's all that mattered. Just to see him, feel his arms wrapped around her was all she needed to be content with where she found herself. "Come and join me, Harry," she begged, her eyes full of a warmth and desire reserved for him only. She frowned as he shook his head, denying her wishes. "Come to me, Bella," he pleaded. She didn't like the way his eyes met her own with such sadness and in such a broken state. She sobbed as she felt a stab of the pain she had become accustomed to from being out there. Her pain quickly turned to fury. This was her safe place, a place where she did not have to feel the loss of her love, a place where she could escape all that plagued her, all that would take her happiness away. She struck out at what brought this pain, at what had tainted her sanctuary. She giggled as she felt her hand connect sharply with the boy's face, hoping that it would make him leave and allow her to reside in her own ignorance once more. He angered her further by shrugging her attack off, as though it were nothing, and looking in her eyes the same way he had been prior to the slap. "Come to me, Bella," he asked, his voice as gentle and calming as she remembered. She shook her head. "It hurts up there, Harry," she choked. "It wasn't supposed to hurt when I saw you." She felt his hands tighten around her own. "Then I will make it better, I promise." She shook her head again as the haze started to clear. She tried to cling desperately to the final vestiges of it, only to find herself back where she had fought so desperately to escape from. His scent once again assaulted her senses, and she fought against the arms holding her furiously, her anger palpable as it flourished from the pain she no longer wished to face. Despite her protests, the haze thinned, his voice became clearer, and the arms she was in more prominent as she felt her own weight supported by them entirely. She could only weep as her retreat was left behind, and she was dragged back against her will into where she had left her pain behind. Her eyes met the green of her lost love, and she shook her head. He had died, he had left her. There was no way that this was real. She began questioning her already frayed sanity, not able to discern any longer what was real. The pain, she knew, was undoubtedly so, but the boy now embracing her, it could not be. He had died, and he had left her. How could it be that she now found herself in his arms, though continued to breathe? The eyes in which she found herself drawn spoke of much, sorrow and regret most prominently. But there was a determination within them also, and truth. Nothing but truth as they had always shown her. "Harry," she whispered, not daring to hope the truth could be just that. Her reply was a familiar, yet gentle smile, the one that had been reserved only for her. He nodded as a tear broke free, relief evident in the emerald pools. "But it can't be," she protested weakly in an attempt to sustain what remained of her lucidity. As much as she wished and hoped for this, it was not what she had been fixated on since he had left, and her eyes conveyed this to him. Instead of disappointment, she found understanding and acceptance, the unspoken agreement that he would feel the same were the roles reversed. She felt the intrusion into her mind, a gentle caress across her conscience as his eyes bored deeper into her own. Instinctively, as she had been taught, she attempted raise her shields only to find they no longer existed, seemingly destroyed by the madness that had plagued her. She gasped in surprise as his familiar magic settled into her, the gentle caress becoming more of a warming embrace within her mind. Instead of prodding and searching for her memories, she was flooded by a series of his own, all pertaining to them from the moment they had first spoken to the day they had spent together before he had left. She wept further as his emotions were made known to her via the connection, each shared moment eliciting a maelstrom of thoughts and feelings. She experienced his initial distrust and dislike the first time they studied together, and his amusement as they traded barbs and jibes. She felt the confliction as he realized he began to see her for who she truly was, and the warmth he began to feel for her as they grew closer the more they were around each other. His nervousness before the ball was a surprise to her, but the euphoria of their first kiss buried it immediately. She sobbed when his pain surfaced during their time of separation, and her heart skipped as she relived the evening they shared when he had opened up to her. It was then that the warmth became stronger and stronger with each passing moment as a series of memories flashed in front of her, consisting mostly of inane day-to-day things. How he felt when she would simply hold his hand or when he held her in his arms, but mostly the love he felt when their eyes met. It enveloped her, and she knew without doubt that he was in love with her completely. He had never attempted to put his feelings into words much, but a feeling such as this did not need them. A slight emptiness overcame her as she felt him leave her mind, but the warmth remained. "I love you, Bellatrix Black," he whispered. She clung to him, held him as though he may just disappear once more and leave her behind, something she could not face. "But I'm broken, Harry," she whispered sadly. He gently pushed her away so that he could look into her eyes and let out a deep breath before pulling her back into his chest. "Then we will fix you," he declared gently. "Whatever it takes." Bellatrix swallowed deeply as she nodded. She didn't doubt he would do all he could, she just didn't have much faith in herself. She smiled, however, as she breathed in his scent. If anyone could put her back together, It was the man that held her so dearly in this moment. Break. Peter entered the pensive, only to find himself in the same room that he had seemingly just left. The lacking presence of the rest of the group was the only indicator that he had used the device correctly. That and the fact that Harry was here, sat on a chair, his chin resting on his hands. "Wormy, you're not going to like what you see, but I wanted to be completely honest with you," he spoke seriously. Peter could not help but notice the exhaustion prevalent in his eyes. It was though he had not slept for weeks, and his hair appeared to be much more disheveled than usual. The Harry in the memory stood and began to pace back and forth, attempting to formulate his next words. "Things did not work out for you as I'm sure you would want. I don't know exactly what happened, but you ended up on the wrong side during the war. You betrayed them, Peter," he explained sadly. "I wish that your story was different because I have grown to care for you just as much as I do the others, something I never would have believed to be possible before I came." Peter frowned deeply at the revelation and swallowed the lump that had formed in his throat. Harry snorted before continuing. "I don't know if it was just because you never felt good enough or that you wanted to prove your worth to someone in some way, but you joined them, Peter. You sold out your friends to Voldemort, and partly because of you, I lived a very miserable life." Peter felt a sense of panic settle within in him. He knew for a fact that he would never join the Dark Lord. He would sooner die than follow that lunatic. "I know it is hard for you to believe, Wormy, but it is true. And I know if you look deep enough inside yourself, you will be able to admit that before I came, it was a possibility." Peter shook his head as a tear broke free and rolled down his cheek. As much as he despised himself or it, he couldn't deny the words of the other boy. He had never felt worthy of his friends, and his doubts after talking with Augustus had shown that. "I'm sorry, Harry," he whispered sadly. "You're not that same boy, Peter," Harry consoled unconsciously. "I truly find it difficult to remember what was you did become before, because you have proven yourself to me time and time again." Peter managed to smile, though he couldn't completely eradicate the guilt within him. "These memories will not be pleasant for you, but just remember who it is you are now. I promise you, I will not let the same thing happen, and I know that you won't either. You are the only one that will see these memories. I think this should be something kept between the two of us, but please know, I am here for you if you want to talk about it any time." A nervousness settled over Peter as the room began to spin, and he quickly found himself in the shrieking shack with who appeared to be a very emaciated and older-looking Sirius, and an even more haggard Remus. There were 3 others in the room with them. A young, bushy-haired girl with overly long teeth, a gangly, red-headed boy that was nursing a mangled leg, and a smaller, skinny little boy that could only be Harry. Peter frowned at how thin and small the boy was. It was clear that he was not well cared for, and the state of him incensed the rat animagus. What he saw next had him flinching in shame as he watched Sirius and Remus chase a very familiar rat around the room and force it out of its animal state. Seeing what he had become disgusted him. He watched as an older, more rodent-like version of himself sniveled and begged for mercy, and even found himself hopping that Sirius and Remus were successful in killing him. He shook his head as Snape appeared and laughed heartily as he was knocked unconscious by the 3 teens as he attempted to apprehend Sirius. He found himself recoiling in horror as Remus transformed and hissed in anger as he watched himself escape in the commotion. He shook his head in disappointment as it appeared that Sirius would be given the Dementor's kiss for a crime that he did not commit, and stood in complete awe as he watched Harry defend himself and his godfather from the horde of the foul beasts. "Amazing," he whispered. Peter himself would be the first to admit that when it came to practical magic, he was average at best. So, watching what many would deem a weak-looking 13-year-old boy produce such an incredible spell was nothing short of his chosen word. He was completely lost for words at what it was he had witnessed, and though he felt immensely proud and relieved that Harry had survived, he could not prevent the shame that overcame him, and with that shame came a fresh wave of worthlessness. He was pulled from his thoughts by the voice of Harry addressing him once more, the memory apparently having just ended, and he found himself once more with the other boy. I know that you must be feeling quite shit about now, Wormy, but please don't. Regardless of anything that you have seen and will see, I want you to know I forgive you. Harry chuckled and shook his head. You're probably wondering why, but I just do. Everything that happened to me made me who I am, the good and the bad. I'm not going to pretend that I didn't hate you and even dream about killing you in the most horrific way. But you are not that person, Peter. Just remember that. Before Peter could comprehend the words spoken to him, he found himself in a very unfamiliar place, a graveyard. He frowned as he took in his surroundings and balked as he spotted a slightly older Harry bound to a tombstone. His attention was pulled from the young teen, however, as he heard his own voice, though it was more than a little nasally. He watched in horror as he took part in a ritual that somehow raised the Dark Lord from the dead, fighting the urge to vomit at his own action of sacrificing his hand for the man. He shook his head violently and growled furiously. He would never allow Harry, nor any other child, to find themselves in such a situation. He again found himself dumbfounded at the bravery and power that Harry exhibited during his confrontation with the Dark Wizard, despite the odds being heavily against him. He cursed in rage as he watched the Dark Lord cowardly attack the boy before allowing him his wand, and cheered in jubilation as the boy again managed to escape the clutches of certain death. The moment Harry disappeared, Peter appeared in the room of requirement once more, the chair occupied as expected by the Harry he knew. I didn't show you this for any other reason than the fact that you deserve to know the truth and to help prevent anything like this happening again. I'm not even angry anymore that things happened the way they did, only saddened by what happened to you, Peter. I love you, Peter. Please don't forget that. Peter managed a small smile at the declaration and nodded firmly. I want you to leave here with you head held high and to feel proud of who you are. I wouldn't have you any other way. Don't let me down, my friend, Harry finished with a warm smile. Peter shook his head amusedly as he felt himself pulled from the pensive, not at all happy nor proud of what he had seen, but determined to not become what it was he had witnessed. As requested, he held his head high and stood as tall as his small frame would allow. Guilt prevailed throughout him, but he merely shook his head at the others. He certainly did not want to share his experience, and he certainly would not allow it to define him. I guess we'll go next, Frank announced worriedly as he led Alice towards the pensive, nervous at the demeanor that Peter seemed to have adopted from his own experiences. Break. Similarly to Peter, the duo found themselves transported into the very room they left, both surprised to find Harry sat in a chair in the center, the others absent. Before I show the one memory I can of you both, I need to fill you in on what happened that led up to the moment, Harry began tiredly. You both know that James and Lily are my mother and father by now, but none of you really know how all of this happened, he sighed as he shrugged. I don't know all of the facts, but I do know that the war was not going well for us. Voldemort was tearing through the country and gaining more followers, and there was no one that could stop him. People went into hiding for their own protection, including James, Lily, and the two of you. Frank nodded his understanding. It sounded like something he would do if necessary. He frowned as he noted the now warring emotions on the other boy's face. There are so many memories I wish I could show you, but it would only put your future in danger, Harry whispered sadly. Alice took Frank's hand and gave it a gentle squeeze, both silently agreeing that they did not want to know anything that could jeopardize their life together. Harry shook his head as he paced back and forth before speaking once more. Voldemort attacked James and Lily, he announced darkly. Both were killed, and I somehow managed to survive, vanquishing the Dark Lord, he added bitterly. Whilst the world celebrated, I was left to my Muggle relatives to be raised, and people came out of hiding believing that the war was over. He dragged a hand through his hair. They didn't take into account that his followers were still out there, some willing to do all they could to bring back their master, he continued, almost disappointedly. He ceased his packing and stared through the pair. It was 5 days after Voldemort vanished that they came for you both. You weren't killed, but you experienced a fate worse than death. You were tortured by 4 of his followers, and the result is what you will see next." Frank and Alice shared a confused, yet apprehensive look at the grave tone Harry used. "This memory has been tampered with. I couldn't show you without doing it," he explained apologetically. The room began to spin, and the duo quickly found themselves surrounded by a dense white fog, muffled voices audible from within. In front of them, they could see a much younger Harry, a look of shock adorning his features as he looked upon what could only be described as 2 exceedingly emaciated people, young in the eyes, but their physical appearance betraying that youth. It took a moment for them to realize that they were looking upon themselves, though unhealthy and clearly mentally incapacitated. Alice held her hand to her mouth in shock, and in an effort to prevent herself from throwing up as Frank's grip around her hand tightened painfully as his eyes bulged. The 2 people in front of them were little more than a shadow of the vibrant people they were. Both were horrifically thin, their hair gray and eyes almost void of any life. They could see nothing but a shell of themselves lingering in what remained, and what remained was very little. Before they could even begin to compose themselves, the room spun once more, and they were once again stood in front of Harry, who smiled weakly in their direction. "This is why I am so protective of you. I don't want you to experience the same fate." Frank nodded his understanding very stiffly as he pulled his now sobbing girlfriend to his side. "This is the only memory I have of you, and I'm sorry it wasn't pleasant. I will do whatever I have to ensure that your life is different this time around, even if that means going against your wishes to keep you safe." Frank sighed and snorted slightly. He had no doubt that Harry would do as he said, and the affection he felt for the boy soared within his chest, warming him to his core. He didn't always agree with him, but he understood why he did the things he do. It didn't make him any less annoyed with the boy, but understanding made all of the difference to him. It was a mere moment later that he found himself back with the others, each looking on questioningly. He shook his head, not willing to share what it was he had seen within the pensive, along with a very subdued Alice. "I'm next," Remus declared as he strode towards the basin, the grip around his file of memories tight enough to whiten his knuckles. Without preamble, he emptied its contents and submerged himself in the cloudy swirl of what it was one of his closest friends wished to share with him. "Break." "Hello, Remus," Harry greeted the werewolf with a warm smile. Remus returned the smile nervously and waited for what was to come, his palms sweaty. If the demeanor of the others that had made the trip was anything to go by, then he knew it was unlikely to be a pleasant experience. "Life was not particularly kind to you, Remus, and I never quite understood how you became what you were and how you were until I met you here," Harry began thoughtfully. "I knew you cared for James, Lily, Sirius, and Peter. There was never any doubt of that. I just never knew how much you relied on them for your happiness and security. I'm sorry for that, Remus. I once thought that you were a coward for fleeing once they were either dead or just not around, and I was bitter that you never came for me," he finished sadly. Remus frowned, not at all understanding what was being said. He, however, waited patiently for Harry to continue. A moment of contemplation fell between them until Harry spoke up once more. "After James and Lily died and Sirius wasn't around, you just disappeared, and to this day, I don't know where you went. I can only guess that you couldn't cope with being here anymore, and I understand that now more than ever." Remus swallowed deeply and nodded. He could imagine leaving being the first thing he did if anything were to happen to his friends. "I didn't meet you until I was 13, just as it was with Sirius," Harry began again, a warm smile gracing his features. "I want to share those memories with you. They're not overly nice, but necessary." The room disappeared, and Remus found himself on the Hogwarts Express, in a carriage with a younger and meek-looking Harry who was joined by a bushy-haired brunette and a gangly redhead. It was when he looked at the prone, sleeping form on the opposite seat to the teens that his heart sunk. It was unusual in itself to see an adult on the train, but one so shabbily dressed was unheard of. "R.J. Lupin," he muttered as he read the name embossed on the battered suitcase. He shook his head sadly as he took in the appearance of his older self. His hair was gray, eyes wrinkled, and a myriad of scars littered his face and hands. Life really had not treated him well if this was anything to go by. He was pulled from his musings as the train jerked to a halt and the lights flickered out, leaving the occupants of the room in total darkness. He could only look on in horror as Dementors entered the train and began searching it, not paying heed to the effect they were having on the children. Things took a turn for the worse when one of the beasts entered the compartment he was sharing with Harry and his friends. Almost immediately, Harry fainted and began convulsing, muttering incoherently as he did so, causing his older self to wake and banish the Azkaban guard with his patronus. He watched as he managed to rouse Harry and administer some chocolate to the shaken children, clearly unhappy with what had happened. His older self soon exited the carriage under the guise of talking to the driver. Remus knew differently, however. He was furious and was struggling to keep the wolf at bay. Only a second or two passed before he found himself facing the older Harry once more, sat in a simple wooden chair. "I told you when we first met on the train that I learnt some of my most powerful magic from a werewolf, and that was you, Remus. You were my defense teacher that year, and you taught me how to cast a patronus. Without you, I wouldn't be here today." "And you taught me, Harry," Remus returned with a grin. "There's little else that I can show you that truly matters," Harry shrugged. "You were there for me just as much as Sirius, and although we never really got close, you helped me more than I could ever thank you for. You were a good man, Remus, and I will do whatever it takes to ensure your life is better than what you saw." Remus smiled as he felt himself pulled from the pensive. He was displeased with whatever had happened to him, but he had no doubt that it would not happen this time around. Neither he nor Harry would allow it. "Us next?" Sirius questioned, when it was made clear that the werewolf would not share anything he had seen. Marlene gripped his hand and pulled him towards the stone basin, a worried frown tightening her delicate features. The two shared a nod before following the others before them and entering the strange device. Break. As with Frank, Alice, Peter, and Remus, the pair found themselves facing a seated Harry seemingly awaiting their arrival. They waited for the memories to begin, but were unsurprised to find the boy addressing them from his chair. "This one was difficult," he muttered. "I once told you that you were closest thing I had to a father before coming here, and that is true. We didn't actually meet until I was 13 years old, and I didn't even know who you were until the end of my second year of Hogwarts." Sirius frowned deeply, wondering what could have come to pass for Harry to not know who he was until such an age. "You were framed for betraying my parents, who were hidden by the Fadelius charm, and I believed that you were guilty until you proved your innocence." Sirius growled angrily, knowing that there was nothing on this plane that could cause him to do such a thing. Marlene stroked the back of his hand with her thumb in an attempt to calm him. "I feel stupid for ever believing that you would ever do what you were accused of, but I didn't know you and everyone believed that you were their secret keeper." He stood from his chair and shook his head before continuing. "You escaped from Azkaban when you realized that the person who did betray my parents was too close to me for your liking, and our paths crossed less than a year later. Who it was is no longer important, but meeting you was the happiest day of my life. I was nothing more than a meek little boy who you barely knew, and still, you offered me a home with you as soon as we could clear your name." Sirius's smile was as watery as the emerald eyes gazing towards him as he took in the words of the other boy, a vulnerability evident he never imagined could exist within them. "It didn't happen that way," he sighed sadly. "The person escaped, and the minister at the time decided you were to be kissed immediately, but myself and a good friend of mine had other ideas." The room faded, and the couple found themselves by the Hogwarts lake at night time, something the pair did often, but this was different. It was darker than either had ever seen it. The full moon, usually bright on the grounds, was faded, almost obscured by the darkness surrounding them. Their attention was caught by a feeble moaning, and they turned to see two others with them. One was clearly a younger Harry, his eyes bright as he clung to an unconscious figure on the ground whose visage was pale, haunted even. "That's me," Sirius declared in disbelief. His eyebrows rose as the sound of cloaks swishing in the wind interrupted his examination of himself, and he drew his wand instinctively. Dementors, Marlene whispered harshly as she gestured above them, her hand shaking uncontrollably. It took a moment for Sirius to remember that he was only in a memory as he began preparing to cast his Patronus, only to stop himself as the reality of the situation set in, and the coldness the creatures brought was noticeably absent. He began looking around frantically as the cloaked figures drew nearer to himself and Harry, desperately seeking someone to save them from the inevitable receiving end of the kiss. Expectio pieteronum, a voice shouted. Before the need to shield their eyes from the brightness of the spell took hold, both caught a glimpse of a figure on the opposite bank of the lake. Emerald eyes glowed as the boy's hair was rippled by his own magic as it fed the spell. Brighter and brighter it grew until it was impossible to keep their eyes open. Unbelievable, Sirius whispered as he watched the slowly fatting Patronus return to its caster, the majestic stag nuzzling the boy who produced it before it dissipated completely. How? He asked in confusion, his gaze shifting between the two Harrys. Time turner, maybe, Marlene shrugged. Sirius shook his head as he continued watching Harry on the other side of the lake, wondering how one so young could produce such magic. His reverie was interrupted, however, as Marlene pulled on his sleeve to garner his attention. Is that Snape? She questioned. Sirius turned and frowned at the sight of an older Severus Snape, trussing him up and levitating him, and an unconscious Harry towards the school. Nice to see he's a greasy git everywhere, he muttered as the man disappeared from view. They had little time to ponder the enigma that was one of their childhood nemesis, as the lake disappeared from view and they found themselves on the astronomy tower, both looking at each other questioningly. There, Marlene exclaimed as she pointed to the sky. Is Harry riding a hippogriff? Sirius asked dumbly, his mouth agape as he became aware of the beast hurtling towards the castle with two passengers astride. Marlene shook her head in amusement. Don't be getting any ideas, Sirius Black, she warned in good humor. Sirius pouted slightly and watched as the massive creature disappeared only to appear a few moments later and heading towards them. He took a step back as it landed and deposited two of the occupants, leaving his older self on its back. He watched the conversation between the two with fondest, the care for the boy shining brightly in his eyes. He watched in sadness as he was ordered to leave to save himself, and as Harry watched his departure with a mixture of relief and heartbreak. He managed a smile as he saw the girl comfort him and lead him away hurriedly, clearly having somewhere else they needed to be. He was a damn brave 13-year-old, he whispered. He's not any different now, Marlene pointed out as she rubbed his back comfortingly. He did all he could to protect you then, and he still does it. Sirius swallowed deeply and nodded as he was overcome with guilt. He hadn't ever considered why Harry was the way he turned out to be. If what he now knew and what he was seeing was true, he had never had anyone to care for him as he should have, and now that he did, he would protect them with his life if necessary. They again found themselves facing Harry as he sat in his chair, both lost in thought from the memory they had witnessed. I only saw you twice in the next year, once at Hogsmeade and once after Voldemort came back, he explained. You were still on the run and had moved into Grimmauld Place, where the Ministry couldn't get you, and I had to go back to my relatives. Sirius frowned at the distaste in Harry's tone. He strongly suspected that he did not like the people he stayed with at all. Anyway, there were some good times with you. We got to spend some of the summer together before my 5th year, and you told me about my parents and was just there for me when I needed you. You even gave me an enchanted mirror so we could stay in touch, he added with a genuine smile. Sirius found himself smiling too, at the sincerity he could see in his eyes. But it didn't last, Harry broke in once more, his expression darkening considerably. At the end of my 5th year, I was tricked. Voldemort made me believe he had you. It was partly my naivety that got you killed, he choked. The room faded once more, and the two were dropped in the middle of a heated battle. The faces of those involved blurred beyond recognition, though some of the voices were familiar. The pair watched the chaos unfold as people in silver masks, and those without fought ferociously against one another, several bodies already littering the floor. Dead or unconscious, It was impossible to tell. But the Hogwarts uniforms adorning some of the fallen did nothing but add to the severity of the situation. "What the hell is going on?" Marlene questioned as she ducked a jet of blue light. "I don't know, but there's Harry," Sirius replied as he spotted the slightly older-looking boy with another he couldn't quite make out. He watched as he stunned one of the Death Eaters and breathed a sigh of relief as the doors around what seemed to be an atrium burst open, and another swarm of people entered and began engaging the Death Eaters. "Thank Merlin," Marlene exclaimed as the tide of the battle began to turn. Sirius looked on as he spotted his older self dispose of a couple of the Death Eaters as he made his way to Harry, the boy holding his own quite well against his foe. He found himself frowning, however, as the other Sirius began goading his opponent, even though it was clear that he was outmatched. His wand work was sloppy and movements stiff, yet he reeked of confidence, something the younger man shook his head at. This Sirius was not half the duelist that he was, and knew that he would never be so cocky, not now at least. Still, the horror he felt as he saw a jet of red light impact against his chest was very real, and he was certain there would be some grievous wound when the body would appear on the other side of the stone archway, the limp body passed through. This was not to be, however. His body simply vanished, and he frowned at such a feat. Bodies did not just vanish without a trace. There was no spell he knew of that could do such a thing. His awareness returned to the room as he witnessed Harry screaming his name, begging the person holding him to release him so that he could follow. The moment the loss of the man registered in the teen's eyes, Sirius felt his heart break, and his blood ran cold as whatever vestiges of innocence remained there faded into the fury that now filled them. "NOO!" he screamed as Harry broke free and began chasing his killer, his eyes glowing with desire for vengeance. Sirius began to chase the boy, but the room spun, and he found himself in the room they had begun their journey with the Harry he knew present in his chair. "That night was the worst night of my life, and the first time I used an unforgivable curse," he said softly. "The one person I needed was taken from me, and it changed me. I wanted my revenge, and I wanted more than anything to be good enough to have it, no matter the cost." He stood and dragged a hand through his hair. "This was only a few months before I arrived here, and in those few months, I got the help I needed to achieve what I needed to before being sent here. I didn't choose this, but now I wouldn't have it any other way. Not only did I get my chance to save you and my parents, but some other people on the way." Sirius nodded and smiled sadly. At no point had he considered that Harry's life has been plagued by loss and suffering, hidden beneath a mask of charisma and confidence that most would associate with him. "I'm sorry," he offered with a weak smile. "All I want is to protect you all. I've lost you once and I can't do that again." Marlene took hold of Sirius' hand and pulled him closer in an effort to comfort him as they were pulled from the pensive, having witnessed what it was that Harry wanted them to see. "Are you okay, Padfoot?" James asked worriedly as the duo appeared. Sirius nodded and swallowed deeply, but said nothing. "I suppose that we should go?" James questioned Lily, who could only nod nervously as she was led to the pensive, not at all certain on what awaited her within. "Break." The pair arrived in what Lily quickly recognized as a Muggle living room, a pristinely clean living room. The walls were painted magnolia, unblemished and adorned with photos of 3 individuals. Lily frowned at the familiarity of 2 of them. It was not difficult to recognize her own sister and her husband, though both were much older, the man now very rotund while Petunia had barely changed. The blonde boy in the pictures was not familiar, however, and took after the man down to the blonde hair and piggish appearance. The 2 were pulled from their observations of their surroundings by the voice of Harry, who was sat in an armchair, the springs of which seemed to have collapsed long ago. "I don't even know where to begin," the boy muttered quietly. "It seems strange to introduce myself, but it seems a good place to begin," he decided aloud. He sighed as he dragged a hand through his hair, conflicting emotions making themselves known in his eyes. "My name is Harry James Potter. I was born July 31st, 1980 to James and Lily Potter," he began with a shake of his head. "Well, that is what I have been told. I don't know if Harry is short for anything, and I don't even know if you have middle names." He shrugged. "The first 18 months of my life I lived with the two of you in Godric's Hollow, a place I have not been since Halloween 1981 when everything changed. I do have one memory of this place, and it is the worst memory I have. One that I became aware of when I was 13 and had the pleasure of meeting the Azkaban guards for the first time. I wasn't going to show you this, but I didn't want to keep anything from you. I need you to understand why I am the way I am." James and Lily shared a worried look as the room faded, and they found themselves in a child's nursery. "Lily, it's him. Quick, take Harry and run. I'll hold him off." "Is that me?" James asked worriedly. Lily nodded, a dark expression forming on her now pale face. There was a short commotion as Lily entered the room and attempted to barricade the door, only to see it blasted open a moment later and a dark-robed figure entering. "Please not Harry, please kill me." Lily held a hand over her mouth as she heard her own voice, pleading for the life of the infant, and James could only look on as bright flash of green light engulfed the redhead, followed by maniacal laughter as the man stepped over her still warm corpse to dispose of the baby. "No," he whispered as he covered his ears, though the next flash of green light and screams could not be completely shut out. He gritted his teeth as a few tears broke free, appalled and heartbroken that Harry remembered this and that it happened at all. He peered through the slightest of openings of his eyes and found, much to his relief, that the memory was over, and they were once again in the living room they arrived in. He pulled on Lily's sleeve to get her attention as she too had covered her ears and closed her eyes at what they had witnessed. "He remembers that," she whispered in horror, her eyes red from crying. James swallowed deeply and nodded, not trusting his voice. "I'm sorry you had to see that," Harry spoke from his chair with sincerity. "I didn't show you out of cruelty or bitterness. I just want you to understand everything." The other two teens were trembling and having second thoughts about seeing anything else that Harry may have prepared for them. James took Lily's hand tightly and nodded reassuringly, though it was clear he was just as apprehensive. "That night is where everything changed and even went wrong," Harry continued. "That was Voldemort coming for me because of a prophecy, and the two of you died because of it," he explained sadly, though his eyes were alight with anger. Lily could only shake her head at the reasoning for the attack. She certainly was not a believer in such an obscure and mostly unsubstantiated branch of magic, but knew there was those that did believe. "The very same night, I was brought to live here under the tender care of Vernon and Petunia Dursley," Harry began again, his voice laced with bitterness. "I wish that I could say I was cared for and wanted for nothing, but that would be a lie. I was treated worse than the lowliest house elf. Used as a personal punch bag, starved and locked in that cupboard where I lived until I was 11 years old. I don't know why, I don't remember ever doing anything to cause such hate, but that's the way it was. I didn't even know my name until my first day of school. They would only refer to me as Freak, and still did until the day I left." Lily shook her head in denial. Herself and her sister had their differences, mostly because Lily was a witch and was allowed to attend Hogwarts, but she could not envision any life in which Petunia would treat a baby that way, let alone family. "I can imagine that you would have a hard time believing that," Harry sighed. "Just watch and you will see. I am more than willing to swear that all of these memories are the truth." Lily held her chest as she watched a young Harry forced to cook, clean and do chores that no child should be forced to, and recoiled in horror as she bore witness to the treatment he received by her sister. She gasped and shed further tears as Vernon took a belt to the young boy, and Petunia hit him with a pan. She trembled in a concoction of anger and sadness as the formative years of said boy passed before her very eyes, and the reprehensible way he was taken care of was demonstrated. "How dare they?" she cried. "How dare they do such a thing to a wonderful boy?" James' eyes were bloodshot as he mutely pulled the girl close to his chest and pulled her a little too tight for comfort. He was shocked, and his blood boiled at what he had seen. So lost in their stupors they were that they did not notice the memories had stopped, and they were again graced with the presence of Harry. "I know that couldn't have been easy to see, but I'm here, and I survived everything they threw at me, despite their best efforts to beat the freakishness out of me," he said with a dark chuckle with no humor. "I'll kill them," Lily vowed. "I'm actually going to kill them." James nodded his agreement. "Strangely, though, that is probably the safest I ever was," Harry snorted. "When I found out that I would be going to Hogwarts, I thought my life would change, and it did, but not exactly the way I was expecting." "Surely it can't get worse," Lily almost begged. "Because of what happened that Halloween night with Voldemort, I was dubbed the boy who lived, the first baby to not only vanquish a Dark Lord, but also somehow survive the killing curse," he explained with an amused shake of the head. "I was hoping I could escape the Dursleys and maybe just have some normality, but again, fate had other ideas. I was famous for something I didn't remember, and everyone expected me to be this hero. I didn't even know the wizarding world existed until a few months before I started Hogwarts, and people had such high expectations of me. I got used to it, though, and people mostly left me alone when they realized I was nothing special. I guess seeing for yourself would explain everything better than I can." The pair could only look on as harrowing memory after harrowing memory played out in front of them. The troll and Quirrell in first year, Harry discovering he was a Parselmouth and accused of being the heir of Slytherin. The confrontation with the basilisk left them both equally awed and distraught at what the boy had faced. The exposure and effect of the Dementors and his subsequent lessons from Remus to combat them had them shaking their heads, and the debacle of Sirius and the Triwizard Tournament was about all they could take. The rise of the Dark Lord was terrifying to say the least, and the longing they witnessed in Harry's eyes as they appeared from the man's wand broke and left them sobbing in the arms of the other, both praying that the memories would end there. Fury prevailed as they witnessed how Harry was treated by his peers from then on during his 5th year, and James had to physically restrain Lily from hunting down Dolar's Umbridge and cursing her into oblivion. All of this coupled with Harry's reaction to losing Sirius and his actions from then on left them flabbergasted to say the least. His life had been trial, tribulation, and heartache over and over again. "How has he not broken?" Lily questioned with a sob. "How is he such a good person?" James could only shake his head. He knew that Harry had experienced many hardships, but this degree had been unexpected. The boy had achieved incredible things, but not from desire. It had been necessity and elements out of his control that had pushed him to these achievements, and James could not be prouder nor more heartbroken. Harry was special, just not how he had been seeing him. He knew that Harry had an unquenchable thirst for knowledge and had often questioned whether or not he should be in Ravenclaw, but this thirst had not been born of want, but need. Harry had to be the way he was if he merely wanted to survive. "What can we even say to him?" James questioned. Lily shrugged and looked in the eyes of the boy, seeking the answers for herself. "I don't know. Whatever I thought I would see, I couldn't even have imagined this," she sighed. The two were pulled from their conversation by the very boy they were discussing, his eyes tired and looking beyond the years they had seen, more horror than one lifetime could ever express. "I am sorry I had to show you that," he offered once more. He snorted slightly before continuing. "I've spent most of my life trying to live up to what I thought you would expect from me. I just wanted to make you proud. All I ever heard was how great you both were, and I wanted to prove I was worth your sacrifice." Lily shook her head as her lip trembled, slowly breaking down again at the sincerity Harry was showing. "I really tried to do the right thing. That was until Sirius was gone. He gave me hope that there was someone I could always turn to that would listen to me and protect me if I needed it. When he was taken, the last of my innocence went with it, and I realized a few things. All of the people I wanted to be proud of me were no longer around, and them being taken had one thing in common." He rose from his chair as his eyes glowed eerily, a mask of unadulterated rage forming. "Voldemort," he spat. Lily gasped at his expression and venom in his voice. "When Sirius was gone, I stopped caring about making anyone proud. All I wanted was revenge. I wanted to make him beg for his life, for him to experience the same suffering he has caused me my whole life." He took a deep breath and sat down, his breathing now labored. Now it's no different. I want him dead by my own hands in the most painful ways possible. This isn't about the prophecy or doing the right thing. This is what I need to do, because if I don't, I will never be able to live with or forgive myself. You can argue that it no longer matters as I am here with you now, but it matters to me. I have to do this. I would sooner you hate me and live than experience losing you all over again. James shuddered at the implications and shook his head sadly. I'm not like either of you, Harry spoke again morosely. Most would call me a dark wizard. I'm certainly not light, he shrugged. I have seen and done far too much to be a light wizard. I have killed as you saw and will do so again without mercy or remorse when needed. I'm not asking you to support me. I just need you to understand why I am the way I am, why I have to do what I will. I love you both very much and can only hope that you believe that. The boy fell silent, his eyes full of unshed tears, and Lily could only wish that he was there now so that she could hold him close, do all she could to comfort him. He was broken in many ways, that she had no doubt of, but she knew that pieces of him could be put back together. His innocence may be lost, but underneath everything was still that sweet boy she first met a little over a year ago, the courageous and selfless boy she had witnessed in the memories, and that little boy that still wanted his parents. It was too late for the last, she knew. The boy was the same age as herself and James, but that didn't mean that he didn't need her. It didn't mean that she could not be there for him, and she knew that was one of the very things she could do for him now. He no longer needed kisses on scrapes, or the talk from his father, but she could still be there for him as a friend at the very least, the best of friends if possible. He needs us, James, she mumbled. Maybe not the way he did as he grew up, but he still needs us. James nodded his agreement as he pulled the redhead close to his chest and rested his chin on top of her head. He does, he agreed wholeheartedly. We will be there for him no matter what. Lily could only give a watery, weak smile in reply. She knew she wouldn't be able to talk Harry into leaving and letting the past go. She wasn't even sure that she could let any of it go, let alone expect him to. The young couple had witnessed much during their time in the Pensive, none of it easily, if ever forgettable. But both knew they would do all they could for Harry and be there for him in any way they could. If anyone deserved it, it was him. Break. Harry arrived back at the room of requirement, apprehensive of the response he was going to receive. What he didn't expect was to be engulfed in a hug from both Sirius and Remus simultaneously, both boys squeezing the air from his lungs. Air, he gasped desperately when he felt close to passing out from the tightness of the embrace. Both boys looked sheepish as they released him, and Harry took the chance to rub his now aching neck. Why didn't you tell us? Remus asked, a little hurt in his voice. What would have been the point? Harry replied. It wouldn't have changed anything really. Remus sighed and shook his head. It would have changed everything, Harry, he countered. He's right, Sirius interjected. Has everyone been in? Harry asked. James and Lily are the last two. They've been in there a while, Remus answered with a slight frown. There was more for them to see, Harry sighed. He took note of the other 4 occupants in the room. Frank and Alice were both quite pale and subdued, whereas Peter was frowning thoughtfully and shooting furtive glances at the others. Marlene was simply staring at him worriedly, as though he might just burst into flames at any moment. He approached the smallest marauder and clapped him firmly on the shoulder to pull him from his thoughts. Peter jumped, and his eyes widened considerably as he became aware of whom it was that was trying to get his attention. Harry, he stuttered. Hello, Wormy. Harry greeted him with a genuine smile. Peter frowned once more and looked away from the other boy as a sense of disgust settled within him. How can you even look at me after what I did? Harry sighed as he shrugged. It took a long time for me to not want to kill you, he admitted. But after a while, I realized that the person you saw in there isn't you. When I think of that person, it is someone completely different now because you are different. I spent a lot of time thinking of ways to kill you, to ensure you got what you deserved, but then I got to know you and realized the kind of person you are. I never thought you could be so loyal and brave, Peter, but I was wrong. Are you not worried I could do that? Do you intend to? Peter shook his head resolutely. It could have happened not all that long ago, he whispered. Now I would sooner die than lose what I have. And that is the difference. I know now that it can't be easy being friends with those three. All of them are very gifted and can overshadow anyone in the room. You're not as loud or outgoing as they are, but you mean the world to us all. I think they need you just as much as you need them. Peter snorted and shook his head in disbelief. I doubt that, he muttered. I won't become what I saw in there. It makes me feel sick and more ashamed than I ever thought I could be of myself. Harry said nothing more but gave his shoulder a tight squeeze of reassurance. He had no doubt that Peter was speaking the truth. As much as he never thought he could believe a word that came from the rat, the sincerity he was showing was undeniable. He left the boy to his own thoughts, once more knowing there was little more he could say or do. Peter had to understand his worth himself, and it was something that he had to do alone. There was only so much that the words of others could do for the boy. The rest was up to him. How are you guys doing? He asked tentatively as he approached Frank and Alice. Not good, Frank answered, his voice shaky. I won't let that happen to you both again, Harry promised. Both managed a half-smile at that, and Frank rubbed his eyes tiredly. I know, Harry. It's just terrifying to think of us that way. I understand. I just needed you to see what I knew could happen to you. I don't want things to be that way for you. His thoughts turned to Neville, who resembled the man sat in front of him uncannily. It was strange that he never got to know the boy better. The similarities between the younger Longbottom and his father were rather perturbing in some regards. At times, it was almost like having his lost friend back with him, though Neville was certainly shy, whereas Frank oozed confidence and charisma. In that respect, he took after Alice, who was much more reserved until you got to know her. Why was the memory so hazy? Alice questioned with a slight frown. Harry smiled knowingly, his own thoughts unable to prevent him doing so. Let's just say some things are better left unknown, he replied half-jokingly. I promise it was nothing bad. Frank nodded his understanding, and Alice looked as though she wanted to pry further, but thought better of it as Harry spoke once more. If things happen the way I expect, then I will tell you, he offered, his eyes twinkling warmly. Alice rolled her eyes and nodded. She had no doubt that Harry would refuse to discuss the matter further. That did very little satisfy her, however, though she knew she could trust Harry to keep his word. The amiable atmosphere surrounding the teens was interrupted as James and Lily emerged from the pensive, arms tightly wrapped around one another. The expressions they wore left the others deeply concerned. It was clear that the pair had been crying, but something had changed. The warmth and mischief one could usually see in the hazel eyes of James Potter was noticeably absent, and the visage of Lily was nothing short of sheer horror and heartbreak. The two quickly became aware that they were no longer within the basin and attempted to masquerade their emotions, though it failed mostly, each looking as though they had swallowed a bludger. Prongs? Sirius asked in concern. The look he received in reply was nothing more than haunted, unshed tears filling his eyes to the brim. Lily attempted to comfort him by stroking his arm, but it was clear that she too was struggling with what she had seen and was unable to do nothing more for the moment. I think we need to be alone with Harry, she requested as she noted his presence, her voice monotonous. The others left the room and silence reigned for some time before Lily approached the boy and simply stared at him, taking in all of his features. She reached up slowly and placed a hand on his cheek and shook her head, words failing her even though she had so many things she wanted to say. All of that was real, she asked, gesturing towards the pensive. Harry nodded. It was. Lily swallowed audibly as she shook her head once more. I don't even know what to say, she murmured. You don't have to say anything, Harry responded with a comforting smile. Lily exhaled and looked into eyes. Why didn't you tell me? What was I supposed to say? Harry returned. Oh, hi Lily, this might seem a little strange, but I'm actually your son from the future. The redhead scowled at him and took a step back. I deserved to know, she ground out. I had a right to know. You didn't have to tell me straight away, but you've had over a year to explain. She was getting angry. She wasn't angry with Harry per se, but angry with what she had been through because of it all. I thought there was something wrong with me. I thought I was falling in love with you and was scared when I didn't feel what I expected, she continued with more than a little revulsion. And when James told me, it all made sense and fell into place. I do love you, Harry, just not the way I thought I was supposed to. I know, and I'm sorry for all of it, Harry tried. I didn't want this. I didn't want the confusion or for any of you to get hurt. All I wanted was to protect you all from what I knew would happen. It should be us protecting you, Lily fired back. Harry chuckled darkly. No offense, Lily, but I grew up without you. I always had to protect myself because I didn't have anyone, and I don't need protecting now. I have seen and done more than most ever will in a lifetime. I have spent my whole life fighting dark lords, thwarting attempts at my life, and surviving every day alone. I used to resent you when I was younger because you left me, but I got over it. I grew up and realized that I only had myself when it mattered. I don't need protection and I don't want pity. I just want to know you. I don't need parents, but I want you to be a part of my life. When he finished speaking, his breathing had become heavy and his eyes filled with pent-up emotion. Lily was openly weeping as she pulled him into a hug, no longer sure what she should say. She understood his feelings, strangely, but she couldn't help feeling hurt by his words. Then what do we do from here? She asked. Harry sighed and dragged a hand through his hair. Nothing really has to change, he responded. It already has, Lily pointed out. I know you don't need a mother, but I can't just forget everything. You can't expect me to do that. I don't, Harry returned. He could see the pain she was experiencing along with the heartache and uncertainty. He pulled her closer as he placed a kiss on her head. You will always be my mother, whether or not we are the same age and body. I will look at you that way as I always have. But I don't need mothering. I'm definitely too old to be breastfed and have a nappy change. James burst out laughing, and Lily scowled at the pair before shaking her head. You know, you really are just like him in so many ways, she sighed as she pointed at the still guffawing James. Harry nodded and smirked slightly. But I have my mother's eyes. Lily smiled warmly as she slapped him on the chest lightly before her expression became serious. I don't know how this is going to work, she huffed. But somewhere along the line, we have both lost each other once, and I don't want that to happen again. I don't either, Harry agreed. Whatever happens, you'll always be my mum, no matter how strange it may be. Lily nodded and smiled, though she was not at all certain about much at the moment. There was a lot to digest after all, and she had no doubt that there would be some difficult conversations to be had based on what she had seen from his memories. So, what are you going to do next? She asked worriedly. I have to end him, Harry answered without hesitation. I owe that to myself more than anyone else, but also my friends I left behind. I want them to grow up in a world where they are safe and not having all of this hanging over them. You miss them, Lily stated. All of them. But if me doing what I have to can save them from what is coming, then I will do whatever is necessary for them and for all of you. I really wish you wouldn't, Lily muttered, knowing full well it would change nothing. Can you see why I have to? Lily nodded reluctantly. It has to be me. Prophecy or not, I have to do it. So what is the plan? James asked, genuinely curious. Harry rubbed his face and gestured with empty hands. He won't face me until he is ready. I'm going to have to force him to make a move against me. How? James queried. If I disrupt his plans enough, he will have no choice, Harry answered cryptically. James frowned, not liking how unforthcoming the other boy was being. I have the advantage of knowing who his biggest supporters are. I think it's about time I was a little more proactive and show Tom that he has fucked with the wrong person. What do you have in mind? James questioned further. I'm not certain yet, but I have a few ideas I'm mulling over. The ideas he did have were firmer than he was letting on. He just wasn't quite ready to reveal them as yet. Voldemort gathered much of his support from fear, and Harry planned on using the very same tactic. These people did not understand reason, nor much else, but fear was a powerful weapon, one he planned on using to its full potential. If Tom wasn't willing to come out and face him, then Harry would take the fight to the man and force the confrontation. And if he refused, then he would have to watch what he had built collapse around him, something that he could not allow to happen. Harry had plans, and Tom Marvolo Riddle would regret the day he decided to mark Harry James Potter as his enemy. Break. It was some time later that Lily and James left the room, leaving Harry alone to ponder further. Once they had left, he drew his recently acquired wand from its holster on his left arm and rolled it between his fingers thoughtfully as it once again whispered in his mind. He had yet to test it and its capabilities thus far, but now was as good a time as any. He changed the room to the one he used for his spell practice and removed his jumper before limbering up. Once done, he took a deep breath and fired a blasting curse with nary a thought, and marveled at the speed of the spell as it careened across the room and reduced a training dummy to powder, the resulting explosion making the room itself quake in the aftermath. His eyebrows rose at the results, and he smirked gleefully. The power increase was negligible as expected, but the response of his magic was much more than he was anticipating. It was as though the wand obeyed his intention immediately, and the pull on his magic had been almost non-existent. It would certainly be a significant advantage during a fight. After experimenting with the wand further, chaining together spells with the utmost ease and destroying several more dummies, he took a seat, the fatigue he would usually be feeling by now not even half as apparent. He attempted a few intricate transfigurations and frowned at the results. The wand did nothing in regard to bettering his creations, and he found himself shaking his head as he decided that he would use his own wand for the standard day-to-day magic. It felt more comfortable than the Elder Wand, and he did not want to become completely reliant on that. He withdrew his own and basked in the warmth it gave him as he gripped it tightly, the familiarity of it washing over him. The Elder Wand gave him a sense of power. He could not deny that, but it was rather cold in comparison to his own. It was as though his own wand could do anything he wished it to, and do it more than satisfactorily. The Elder Wand, however, seemed tuned to powerful and destructive magic, something that did not surprise Harry at all based on what he knew of its origins. His ancestor had asked for a wand more powerful than any other, a wand that would be unbeatable in a duel. He had received exactly what he had asked for, a wand that was crafted for battle. He did not take into account that wands are not only used to fight, but they are a tool, and Harry wondered if the man had time to realize what it was that he had been given before he had his throat slit and the wand taken. He shook his head of those thoughts as they mattered not. All that mattered to the teen was that he had advantage in battle, and he would use it as and when necessary. He would be a fool not to, and judging by the images of spells and magic the wand was constantly feeding him, he would certainly have more than a few surprises for any that provoked his ire. "You first, Tom," he growled. With that declaration, he stood and decided the time was right to experiment with the wand further, to see how much the family magic, gifted to the Peverils by Death himself, could benefit him. Chapter 16. The Forging of the Final Path. Harry felt a bead of sweat roll between his shoulder blades as he parried away 2 cutting curses, and once again went on the offensive. The duel between the two had begun at a sedate pace, both combatants respecting the skills of the other enough to be satisfied with trading and countering what each had to offer. However, it was inevitable that such a pace was only temporary, and it took only a moment or two for the fight to devolve into the destructive encounter it had become. The younger of the two was content to use his agility and speed to his advantage, whilst firing off powerful salvos of varying types of magic to keep his opponent on the back foot. The older man approached the battle just as Harry had expected, using an abundance of counter-curses, shielding, and his undoubtedly exquisite transfiguration capabilities in an attempt to subdue or bring him down. The green-eyed teen had managed to negate everything the other had thrown his way thus far, but he found himself more than impressed by his revered headmaster and had almost been caught out on a few occasions by the man's creativity. Regardless of any personal animosity Harry had felt towards him, there was no denying that Albus Dumbledore was a supremely gifted and powerful wizard. He, of course, had already had the pleasure of witnessing the man battle his own adversary in Voldemort, and it certainly appeared that his style of combat was very much the same, even in his younger years. With a flick of his wand, he destroyed the conjured lion and bull with a stream of black flames and fired off a chain of debilitating spells, causing the old man to shield, just as Harry had anticipated. The moment he was obscured by the pulsating dome, the young man dispersed an impressive torrent of water from his wand and demonstrated his own impressive transfiguration skill. Dumbledore dropped his shield as the last of Harry's spells dissipated against it, ready to face what the boy had to offer next. His eyes widened in shock as they came upon the sight of a gargantuan thistral of water surging towards him, clearly intent on swallowing him down into its icy bowels. Instinctively, he backhand motioned his wand exaggeratedly and sent the creature back towards its caster, transfiguring the beast into something more befitting of himself. Although he was unprepared for such a turn of events, Harry reacted immediately and fired a ball of lightning into the now approaching phoenix, causing it to explode into a heavy downpour within the room. Seizing the advantage immediately, he summoned a substantial amount of the droplets towards himself whilst imbuing them with magic, before firing them towards the chief warlock before beginning a countdown in his head, an assured grin gracing his lips. Dumbledore, having no idea what was heading his way, erected a powerful shield and found himself gasping as the water collided with it, sending bone-jarring shockwaves throughout his being as his ears began to ring painfully from the loud explosions. A moment later, he was surprised to find himself on his back as a second wave of the same magic smashed into his construct, the force and pressure of whatever Harry had done finally overwhelming him. He took a deep breath as he began to mutter, all of his effort now being aimed towards strengthening his defenses. Once again, he found himself shocked as the visage of the younger man appeared above him, sitting astride his shield, smirking at him triumphantly. The older man quickly forced a little more power into his shield, breathing a sigh of relief as it pulsated, once again feeling safe from any attack that could come his way. He needed but a moment to recover, and he had faith that he could do so in the confines of his sanctuary. He was taken aback as the boy merely nodded appreciatively at his powerful construct, before smiling once again as he raised his wand in a stabbing motion. There was an almighty gong-like sound as the purple and black wand smashed into the shield and seemingly sunk into it. Dumbledore frowned as an indentation appeared above him as he stared into the business end of the wand. His frown deepened as he realized the wand itself had not penetrated all the way through, but his eyebrows rose as a black mass began trickling from the wooden implement and began spreading throughout his nearly opaque creation, leaving deep fractures in its wake. By now, he had recovered sufficiently enough and braced himself for the inevitable collapse, ready to go on the offensive at the earliest possible moment. As soon as the first hole appeared, he fired a banishing charm at his assailant, sending him sprawling and skidding across the still wet floor. Undeterred by this setback, Harry rolled to his feet and sprinted towards the now standing older man, keen to end the battle as soon as possible. Dumbledore, however, was no longer content to simply counter what came his way, took aim and launched his own offensive. Again, he was surprised by the teen as he spun between his first two spells and burst into smoke just before the third could impact against him. Albus was now seemingly alone in the room, the only prevailing sound being the ominous dripping of water around him. The grip around his wand tightened as he attempted to feel the presence of the younger man, his senses on high alert when nothing made itself known. A second too late, he felt a gentle surge of foreign magic around him as his airway closed tightly, and he fought to breathe through the suffocation he was now experiencing. This was no magic he had witnessed before, and it unnerved him considerably. He didn't think Harry would do anything to kill him, but he was not comfortable with such a level of vulnerability he was feeling. With a sputter, he aimed his wand towards himself and released a beam of his own magic, something he was loath to do in any situation, but in such circumstances, he had no choice. A yelp of pain mirroring his own was heard, and the obtrusive magic lifted, allowing him to breathe once more, though it was now ragged at best. Despite this, he was ready to continue and demonstrated this by taking a defensive stance. He watched as Harry stood some distance away, nursing a charred shoulder as he bowed respectfully towards him, not at all concerned that the older man had caused him significant pain. Instead, the eyes of the other glowed eerily as he charged with inhuman speed towards him, casting spells as he did so. Albus, ever the collected man, swept his wand in front of him and created a wall of white flame, hopping to deter the boy from engaging him in close range once more. The sight of the boy leaping through the wall unscathed, clutching a large bronze shield adorned with a snake on his arm, left him with his mouth agape. With speed unexpected from one his age, he whipped his wand upwards, ripping up a significant piece of the floor between the two of them, hindering the direct path to him the boy was determined to take. Whilst waiting for the inevitable breach of his barrier, he twirled his wand as a conductor would their baton and whispered under his breath. A golden mage shield formed around him, sheltering him from anything short of one of the unforgivable, something he did not expect Harry to resort. He was soon to learn that there were other possibilities to overcome his near-impenetrable fortress. He winced as another almighty explosion shook the room and the resulting debris of his constructed wall bounced loudly, but harmlessly off of his magical manifestation. He was met with a knowing, yet respectful nod of appreciation by the teen as he swept the rocky remains aside with a careless, casual gesture. Albus acknowledged the nod with one of his own. The shielded he had opted to use was scarcely seen. It was no unknown piece of magic. It was just devilishly difficult to conjure. It relied not only on a supremely powerful caster who had the stamina to maintain it, but also a level of concentration that many did not possess. Not only this, it was a very draining spell to use and could not be held indefinitely. Harry was not surprised that Dumbledore could achieve such a feat. What did surprise him, however, was the apparent ease in which he seemed to use the spell, particularly without the Elder Wand. He himself could cast it, but it was not one he would unless absolutely necessary. There were other sufficient shields available, and one would only conjure this if they were not completely confident in their ability to protect them sufficiently. Harry did not believe this was the case with the headmaster. He believed the man had chosen this for the purpose of testing. He shook his head in amusement as he raised an eyebrow towards the now puzzled man. He deliberately paced slowly around the circumference of the perfectly formed circle of magic as he poked and prodded at it with his purply heart wand intermittently. When he was satisfied that there were no weaknesses, he drew the wand across his palm, opening a reasonably deep cut, causing Dumbledore to frown questioningly. With a flick of it, he levitated some of his blood and placed it on the shimmering barrier, eliciting a gasp this time from the older man, particularly when he began waving his wand in intricate patterns and muttering in a little-known language, one the other man appeared familiar with. Albus could only watch as the blood began to spread, tainting the golden sheen with a crimson coating. He braced himself as the morbid liquid coated his shield in its entirety and braced himself. With a gentle rumble, it exploded with much more force than he had expected, and found himself being flung across to the opposite side of the room, with air he had in his lungs being expelled violently. He managed to cushion his fall hastily, though it did little to soothe his already now throbbing body. He coughed harshly as he attempted to inhale some air, but turned as he sensed some movement to his right, extending his wand, ready to strike if necessary. Harry had clearly been caught in the explosion also as he was sprawled next to him on the ground. Both had seemed to sense the other at the same time, because each now had a wand pointed between their eyes respectively, tip glowing and staring into the surprised features of their foe. Harry smiled warmly as he sent his back into his holster and pushed himself shakily to his feet. Dumbledore returned the gesture and allowed the younger man to pull him to his own, smiling as he did so. "I think we can call that a draw," Harry gasped. Dumbledore chuckled and coughed once more. "Agreed," he wheezed. "I must say it has been decades since I have faced such adversity, my boy. It seems that I am out of practice." Harry shook his head amusedly and offered the older man his hand, who took it immediately, happy to accept the shake as a sign of respect. "That was some very inspired magic you used, Harry. Where did you get such an idea?" That was an educated experiment, the younger man replied as he removed and resized his trunk he had stowed away in his pocket. The idea actually came from you, he added as he opened the lid and began searching through his belongings. From me, Dumbledore asked with a frown. Harry nodded as he offered the man a few vials from his own supply. Well, the other you really, he answered as he began applying some burn salve to his wounded shoulder and gulped down a pain reliever. There's a pain reliever, a reinvigoration draft, and some pepper-up, he finished as he noted the headmaster inspecting the contents of what he had gifted him. Dumbledore nodded gratefully as he drained all three and let out a content breath. You placed me under blood wards when I was a child. You said they were one of the best defenses possible. I figured the same thing could be used offensively in some way, he shrugged. I never thought of that, the headmaster mused aloud as he stroked his beard thoughtfully. I think you proved sufficiently that it is effective. Harry shook his head and snorted slightly. Next time, I won't be standing there to admire my work. No, I don't suppose that was the best idea, Dumbledore agreed wholeheartedly. A comfortable silence fell between the two as they tended to the rest of their injuries, neither having managed to escape unscathed. I want to apologize to you, Harry, Dumbledore broke in after a few minutes. For whatever part my counterpart played in any unpleasantness you experienced, I am truly sorry. Harry waved him off. I can't hold that against you, sir. As much as I wanted to when I first arrived here, it's not fair. I've afforded others who have caused me pain a chance, and you deserve the same. I'm not happy with a lot of what you did, but I'm over it. It's in the past now. It was just easier to blame you for certain things without actually ever being in your position. I thank you for that courtesy, Harry, Dumbledore replied with a bow. Besides, what happened then isn't important anymore. I'm focused on ensuring it does not happen again, and that means putting an end to Tom. The headmaster nodded his understanding and took comfort in the silence that followed. It was Harry that eventually broke it this time. What would you do if you were me, sir? Dumbledore frowned as he scratched his chin. That is a very difficult question to answer. From what I saw of your memories, I understand your desire to take your chosen path. I guess we are just two very different people with different experiences in life. Yours was ultimately made a misery by him, and you can attribute so much of that negativity to him and his actions towards you. Without meaning to sound callous, I have not been so unfortunate to share a life even close to similar to your own. I have experienced loss and heartbreak, but nothing as you have, my boy, he admitted sympathetically. With that being said, I can understand your desire and need and can't categorically deny that I would not wish the same thing if I were in your position, having experienced what you have. Harry nodded mutely, a little surprised by the admission. And from your point of view, what do you think I should do next? Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully as he mulled over his answer. Based on what I know of Tom, he will not be eager to face you unless he is ready, he mused. He was very much the same in his formative years, he sighed. What do you mean? Harry queried, his curiosity piqued. Tom had a difficult few years when he first came to Hogwarts. As a half-blood orphan in Slytherin, it was always going to be so. I had vowed to keep an eye on him from our first meeting. He had exhibited some rather concerning tendencies, he explained. Concerning. Indeed, it was clear that he was already on his way to becoming what he is now. He took pleasure in inflicting pain upon others, and was no stranger to doing what he deemed necessary to attain what he wanted. Harry shook his head. The thought of Voldemort as a child had never registered with him before. Anyway, I digress, Dumbledore began once more. His first few years here were unpleasant for the boy. Many a time he was a target for those believing they were his superior because of their blood and his lack of knowledge. That all changed, however, when he entered the castle for his 4th year of teaching. What happened? Tom had changed. For whatever reason, he was no longer timid when confronted, and people took notice of his prowess. He was gifted exceedingly so academically, but it was his physical capabilities that people took note of. I believe this was around the time he came upon his true heritage, and he certainly used that to his advantage. He became a bully, Harry questioned with a frown. Dumbledore shook his head emphatically. No, my boy. Tom was many things but never a bully within these walls. If anything, people looked up to him because of the respect his mere presence commanded. The incidences involving him did not cease, however, but it was Tom that came out of these exchanges unscathed, he explained tiredly. He took his revenge, Harry stated knowingly. That he did, Dumbledore confirmed. Any and all that had wronged him in the past soon found themselves facing his ire, but not until he was confident he would come out on top. Harry sighed and dragged a hand through his hair. It is just as I thought, he muttered. Then I was right in thinking I would have to force him into a confrontation. What options have you considered? Harry exhaled deeply and met the questioning eyes of the other man. I thought maybe taking his top followers out of the equation would be a good start. Dumbledore nodded and stroked his beard in thought. It could work, he mumbled more to himself. But Tom has no emotional attachment to them. I don't believe it would suffice. Well, what would you do? Harry returned a little irritably. I believe a more official approach may aid us with this. You have a very unique perspective and knowledge which would be wasted should we not take advantage of such a thing. Is there anything you can think of that could get the attention of the minister and force her into action? Harry nodded as he frowned. We could use the dark mark. Perhaps find a way for it to be recognized as illegal, he offered. How so? Well, at the end of the First War in my time, most of the top-tier Death Eaters escaped justice by claiming they were under the Imperious Curse the entire time. But you can't take the mark unwillingly. You have to do some very gruesome acts to earn it. I believe you may be on to something, Harry, the headmaster praised. The only snag is that the public aren't supposed to know about it. Then we bring Moody in and set up a meeting with Bagnold. She owes me a favor for that tournament farce. Dumbledore chuckled. Have you considered a career in politics, my boy? Harry grimaced at the very thought. No, thank you, he answered, the disgust evident in his tone. I do believe you would find much success if you did, the older man offered sincerely. Harry simply shook his head in response. He had no wish to enter the political field in any capacity. Might I inquire as to how your friends are handling things now that your true identity is known to them? I think they're coming to terms with it all, Harry answered uncertainly. It's almost the same as it was before, but definitely different with Lily mostly. It had been a little over 2 weeks since the group had viewed the memories in the pensive and overall. Little had changed. Frank and Alice were a lot more understanding of his position, as were Sirius, Remus, Marlene, and Peter. The two that had been the most affected had unsurprisingly been James and Lily. The former seemed intent on knowing where Harry was at all times, openly questioning him on where he was going and what he was doing. Harry understood this to an extent, but it had started to grate on his nerves somewhat. The other Potter seemed to pick up on this and had stopped being so persistent with his questioning. Lily, however, was a completely different story. Harry had expected there would be questions from the redhead, and certainly some conversations that needed to be had. He was not prepared, however, for the amount of either of these that had taken place. He felt guilty for not being as forthcoming as he could have been with the girl from the start, but the conversations only usually led to her being more upset and further conversations of this nature. He knew it was only temporary and was quite happy to endure it as long as it took. He just wanted the girl to stop blaming herself for things she had no control of. It will take time, Dumbledore broke in. It is quite the adjustment. I know, Harry groaned. And what of Miss Black? The headmaster questioned further. I don't mean to pry, I am merely concerned as she is a student. She's doing better, but she still has a lot to work through. I'm going to start helping her with her occlumency this evening. Dumbledore smiled genuinely at the news. She has done well, he observed. I shall not keep you any longer, but I will send word soon when Alastor is available. Harry shrunk his trunk and placed it in his pocket before offering the man a nod of gratitude. Same time next week, he questioned with a grin. Dumbledore bowed, a smile tugging at his lips. Indeed, my boy, but perhaps next time we should forgo the duel. Harry laughed. If I remember correctly, it was your idea, he pointed out. One I do not regret, but do not plan on repeating too frequently, if you don't mind. I am an old man after all. Harry chuckled, but nodded his agreement. Until next time, Harry. I look forward to it, sir. Break. It was after he had showered and tended his wounds further that Harry arrived at the home of Pollux and Drula Black. The man had oddly insisted on keying the teen into the wards so that he could come and go as he pleased to visit his middle daughter, something that the boy was grateful for. The two were no longer at odds, but Pollux was certainly wary of him, and it was clear with how he treated Harry. He was respectful as one would be of any who had bested him in the past. There was, however, a lingering tension between them from the events of their first meeting. Harry would never forgive him entirely for his actions, and Pollux was a very prideful man, something that Harry had hurt. The same could not be said for Drula. The usually firm woman treated him with warmth and always smiled when he would arrive, offering refreshments and asking after him fondly. He, too, had grown rather fond of the lady and found her company and obvious care for her daughter refreshing for one of House Black. The two were sat at the polished kitchen table drinking tea when he arrived, and Pollux, as he always did, greeted him with a nod before returning to reading the Evening Prophet. "Would you like some tea, Harry?" she offered. Harry shook his head. "No, thank you, Mrs. Black. I've just taken some potions, so should let them settle first," he explained. "You're not sick, are you?" she questioned worriedly. Harry chuckled. "No, nothing like that," he assured her. "I picked up a couple of injuries whilst training," he elaborated as he exposed a small amount of his burnt shoulder that had been smothered with the orange burn salve. The lady grimaced in distaste, and Pollux let out an uncharacteristic bark of laughter. "Someone finally got you," he stated. There was a slight hint of humor in his voice as he spoke, and no malice intended, though his wife shot him an unamused glare. Harry returned the laughter, taking the barb as it had been intended, and dragged a hand through his hair. "Yeah, Dumbledore can be quite vicious when he wants to be," he deadpanned. "You're at odds with Dumbledore now?" Pollux asked with a slight frown. "No, he actually offered to help me," Harry shrugged. "Despite how eccentric he is, he's a brilliant wizard." Pollux nodded grudgingly and fell silent. "How is she today?" Harry inquired. Drula sighed as her eyes filled with sadness. "Quite restless. She hasn't left her room and keeps asking for her wand." Harry nodded his understanding. "I don't think there's any danger of her attacking anyone anymore. Maybe you should let her have it." Drula looked towards Pollux, who nodded his agreement. "We can't keep it from her forever. She needs as much normality as possible, Drew." Drula had been very reluctant to relinquish the wand since her daughter had been brought to the house. It was an understandable action as Bellatrix had been very unpredictable. But now, there seemed no reason to not allow her to have it. She was far from okay, but even the mind healers at St. Mungo's had agreed that the likelihood of a lapse to the degree she had experienced was no longer very likely. Her reluctance wavered as Harry held his hand out and gestured for the wand to be handed over. With only a brief moment of hesitation, she complied and received a grateful smile from the teen as he slid the item into his holster. "Thank you," he intoned. Drula offered him a weak smile as Pollux acknowledged his action with a stiff nod. "I will check on her," Harry explained as he left the room and headed to where he had spent much of the last 2 weeks. As always, he knocked gently on the solid oak door and waited for the girl to allow him entry. Almost immediately, he heard her footsteps approaching from within her room and was shortly thereafter faced with a scowling Bellatrix Black, though her eyes lit up considerably upon seeing him, with only a slight hint of worry lingering. "I didn't think you were coming today. It's later than you usually get here." Harry pulled the girl into his arms and murmured a sincere apology in her ear. He hadn't noted the time, but had arrived as soon as he could after he had finished with the headmaster. "I was with Dumbledore," he explained. "I should have told you." The girl waved him off dismissively as she took a seat on her bed and waited for him to join her. "You don't have to apologize. I just worry about you," she replied as she bit her lip nervously. And she did, something that Harry was very much aware of. Whenever he was gone, she was plagued with worry and thoughts that he simply would not be returning, whether that be she suddenly wakes up and his return had been but a cruel dream, or he would find himself in another situation in which he could be taken from her once more. He took her hand and gave it a reassuring squeeze, even though he had no words to truly placate her fears. He couldn't promise that he wouldn't find himself in such a scenario, and he would not lie to her for her to be torn apart if his words were to be proven false. "I am sorry, Bella," he muttered. She shook her head and smiled at him weakly. "You don't have to apologize to me, Harry," she replied with tear-filled eyes. "I do when I hurt you, and when I feel that it's needed," he countered. Bellatrix slid her hand from his and stood abruptly. "No, you don't," she growled irritably. "You don't owe me anything." Harry frowned in confusion at her exclamation. Bellatrix sighed as she sat by him and took his hand again. "I'm broken, Harry," she choked. "I'm not the same person I was, and I don't think I ever will be. You don't owe me anything, you don't have to be here," she sighed. Harry continued frowning, as his heart sunk at the thought of losing her as he had before. "No, let me finish," Bellatrix continued, halting his reply. "You came back to end him, and you will do that no matter what it takes, and the truth is, I can't lose you again, not like that." She swallowed deeply before she spoke once more, her voice shaky. "As things are, I am just a distraction to you. I can't be fixed and be the way I was. Too much has happened for that, and when you finish this, you deserve someone and something whole," she finished sadly. Harry felt a surge of anger and hurt at her words, but managed to swallow it with a deep, ragged breath of his own. He understood her point of view. He had been there himself in his darkest moments when he had been made to feel worthless and when he had been at his weakest. "Before you say anything else, I have some things to show you and some things I have to say, so please just hear me out." Bellatrix scrutinized him for a minute before nodding. "You'd better get a coat, it's cold outside," he advised, his voice becoming closed off and flat. "I can't, not without my wand," she replied timidly as she glanced outside to the blackened sky. Harry smiled weakly as he drew her wand and handed it to her. "I won't let a thing happen to you, Bella," he promised firmly. The girl nodded before she exited the room and returned a few moments later, already buttoning a thick, black parka. "I'm ready." Harry nodded and offered her his arm, and the pair vanished soundlessly, the former offering no explanation of where they were going. They arrived behind what appeared to be a large Muggle church made of stone. It was quiet here, not even the sound of traffic intruding upon the serenity of this place. At Harry's prompting, the duo left the churchyard and found themselves on a worn footpath connected to a cobbled road. "Where are we?" Bellatrix whispered, her voice unconsciously lowering to reflect where it was they had come to. "This is Godric's Hollow," the boy replied, looking slightly pale compared to his usual complexion. "This, as far as I know, is where I was born." In lieu of replying, Bellatrix opted to remain silent. Harry would not have brought her here without reason. The silence remained for a further 5 minutes whilst she allowed herself to be led to whatever it was Harry wished her to see. "There it is," he said as he pointed towards a small cottage. "The house you were born in." Harry nodded mutely as the horror of that Halloween night played through his mind, leaving his eyes haunted with a little hint of fear. "Harry," Bellatrix broke in gently, her heart breaking as the foreign emotion made itself known. He shook his head to clear his thoughts as he smiled sadly. "This is where it all began." "Halloween, 1981, Bellatrix murmured in realization. "The night your parents were killed." Harry nodded slowly as he dragged a hand through his hair. "Close your eyes for me," he requested gently. Bellatrix shot him a questioning look, but did as she had been asked. "Now you know a fair amount about James and Lily. I want you to think about the upbringing I would have had if that night never happened and they had both lived. Please, really think about it and think of the kind of person I would be." Bellatrix worried her lip as she thought about the kind of boy James and Lily would raise and shook her head in amusement. The kid would no doubt have a penchant for making a nuisance of himself at every possible turn, but would no doubt be gifted. Both James and Lily were exceptional people, and any child of theirs would be equally, or even more so. Open your eyes and tell me if the person standing in front of you is what you imagined. Bellatrix did so and swallowed a lump that formed in her throat. The young man that stood before her was not what she had envisioned. This person was hardened, not even a shadow of what she had seen, but so much more at the same time. There was a coldness, a distance to him. There was little warmth as one would expect from a boy of his parentage. If anything, James Potter and Lily Evans were warm, passionate, neither representing anything of the boy she looked upon. She closed her eyes once more as her own met his, an all too familiar sight having been reflected back to her, a look that she saw when she gazed into a mirror since the night she had returned home. "There's one more place I'd like you to see," Harry requested gently as he offered her his arm to conclude their journey. Bellatrix nodded as she tried to push out the cold that had seemingly settled within her in the last few moments. Again, the pair vanished without pomp nor circumstance, this time appearing in a Muggle park with Harry immediately taking the lead once more as he led them to their destination. It was strange for him to return here. He had never anticipated doing so under any circumstances, and now that he was here, he knew he had made the right decision to avoid this place. For but a moment, he felt as though he was 9 years old and making his way home from a round of Harry hunting, only to be walking into his own personal purgatory. He shivered as those memories surfaced, angry that it had ever been allowed to happen, and even angrier that it still bothered him. Bellatrix took note of this, but decided not to ask. Harry would speak when he was ready to, and she did not want to pry into something that had clearly left its presence within him. She took in her surroundings, her curiosity having been piqued. She had very little experience of the Muggle world, and what she was seeing left her fascinated. The houses, the gardens, almost everything on each street was identical, right down to the neatly trimmed grass in the front garden. She was bewildered by such a sight. Wizards prided themselves on their differences, but these people seemed to have strange societal expectations when it came to how they lived. She shook her head as Harry came to a stop outside a house inexplicably the same as the others, this one with the number 4 adorning the white front door. "That same Halloween night, I was brought here to my aunt's home, left on the doorstep in a basket with a note explaining why," Harry explained without prompt. Bellatrix dared a glance at him and saw that same haunted look once more in his eyes, causing her to shudder involuntarily. "I lived here until I was 11, knowing nothing about either of my parents, not knowing about magic and being punished for being a freak," he spat. He stepped forward and drew his wand before waving it and muttering under his breath. The only sign that he had performed any spell was a gentle, blue sheen enveloping the house. He waved it once more and the door clicked open. "Harry, this is someone's house," Bellatrix hissed. The boy shrugged and entered, leaving the girl outside the front door for a moment before she decided to follow him in. She found him in the hallway, a half-dozen feet away from the entrance, staring at a small door situated under the stairs that led to the upper floor of the house. "Almost 10 years I lived in there," he snorted with a nod in its direction. Bellatrix frowned as she reached out and opened it, her eyes widening in horror as the small space within was revealed. 10 years, she asked weakly. Harry had of course mentioned the cupboard to her, but she had not expected this. Even a house elf was allowed better accommodations. Harry nodded. "When I wasn't cleaning, cooking, or being punished, I was locked in here," he answered distastefully. "We need to go before I burn it to the ground." Bellatrix nodded as Harry undid the silencing, and Muggle-repelling wards he had placed and took her hand, leaving Privet Drive behind, this time arriving in Bellatrix's bedroom. "What did you learn from that?" Harry asked as he took a seat on her bed. Bellatrix shook her head and snorted lightly. "That you had a very fucked-up life," she answered immediately. Harry chuckled darkly and smiled at her ignorance. True, he conceded, but that wasn't the point of that. Why did you show me then? Remember what you thought of when we were in Godric's Hollow, how you would expect a child of James and Lily to be. Bellatrix remained silent, as what she had imagined that very thing. It's not me, is it? Bellatrix swallowed deeply. No, she agreed sadly. It's not you, Harry. Harry sighed as he pulled her next to him and put a comforting arm around her shoulder. The truth is, Bella, I was broken even before I got the chance to be what I should have, and I only became more broken as the years went by. I endured life with my relatives, and then found out I was famous in the wizarding world where a maniacal Dark Lord was intent on destroying me completely. He took a deep breath before continuing. Every year at school, something happened to me and broke me further still. I lost friends at a whim, one being murdered in front of me when I was 14, and when I was 15, I watched my godfather fall victim to the same fate, all because he wanted to protect me. He took a minute to compose himself before cupping her cheek and looking intently into her eyes. I am sorry, Bella. He held up a hand to prevent any interruption. For not explaining what I was going to do and making you experience the same thing I had to. I loved the Sirius from my time, more than anyone else, and when he was gone, he took the last of my innocence and compassion with him, and I put you in the same position that I was back then by doing what I did. The girl frowned in confusion, but had no time to reply. I have a very jaded view on love, because I don't remember ever feeling it much before I came here. It was a foreign thing to me and still is in some ways. I love all of my friends here, James and Lily in a different way. But with you, it's even more different. How so? She whispered. Because I lost all of them before and I survived it. I wasn't happy, and I miss them terribly, but I survived and became a much stronger person for it. Not the person I ever wanted to be, though, he added under his breath. Bellatrix shot him a questioning look, causing him to sigh. I never aspired to be what I am, but I became what I did out of necessity. I can't watch another person I care for die because of me. I don't have it in me to survive that. I've been selfish, and I know that now. It's not my place to stop anyone from fighting if they choose to, and I've been keeping everyone out of it as much as I can for my own selfish reasons. I didn't think I would ever have to worry about someone being willing to fight, let alone die beside me for any of this, but I was wrong. More than ever, I have those kinds of people in my life. You do, Bellatrix agreed softly. And that is why I'm sorry, Harry sighed. Not for what I did, but because of why I did it. The girl took some time to absorb his words and offered him a gentle smile. I understand, and I forgive you, Harry, she spoke sincerely. He nodded gratefully. Why did you want to be with me? He questioned. Because I fell in love with you, Harry. Every last bit of you, she answered with certainty. Even though I'm broken. Bellatrix frowned as Harry stood and took a china vase from her bedside table. It had been a gift from her grandfather when he and her grandmother had visited the continent a few years prior, and something she was very fond of. Geminio. Harry mumbled, creating a perfect replica of the piece and placing the original back in its rightful place. He dropped the replica to the floor, leaving it in several pieces and causing Bellatrix to raise a questioning eyebrow. With a flick of his wand, the pieces melded back together, though it had several cracks where they had been joined. I don't get it, Bellatrix intoned. Harry nodded as he retrieved the vase from the ground and held it in front of him. This was exactly the same as yours before I dropped it, and even though I put it back together, it is still damaged, broken even, he pointed out as he gestured towards the visible cracks. It won't ever be the same as it was no matter what I do to it. Okay, Bellatrix replied uncertainly. She understood what he was saying, but she didn't quite understand his point. He sighed as he continued. This is me, he mumbled as he nodded towards the damaged ornament. Since I've been here, the cracks have been filled by all of the things that were taken away from me, but they are still there beneath it all and always will be. I was damaged by what happened to me as this vase was when I drop. Peed it, and even though it's all back together, the cracks are still there. Bellatrix nodded her understanding as she stood and pulled him into a tight embrace. "But I don't see the cracks, Harry. I love you, despite all of the things we both wish you didn't have to experience." Harry smiled as he pushed her away gently. "I don't see them either," he muttered. "I'm not very good at this kind of stuff, but I do know I love you more than I ever thought I could love anyone or anything. And even if you see yourself as broken, I don't. I still see that same girl I fell in love with, despite what you have been through." Bellatrix allowed an errant tear to slide free as she rested her head against his chest. It was moments like these, when he spoke from the heart, that made all of what she had endured worth it. "I'm not perfect, and I will never pretend to be. I am broken, perhaps we both are in some ways, but I would much rather we be broken together than face losing you. I can't do that again, Bella," he whispered. Bellatrix nodded. "But what happens when you go and face that monster again? And what happens when it's all over?" Harry sighed and swallowed deeply. "You will be right there with me, as I would insist if I was in your position. I can't promise that I won't do something reckless if it will save your life, but you deserve to have the chance that I never got. To be there for the people you care about when they need it most." "That's all I want," she murmured in reply. "Whatever comes, we face it together as we should." Although he did not like the idea, he nodded his agreement. If these people truly cared for him as he did them, then they had every right to choose if they fought or not. As much as he hated the reality, it was not his place to deny them that freedom. "How is your occlumency coming along?" he asked, wanting to speak of something else and not dwell on what was to come. "I can't face it at the moment," Bellatrix answered fearfully. "I'm scared of going back in there alone." "Then I'll go in with you. If we are going to be facing these things together, then you have to let me help you with this," he insisted with a smirk. She narrowed her eyes at him and swatted him across the shoulder playfully. "I walked right into that," she growled, causing the boy to chuckle. "Thank you, Harry. I really do appreciate it." "I know, and just so you know, I'm not here out of a sense of duty or because it's the right thing to do. I'm here because there isn't anywhere else I'd rather be. Just being with you makes everything that much better." "It's the same for me, and I'm still scared you won't come back one day." "Then it's up to me to prove you wrong," Harry stated simply as he placed a gentle kiss on her lips. The two were pulled from their intimate moment by a knock on the door. "Harry, Bellatrix, can you meet us in the dining room in 5 minutes?" the voice of Arcturus requested. "You can come in, grandfather," Bellatrix sighed. "No, thank you. I know what you kids are like these days, and I don't want to witness my granddaughter in such a precarious position," the old man deadpanned. "Grandfather," Bellatrix scolded at the implied scandal. The reply she received was a mischievous chuckle from the man as he made his way down the hall and towards the staircase. "I can't believe he would think such a thing," Bellatrix exclaimed embarrassedly. "I guess your sister and Ted have tainted his view of our generation," Harry answered dryly. Bellatrix huffed as she stood. "Let's go now. I don't want him to think for a second his suspicions are founded." "Let him think what he wants," Harry suggested, as he pulled the girl flush to him and kissed her again, causing her to squeal uncharacteristically. "Harry," she admonished him, but accepted the kiss nonetheless with a content smile. The couple extricated themselves from one another shortly after and made their way to the dining room as instructed for the impromptu meeting. "Ah, it's nice of you to finally join us," Arcturus greeted the pair with a smirk. Bellatrix did not dignify the man with a response as she took her seat and offered her mother a smile. "Your grandfather has some news," Drula informed the teens, she too clearly waiting for the patriarch of the family to explain his reason for visiting. "Andromeda and her fiancé will be getting married this Christmas Eve," Arcturus stated without preamble. "I know neither of you are happy with her choice, but she would like for you to be there," he added to the elder members of the family. Drula looked to her husband almost pleadingly as the man clenched his jaw tightly and shook his head. He caught sight of the look his wife was giving him and sighed defeatedly. "I'm not happy about it, but I can't deny you seeing our eldest getting married, and she will never forgive me if I miss it either," he finished bitterly. I'm not happy with her choice either, Pollux, Arcturus assured his son. But it is her choice, just as you chose to marry this wonderful lady here. Pollux shook his head and smiled despite himself as he took his wife's hand. We will be there, he relented. Arcturus gave his son a genuine smile and squeeze of the shoulder. You really are a better man than I give you credit for, my boy, he mumbled. Thank you, it means everything to that girl and your mother. Pollux nodded gratefully as his father fastened his cloak, ready to depart. You two will be there also, he asked the younger couple in the room. Of course, Harry responded. Good. Will you be available next week? Harry questioned the older man. I'm sure I can be, Arcturus replied with a scratch of his chin. I will be in touch. There will be a meeting I should come to, all of the other families also. Arcturus frowned, but nodded his understanding. I will notify them as soon as I get word from you. It will be at Hogwarts, and Dumbledore will be there, Harry explained further. The left eye of the older man twitched slightly at the mention of the headmaster, but he said nothing of the man and departed with a respectful nod towards the teen. If anyone else were to ask Father to join a meeting with Dumbledore, he would have cursed them rotten, Pollux mused aloud as Arcturus disappeared via the flue. You can come too if you like, Mr. Black, Harry offered. The man grimaced in response and shook his head in distaste. He's more like Arcturus than I thought, the younger man quipped, causing both females to laugh at the man's expense. What meeting are you having? Bellatrix asked, a hint of worry evident in her voice. It's strictly a political meeting, nothing to worry about, he promised. We are just going to discuss ways to deal with his followers legally. I want to be there, she insisted immediately. Of course, he allowed. But before then, we have time to work on your occlumency, he pointed out. Bellatrix sighed and nodded. No time like the present, I guess, she murmured, but brightened up considerably as Harry took her hand and led her from the room. He's a good boy, Drula stated warmly. He's not so bad, Pollux agreed as he put an arm around his wife. Maybe we should arrange a visit with Andromeda and actually meet the boy she is marrying, he suggested. Drula's eyes narrowed in suspicion, and Pollux shook his head slightly. Nothing nefarious, he promised, but seeing what has happened to those two has put a lot of things in perspective, he continued, pointing to the ceiling above them. I don't want any kind of loose ends if anything were to happen to any of us. Drula smiled warmly and kissed him on the cheek. That's the man I married, she whispered happily. Break. It was 4 days after his duel with the headmaster that Harry got word from the man himself that the meeting was scheduled for that very night, something Harry was relieved to learn. He had been working tirelessly with Bellatrix on her occlumency in the evenings, and it was clear that she needed a break from their efforts. Unsurprisingly, their first foray into her mind had been difficult for both of them and an exceedingly difficult challenge for the young woman. Harry, however, was very proud with how well she was handling this venture, particularly with how down the rabbit hole she had traveled. Her mindscape was nothing short of a chaotic mess, one that would take quite some time to organize and rebuild to its former state. The progress made was not meager. Although much of what Bellatrix had to come to terms with was nothing short of harrowing, she was managing remarkably well with the help of the young man and his guidance. There was, of course, still much to do, but the latter was confident they would succeed in the endeavor. Having learnt that the impending meeting had been confirmed, Harry had sent a patroness to Arcturus to inform the man, and one to the headmaster also to clarify that he would indeed be attending. There was much to discuss and to plan after all. He was grateful that his only class of the day was Defense Against the Dark Arts. It meant that he could focus much of his time pondering the upcoming meeting with a relatively clear mind, instead of being inundated with trivial thoughts regarding lessons that he would not be able to focus on. It also benefited him that Doria was teaching said class, much to the delight of himself and most of his peers. Her appointment had initially been met with some trepidation, but the woman was fair to all, even those heavily under suspicion of having certain views towards some of their fellow students. She had, from the very start, adopted a no-nonsense approach to her teaching, and it was clear she would tolerate no bigotry from either side, earning the respect of those that found themselves under her tutelage, and Harry readily admitted that she was a wealth of knowledge in the subject. Her knowledge on the dark arts surprised even him, and she was always insistent on demonstrating any curse that was being discussed. Harry heavily suspected she was attempting to ingrain within them all the consequences of using such magic lightly, though he doubted certain individuals would take the message to heart. However, none of this could detract from the fact that she was a fantastic professor for the subject, and from what Harry had seen, he pitied any that would provoke her ire. As the conclusion of the lesson drew ever nearer, the lady in question shot the young man a look, requesting that he remains behind when the class had been dismissed. He acknowledged this simply with nothing more than a slight nod and waited for the rest of the students to exit. Once the two were alone, Doria waved her wand and erected a powerful privacy ward and stood in front of the desk that Harry was occupying. "This meeting tonight, are you sure it is wise to involve Albus so much?" Harry shook his head slightly as he smiled. "Myself and Dumbledore don't exactly share ideals or see eye to eye on a lot of things, but I think it is necessary," he sighed. "We have the same end goal, and he does hold a lot of needed political influence." Doria nodded her understanding. "I agree with you, Harry," she stated warmly. "But please tread carefully, the man always has his own agenda." The teen snorted slightly. "I know that, but we need him politically at the moment. The minister will at least hear him out. If I were to attempt what I'm planning alone, I would more than likely end up thrown in Azkaban just to keep me quiet." "You know we wouldn't allow that." Harry smiled. "I know, but I want to ensure that nothing untoward can happen. The minister is keeping things quiet, and if it wasn't for Moody, then none of us would be the wiser. This needs to stop, and the minister needs to take action before it is too late. It's all well and good me taking him out, but it won't solve all of the problems." Doria pulled the boy into a hug as the weight of his task settled on her shoulders also. It was hard to at times that Harry was only 17, and he had taken it upon himself to put the world to rights. "As things are, we can only see how this meeting goes and what our next move will be. As much as I despise politics, we at the very least need to play by the rules to some degree." Doria nodded as she released him. "Are you going to be bringing Bellatrix?" "I am. She has insisted on it," he chuckled. "As a matter of fact, I'd better be going to get her." "Well, myself and Charles will be there with Arcturus, and I believe a few others. It will be interesting to see who Dumbledore asks to attend," she mused. "Moody will be there, but other than that, I have no idea. We will just have to wait and see." Harry gave the woman a gentle hug before leaving the Retrieve Bellatrix and returning back to the school, a place the girl had yet to visit since the night she had been taken home. "It feels strange being back here," she mumbled as they crossed the threshold of the grounds and made their way towards the castle. "Are you okay?" The girl gave the hand. She was holding a reassuring squeeze in response. "I never thought I would miss this place, but I do," she sighed. "I miss meeting up with you after classes are finished and spending time in our room. I just miss all of it." "You know, you can come back whenever you feel ready to," Harry pointed out. "I will soon," she replied with only a hint of trepidation. The look in her eyes was longing as the pair made their way through the corridors. Dinner was in full swing, so the halls themselves were quite empty. It was when they reached the second floor, not too far from the headmaster's office, that they came across James and Lily heading towards the Great Hall. There was only a moment of hesitation before Lily closed the gap between herself and the other girl and threw her arms around her, thanking her profusely in the process. The move caught Bellatrix by surprise, but she returned the hug tentatively, even if she was a little confused and overwhelmed by the gesture. "Thank you," Lily whispered, "for helping us." Bellatrix chose not to reply. She didn't do what she did for recognition or reward. She simply did what Harry would have done and what she knew was right. James and Harry shared a knowing look. The relationship between the two had always been somewhat stiff, awkward even at times. Both were now hopeful that any kind of animosity between the two had ended, even though both were equally stubborn in their own ways. "Are you off to see Dumbledore?" James questioned after looking around to check they were not being eavesdropped. Harry nodded. "Come to the common room when you are done. Peter has come up with a plan for number 9, James whispered conspiratorially. Harry shook his head and smirked. "What are you two whispering about?" Lily interjected, her tone laced with suspicion. "Nothing," James denied immediately, arousing the girl's suspicion further. Lily simply shook her head and sighed. "Will you come and see Marlene and Alice when you are done?" she asked the other girl. "They will want to say thank you too." Bellatrix grimaced slightly, but nodded nonetheless. Both girls were from pureblood families like herself and would want to express their gratitude in a more formal and expected manner. Lily smiled as she led James away, but not before shooting another suspicious glare between the two boys. "A prank?" Bellatrix asked with a raised eyebrow. Harry shrugged, but the mischievous glint in his eye did not go unnoticed. "I think your father is a bad influence on you," she sighed amusedly. The rest of the way to Dumbledore's office was unimpeded, and the gargoyles sprang aside upon their approach. Bellatrix took his hand nervously as they ascended and entered the office amidst several ongoing conversations, not all of them of an amicable nature. Charles and Arcturus were having a heated debate with Benji Fenwick and the Longbottom Patriarch, all 4 men quite irritated. Doria was sat in the corner with Alastor Moody of all people, the two seemingly having a more pleasant exchange. The headmaster himself was talking to a red-headed man who had his back to the teens, whilst also attempting to listen to another woman who was talking at him. As he noted the arrival of the 2 teens, he smiled warmly at the young woman and flinched slightly as the lady talking at him raised her voice to garner his attention. Harry simply shook his head and drew his wand, causing Bellatrix to cover her ears in preparation. With a flick of it, a resounding cannon blast was emitted, silencing those in the throes of their respective talks. "If this is how our government officials act when together, then no wonder the country has gone to shit," he huffed, annoyed by what he had witnessed. "How the bloody hell do you achieve anything in those Wisengamot meetings?" Most of those in attendance had the decency to look abashed, whilst others shot a scathing glare towards the boy, Arcturus and Benji Fenwick primarily. "Ah, thank you for joining us, Harry, and Miss Black, of course," Dumbledore greeted them, the relief he was feeling evident in his tone. "Perhaps now we can get this meeting underway." When no one spoke to object, the headmaster continued. "We are of course meeting here to discuss what steps would be most prudent to take in regard to our resident Dark Lord. The floor is open to any that has suggestions." "Why not let the young Potter have it him? He almost got the bastard last time," Fenwick broke in. "That is an unavoidable eventuality," Harry responded. "However, as things are, he won't face me until he is certain he can win. In the meantime, we can't just sit on our collective arses and wait for him whilst his followers are out there doing Merlin knows what." "I agree," the red-headed man answered. Harry nodded his appreciation and almost balked as he recognized said man as none other than Arthur Weasley. He managed to hide his shock quickly before addressing the much younger-looking man. "Thank you, Mr. Weasley." "You know who I am?" he questioned confusedly. "Your son, Bill, looks just like you," Harry replied quickly. The man could only smile at the mention of his eldest child. "And I suppose that you have an idea what we should do," Fenwick interjected. "As a matter of fact, I do. But we need evidence and some leverage to use with the minister," he added with a frown. "You want to blackmail the minister?" Doria questioned with raised eyebrows. Harry shook his head and laughed. "More along the lines of forcing her to act by presenting some undeniable evidence," Harry returned. "Moody, is there anything you have that might help?" The grizzled Orr scrutinized the boy before nodding slowly. "Aye, lad," he growled, "but not anything you could use without dropping me in it." "What is it?" Harry prompted. Moody shrugged. "The usual, really. Everything is quiet with us, but the Muggles are still being attacked. Seems more like training exercises, though. In and out before we can respond, a lot of damage and a few corpses. It won't be enough to get her to act, Dumbledore surmised aloud. There are a couple of other things, Moody continued. 2 Aurors were killed on duty 3 nights ago. How has that not been made public? Arcturus questioned with a scowl. Both single men, no families and no one to miss them, Moody ground out. They came across an attack on their patrol and were outnumbered. The minister herself ordered it to be hushed, no talking to the press. He finished angrily. Harry dragged a hand through his hair in thought, as he pondered a way in which this could be used. The 2 Aurors, do you have access to what cases they were working on? He asked. Moody confirmed with a suspicious frown. Then, hypothetically, of course, it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for someone involved in one of these cases to request a meeting with them somewhere public, say the ministry. After a moment, Moody's heavily scarred mouth twisted into a semblance of what could be considered a grin. It does happen, he confirmed. And maybe this person isn't keen on being in the DMLE, but would be happy to discuss things in a public setting, maybe a canteen where a conversation could be overheard by prying ears. Moody guffawed and clapped the teen smartly on the shoulder. I'm sure that can be arranged, he conceded gleefully. Arcturus, would it be too much effort to arrange a meeting with a journalist or 2 at the same time and place, to discuss how the werewolf trial is proceeding? The Black Patriarch nodded his consent. Consider it done, so long as Moody can give me a time and place. Moody nodded his agreement and rubbed his gnarled hands together in anticipation. How did you not end up in Slytherin? Doria asked, surprised by the cunning Harry was exhibiting. In any normal circumstances he would have been, the Sorting Hat shouted from the uppermost bookshelf behind Dumbledore's desk. But for now, he is needed in Gryffindor. Harry simply shrugged in reply, whilst Arcturus, Bellatrix and Doria smirked knowingly. I probably would have murdered half of them my first night, the boy muttered. Moving on, Dumbledore called loudly to put an end to that particular discussion. Is there anything else you have, Alastair? Or anyone else for that matter? Maybe one other thing, but I'm not certain of all the details yet. Dumbledore gave the man a nod, and the Auror sighed before continuing. Yesterday morning, we received a report of 7 murders, all young women, all killed in the same way at exactly the same time. I suspect the Dark Lord himself was involved, but we haven't been able to substantiate it yet, he explained with a shake of his head. That can't be a coincidence, Arthur Weasley broke in. How were they killed? A look of disgust came over Moody as he grimaced in distaste. All showed signs of sexual assault and had their hearts cut out with an enchanted blade of some sort, whilst they were alive. That's not simple murder, Arcturus whispered darkly. That's ritualistic killing. Nothing good can come from a ritual of that nature, Dumbledore muttered sadly. Is any of this in the Muggle news? Harry asked, feeling slightly sick from what he had heard. Moody shrugged. They were found by the Muggle police, so I expect so. Harry nodded. Mr. Weasley, Bill mentioned that you work in the Muggle department at the Ministry. Could you possibly look into this? The man nodded, his complexion quite green. Thank you. I think that will be enough to begin with, and I can always put the shits up her with a few memories, he concluded thoughtfully. And who will be going to this meeting with the minister? Fenwick questioned. Harry took a moment to consider his options before replying. I think myself, Dumbledore, and Arcturus would work. Both have a lot of political clout, and seeing them work together will also show her how serious this is. Charles chuckled. She won't believe those 2 can cooperate. It's a good idea, the headmaster mused, though he did not look particularly happy about his alliance with the darker man. I'm not keen on it either, Dumbledore, Arcturus grumbled. But the idea has merit, he conceded grudgingly. Then we just need to make sure we have everything we need. Everyone forward everything you can to Dumbledore as soon as you can, and then we can get this done, Harry instructed. The meeting broke up quickly, after that leaving Harry and Bellatrix alone with the professor. Masterfully handled, Harry, the old man praised. Are you certain you have no political aspirations? Harry shook his head in disgust. Absolutely not, he denied immediately. Dumbledore chuckled good-naturedly. Miss Black, it was a pleasure to see you looking so well, and I look forward to your return when you are ready, he offered sincerely. The girls smiled weakly, and the teens took that as their dismissal. As promised, once they had left the office, they headed towards Gryffindor Tower, the halls unsurprisingly empty at now late hour. After giving the fat lady the password, they entered to find the Marauders in their usual seats with Marlene, Alice, and Lily sat with them. This room is very gaudy, Bellatrix commented. We can't all live in stone dungeons, with green and silver furniture and snake motifs, Harry quipped. Bellatrix narrowed her eyes at him. You seem awfully familiar with the Slytherin common room, Mr. Potter. I may have been in there once before, he replied with a grin. The presence of the duo was noted, and they were approached by the 3 Gryffindor females. Harry quickly greeted them before heading towards the Marauders, not particularly keen on being caught up in the girls' talk, the ladies themselves equally insistent on him leaving also. How is she doing? Sirius questioned as Harry took a seat amongst them. She's getting there, he replied positively. What have you come up with, Wormy? The boys spent the next hour discussing the prank and how they would go about implementing it. For that time, each forgot about the war outside the castle walls, a much-needed respite for all of them. Their conversation was still in full swing when the girls returned, all of them oblivious to their presence. Why does the 4 of them sat like that give me a bad feeling? Marlene sighed dramatically. Because it's bad news, Alice chuckled. I'm just glad Frank never involved himself with those idiots. Well, him turning a blind eye to their shenanigans is involvement enough from a prefect and head boy, Lily interjected. True, Alice conceded. You have to admit they do look cute in their little gatherings, she giggled. And that's the problem. That little innocent look they all have is a mockery to purity, Lily huffed lightly. Should we break up this illicit meeting before they get an idea that we'll leave the school as ashes? Let the children have their fun, Evans, Bellatrix suggested. Merlin knows they need it. I think we should at least check what it is they are working on, just to make sure. I swear, Sirius was mumbling something about Dumbledore's beard, some doxies and itching powder yesterday, Marlene advised. The girls made their way over, startling the Marauders as they became aware of them. Peter, not so subtly, attempted to remove one of the notebooks off the table without being noticed. His attempt was not a success, and before he could protest, Lily had swiped it from his grasp, leaving the boys cringing. Peter, she exclaimed as she flushed bright red. I expect this kind of filth from those 2, she continued, pointing to James and Sirius, but I thought you were better than this. The boys sputtered incoherently as Bellatrix took the offending book and raised a well-manicured eyebrow at the contents, her stare switching to Harry, who held up his hands innocently. But it's not mine, Peter managed to protest. The oldest excuse in the book, Alice returned with a smirk as she looked over Bellatrix's shoulder at what had caused such a stir. But it really isn't, Peter proclaimed weakly. Then which of these disgusting boys does it belong to, Peter? Marlene questioned sweetly. A stare that promised pain from James, Harry, and Sirius was enough to make up his mind. He pointed a shaky digit at the remaining Marauder. It's Remus's, he exclaimed, causing the other 3 boys to break down in laughter. You lying bastard! Remus roared furiously as the smaller of the 2 bolted from the room, the werewolf in hot pursuit. Well, since none of you will own up, you won't mind if I burn it, Marlene threatened with a glare as she drew her wand. None of the remaining boys batted an eyelid as the book was ceremoniously torched in front of them, the lewd images within being lost permanently. I never knew Collings was so flexible, Alice mused as the flames died down. Not anymore she isn't, Marlene muttered as she vanished the ashes that remained. And on that note, I think it's time to get you home, Harry spoke up, hopping to put an end to the embarrassing episode by addressing his seemingly amused girlfriend. "When are you going to come back?" Lily questioned the Slytherin girl. Bellatrix sighed. "I'm hopping to after Christmas," she decided. "We can get the wedding out the way first." "You two are getting married," Sirius yelped. "Not us, you idiot," Bellatrix huffed. "Andy and Ted." Sirius mumbled under his breath in response, as he shook his head at his own presumptive blunder. "We will see you after Christmas then," Marlene said with a smile. Bellatrix nodded and returned the sentiment before allowing Harry to lead her from the common room. "How was it?" he asked. "Just typical pureblood apologies," she shrugged. "They're not so bad for Gryffindors," she added with a slight smirk. The late hour ensured that they could leave the castle and grounds without interruption, and Bellatrix sighed in relief as they apparated into her room. "That's the longest I've been away from here in weeks," she pointed out happily. "I'm proud of you," Harry praised with a smile. He knew it was a big step for her, and an even bigger one to go back to Hogwarts, even if it was only for a few hours. "Just so you know, those pictures had nothing to do with me," he assured her seriously. "I know," Bellatrix replied amusedly. "But just so you know, I am much more flexible than that," she whispered before placing a searing kiss on his lips. "I think I should probably go," Harry choked as he blushed uncontrollably. The two had and were becoming more intimate, but it still caught him off guard when she spoke to him in such a way. Not that he didn't enjoy it, of course. The final sound he heard as he disapparated was the victorious laughter of the girl, causing him to shake his head as he arrived outside the castle grounds once more, determined to have a very cold shower. "Break." Tom Marvolo Riddle looked upon his reflection, his hands reaching up to touch his now hairless head. The ritual he had completed had left him exhausted, forcing him into a sleep that had lasted more than 24 hours. He noticed immediately that something had changed, and looking in the mirror, that change could not be more obvious. He still maintained his natural good looks. They were now, however, hairless, a change he was not happy with. It had better be worth it, he growled angrily. He had tried everything to remedy the issue. The hair growth potion had done nothing to alleviate his condition, and glamours just would not form. Along with the negatives, he could also already feel the positives and was certain it was a step in the right direction to becoming as powerful as he possibly could be. It had been his stamina that had let him down before, but that was no longer an issue. This ritual had seen to that. His energy levels had never felt so high. He felt as though he could duel forever and not even become short of breath. He almost felt ready. Almost, but not quite. There were still other things that he needed to do before he would face his newly discovered nemesis for the second and last time. Break. The first indication that his plan was coming to fruition appeared a few days after the meeting in the form of an article in the Daily Prophet, confirming the deaths of the two Aurors whilst on patrol. The article itself was scathing towards the minister and her administration, and the woman did not help herself by refusing an interview with the reporting journalist, leading to the speculative piece that followed. According to said journalist, they had overheard a conversation between a senior member of the DMLE and a witness they were currently working with. The witness had come to the ministry to discuss the case, only to be informed that the Aurors assigned to it were not available, but another member of staff would be along shortly to assist them. The witness had insisted on only speaking to those that were dealing directly with them, leading to the revelation about their fate. The journalist had followed up with the witness, who wished to remain anonymous, and confirmed their words. From there, they had attempted to discuss the matter further with the DMLE and the minister, but was blocked at every turn. Not only had the journalist brought this to the public attention, it appeared that they had also taken the rejection personally, as they had openly questioned what else the minister could be hiding. Harry smirked inwardly as he read the paper that morning, and offered silent praise to both Moody and Arcturus, who had orchestrated the plan perfectly. The headmaster acknowledged the success with a respectful nod towards the teen as he himself perused the morning paper, his eyes twinkling in their usual way. It was that very evening, whilst Harry was with Bellatrix, that Fawkes appeared in the room and delivered the anticipated note from the man confirming that the meeting with the minister would take place in 2 days' time, giving Harry enough notice to inform Arcturus and plan what needed to be discussed accordingly. He knew he had to tread carefully with the woman, but he equally needed a show of strength. It would not do for her to feel that himself, Dumbledore, and Arcturus were attempting a coup when all they needed was her to do her job. Although Harry didn't believe she was as incompetent as Fudge, she certainly was not being as proactive as she could be, not publicly at least, and that was truly what mattered as things were progressing. "It's in 2 days," Harry confirmed to Bellatrix, who had been waiting for him to speak since the arrival of the Phoenix. The girl simply nodded and gave him a tight hug. She knew how important this meeting was to all involved and would dictate how Harry would act next. She was well aware of the fact that, regardless of the outcome, Harry would do all he could to end the monster. It would just be made that much easier if the minister cooperated and even offered assistance. Break. Andromeda Black had been fretting all day about the upcoming dinner with her parents, to the point that she wanted to call the whole thing off to put an end to her stress. Ted, the ever-loving, jovial boy that he was, had managed to convince her that it would be a good idea to at least try to build bridges with them. Andromeda did not agree. She did not see how her parents, both openly against Muggle-borns, could ever accept her decision to be with the father of her unborn child. And that was the only choice they had if they wished to be a part of her and their granddaughter's life. There would be no compromise. She had made all of the preparations the night before so that she wouldn't be run ragged for this evening and could be on full alert. She certainly wouldn't put it past her father to attempt to curse Ted the first opportunity that arose. She sighed as she sat at the kitchen table, nursing a cup of tea in one hand whilst the other absent-mindedly stroked her swollen belly. Ted was currently at work, and she had nothing left to do until it was time to get ready for her parents' arrival. The house had already been cleaned from top to bottom, the food was cooking, and this left the woman at a loose end. She quickly decided that instead of sitting and worrying, that she would have a long soak in the bath in the hope that it would alleviate some of the tension that was plaguing her. Unexpectedly, Ted arrived home much earlier than usual, and that was where he found her, in the bath, up to her neck in bubbles with relaxing music playing on the radio. "How are my 2 girls doing?" he asked warmly as he placed a kiss on her cheek. Andromeda rolled her eyes, but couldn't stop the smile forming that came when she saw the man. "We don't even know if the baby will be a girl yet, Ted," she chided. "She's definitely a girl," the man declared confidently, "and she will be just as beautiful as her mother." Andromeda snorted as she shook her head. "I'm a fat, swollen, and gassy mess. My ankles are swollen and I look like a Grafforn," she huffed irritably. Ted smirked and placed another kiss on her cheek. "Then you are the most radiant Grafforn in the land," he declared cheekily. Andromeda mumbled under her breath incoherently. She had become more insecure in herself the further her pregnancy had progressed, though Ted insisted that it didn't change anything about his feelings towards her except the fact that he loved her more for it. She smiled at that thought and pulled the boy in for a gentle kiss. "You're lucky I love you, Tonks," she growled playfully. "Nobody else would get away with calling me a Grafforn." "Believe me, Miss Black, I know how lucky I am," he replied seriously. "What are you doing home so early anyway?" the woman questioned. "Well, I told old Ogden about out-dinner guests tonight, and he gave me the afternoon off," he explained whilst rubbing the back of his neck. "He said that he's experienced the Blacks and said I would need to be on top form." Andromeda laughed heartily. "We're not all that bad, Theodore," she cooed. "No," he agreed. "I did explain that I live with one, so I was quite accustomed to the devilry," he quipped before making a hasty retreat. Andromeda growled irritably. "You'll pay for that one, Ted," she called after him. "I know," she heard him reply, and she narrowed her eyes at the amused lilt in his voice. With her peace disturbed by her soon-to-be husband, the thought of remaining in the bath no longer appealed to the woman. With a little effort, she managed to heave herself out of it, cursing under her breath at the newfound difficulty of such a common action. "I can't wait until you come out of there," she mumbled as she stroked her belly once more. The baby gave a slight jump, startling the woman and causing her to chuckle. "I bet you'll be as mischievous as your father," she sighed happily as she wrapped a towel around herself and entered the bedroom to find Ted pondering his outfit for the evening. "I heard you muttering about me in there," he informed her, his eyes not leaving to two shirts he was seemingly deciding between. "You're not already trying to alienate my daughter against me, are you?" he asked lightly. Andromeda raised an eyebrow at the man and kissed him on the cheek. "I like the blue one," she declared as she relieved him of one of the shirts and placed it back in the wardrobe. "And I would never do such a thing," she added innocently. Ted mock sighed and suddenly pulled her to him, eliciting a squeal from the woman. "I'm going to be in a house with two females, blacks at that," he grumbled humoredly, "but I wouldn't have it any other way." Andromeda smiled and shook her head. "What makes you so sure it's a girl?" "I just know," Ted shrugged. "And besides, if she is like me, that's not such a bad thing, is it?" Andromeda shook her head and smiled brightly. "You are the most wonderful man I know, Theodore, and if our child is anything like you, then I would be ecstatic," she answered sincerely. "Well, she definitely won't look like me," he chuckled. "How do you know that?" Andromeda returned with a frown. "She will look like you. All of the blacks look similar no matter who the parents are. Take you, for example, you take after your grandmother more than your own mother. Those black genes are powerful," he finished with a barking laugh. "Genes?" Andromeda questioned, clearly lost. "It's a muggle thing," Ted chuckled in reply. "We should get dressed, though. They will be here soon." Andromeda nodded and bit her lip nervously. "Hey," Ted comforted. "The worst-case scenario is that we are back where we are now when the night ends. No matter what happens, nothing has to change if you don't want it to." Andromeda nodded and smiled gratefully. That was one of the things she loved about the man. He could always tell how she was feeling and always knew what to say or do to make her feel better. Their last moments of peaceful bliss came to an end much quicker than the woman was ready for, and they found themselves awaiting the arrival of her parents in the kitchen. After ensuring that the food was being cooked and that any and all refreshments were ready for the umpteenth time, the doorbell finally rang, signaling the arrival of their guests. "Remember, worst thing is that everything stays the same," Ted reminded her gently before placing a kiss on her cheek. Andromeda opened the front door and, as expected, was met by the sight of her parents, both dressed for the occasion, her father his usual composed self, and her mother smiling nervously. "Mother, father," she greeted them stiffly. "Andromeda," Pollux replied similarly, with a follow-up nod. "Hello, Andy," Drula said warmly, her eyes watery. "We brought you this," she added, offering her daughter a bottle of red wine. "Thank you," she responded, still on guard. "Please, come in. Dinner will be ready soon," she explained as she stepped to the side and allowed the pair into her home. "I must say, this is a very nice house you have here, isn't it, Pollux?" Drula prompted her husband by nudging him with her elbow. "It is," he agreed genuinely. He had expected his daughter to be shacked up in a muggle hovel with her intended. This, however, was a pleasant surprise to the man. "Theodore must work hard to keep a roof like this over your heads," Drula mused aloud. She too was surprised by the quality of the house and the location. It was situated in a quiet village just a short way from East Midlands. The neighborhood was undoubtedly a mix of wizards and muggles, but it was difficult for the woman to find anything to be critical of other than this. The house itself was not large by any means, and it gave off a welcoming, homely feel. The furnishings were of a high standard, and it was tastefully decorated in neutral tones and colors. The floor was solid oak, and the furniture itself was similar. The house was a gift from grandfather, but yes, Ted works very hard for what we have, and everything you see here is his work, she added proudly. "Well, it looks fantastic," Drula offered as she removed her jacket. Andromeda took the garment and hung it on the coat rack by the front door before leading her parents into the kitchen where Ted was waiting. The young man stood, his demeanor polite but wary. "Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Black," he greeted with a smile. "Mr. Tonks," Drula acknowledged formally, her features shifting as though an unpleasant smell had filled her nostrils. "Tonks," Pollux followed, his face devoid of any emotion. "Could I get either of you something to drink?" Ted questioned when it appeared that Andromeda was going to scold her parents for their attitude towards him. "A gilly waiter would be acceptable," Pollux confirmed. Drula simply nodded her agreement. Once the refreshments had been provided and Andromeda had retrieved the food, the foursome sat at the table and began eating, a very tense and awkward silence permeating throughout the room. After several minutes of this, Drula coughed slightly before addressing the younger man. "I hear that you are training to be a solicitor, Mr. Tonks," she stated, a hint of interest. Ted nodded and took a sip of his orange juice. "I am," he confirmed. "Mr. Ogden has been very good to me." "Donovan Ogden," Pollux interjected, unable to keep the surprise out of his voice. "The very same," Ted answered. The older man nodded appreciatively. "You must have impressed him considerably for him to take you on as an apprentice," he mused thoughtfully. Andromeda frowned deeply, not happy with what her father seemed to be insinuating. "Because he is a Muggle-born?" she questioned sharply, not allowing her father to reply before continuing. "Ted graduated Hogwarts with 7 outstanding NEWTs and can speak 3 additional languages. Ogden is lucky to have him," she finished primly. Pollux shook his head. "I was not referring to the fact that the boy is a Muggle-born, but now that you have, yes, it is surprising. The Ogdens are a very old, pureblood family who would only accept the best. If anything, it makes his achievement stand out further. I don't believe there has ever been a time where Donovan Ogden did not take on a pureblood," he returned defensively. Andromeda gritted her teeth at the near slip, and Ted discreetly took his hand in hers under the table. He did not expect any praise or even respect from the Blacks. This, he knew, would be the closest he would ever come to a direct compliment. "Well, either way, it seems that you have a promising career, Mr. Tonks," Drula broke in diplomatically. Once again, the room became silent whilst each consumed their meal. Pollux appeared to be in thought whilst Drula shot the occasional, almost long look towards her daughter that did not go unnoticed, the younger of the men. "How is the pregnancy going?" she asked nervously, not wanting to provoke a fiery retort from her riled daughter. The girl's eyes narrowed. "Apart from the fact it takes me 10 minutes to get out of bed, my back and ankles are constantly sore, and I have to go to the toilet about 50 times a day. It's marvelous," she bit back sarcastically. Drula snorted slightly. "I remember those days," she said fondly. "You were by far the most difficult pregnancy." "Me?" Andromeda asked disbelievingly. "I thought Sissy would have been worse." Drula shook her head and chuckled. "Oh no," she denied. "I would have been better off moving into the bathroom for the duration for the amount of time I spent in there throwing up and using the toilet with you." Both Ted and Pollux grimaced at the nature of the conversation, and the elder decided it was not one he wanted to be a part of. "Mr. Tonks, why don't you show me around whilst these two discuss the finer and more gruesome points of childbearing?" Ted nodded enthusiastically. He would sooner spend time with the man alone than be present for the conversation that was sure to come. Andromeda shot him a worried look, and he gave her a reassuring smile before leading his future father-in-law out of the kitchen. "Nothing good will come from listening to that talk," Pollux grumbled. "I've lived through it 3 times now, and it never gets any easier." Ted shook his head in amusement. He had been going to parenting classes with Andromeda in the evenings twice a week, and had a fairly good idea on what to expect. "I'm sure it was all worth it. You did end up with 3 excellent daughters," he offered sincerely. "I did, but I had very little to do with that. You can thank my wife for how they turned out. She raised them, taught them, and have been there for all 3. I took a backseat with the parenting thing," he explained with a shake of his head. Be that as it may, there is a lot of you in Andromeda, Ted countered. She is very headstrong, very proud, and more than anything, her family means everything to her. Pollux frowned at the boy before replying. I don't think I will ever be fond of you, Mr. Tonks, even though it is no fault of your own. I was raised to believe myself better than your kind, and I firmly stand by that. However, that woman down there means everything to me and my daughters also. For the sake of them, I am willing to be civil. Ted nodded thoughtfully. That is all that I ask. Andromeda misses you all. It doesn't matter to me if you like me or not. I don't expect there will ever be any fondness between us. Our views differ far too much. But we are going to be married, and we do have a child on the way, and I know that Andromeda is terrified. No matter what I do, I am not her mother, and I can't fill that void. I am willing to be civil for her, he finished genuinely. Pollux nodded gratefully as Ted gestured to him to ascend the stairs first. You have earned my respect for that, Mr. Tonks, he conceded. Many your age would not be handling this as well as you, and may would have fled had they found themselves in your position. Ted chuckled. I have to hold it together for Andy. I'm scared about it all, but I owe it to her to be strong. I love her more than I could ever show her. Most people were even terrified to talk to her because of your family reputation, and when we were paired together by Mortlake, I wasn't much better, he explained, amused by his own preemptive impression of the girl. She proved me wrong, and I fell for her, he shrugged. He opened the far door along the landing and waved his wand, creating a gentle light within before allowing the older man to enter first. Pollux entered to find himself in a child's nursery complete, with all of the needed items to bring a baby into the world. I will be changing the color scheme when the baby arrives, Ted explained. Pollux nodded approvingly. I am pleased to see that you are taking this very seriously, Mr. Tonks. I do, however, have a couple of concerns, he continued with a deep frown. What concerns? Ted asked confusedly. Firstly, I don't feel any wards here. Surely you have something in place to protect your family. Ted nodded and waved his wand once more, and Pollux shuddered slightly as the powerful magic washed over him. Harry came when we first moved in and taught me how to cast and control them, he explained. Pollux only gave a grunt of approval. And the wedding, how are you paying for it? Ted rubbed the back of his neck nervously. We decided that we would keep it simple, he explained. With the baby on the way, we want to ensure we have everything needed. Pollux nodded his understanding. That just won't do, he muttered. Drula won't be happy with that, and I will not have the Black name tarnished further with people thinking that we are cheap. Despite everything else, the family name has to be upheld, he declared sternly. He removed a slip of parchment and a regal quill from his robes. He scratched away for a moment before waving his wand over it before handing it to the boy. Ted's eyebrows rose comically as he read the missive. That is a lot of money, Mr. Black. I can't take it. You can, and you will, Pollux insisted firmly. My wife will have my hide if I allow Andromeda anything but the best. Ted accepted the parchment with a grateful nod. Think of it as our contribution, Pollux shrugged. Now, perhaps we should consider joining them once more. I just hope the conversation has moved on to a much more palatable subject. The two left the nursery with Ted sighing within. Pollux reminded him very much of the Lord Black in many ways, and he could not help but feel the same way he did as he conversed with the other man in his home. He wouldn't change anything he had for the world, but he could not deny that the Blacks were a very intimidating bunch. They entered the kitchen, eliciting a relieved smile from the younger of the women, the elder still in full swing of discussing her experiences with her children. Bella was a lazy baby, in and out of the womb, she laughed. For the first 7 months, all she did was eat and sleep. She still needs her sleep now, Andromeda replied. She's a monster if you wake her up. Drula laughed again. I feel sorry for Harry, she muttered. He has no idea what he's getting himself into there. Andromeda giggled at the unknowing boy's misfortune. You're not exactly a delight some mornings, Ted interrupted. They all get it from their father, Drula chimed in. It must be a black trait. Andromeda shot Ted a glare and folded her arms, not at all amused by his input. I think you will find, Theodore, that being pregnant will leave most people out of sorts, she ground out. Ted held up his hands placatingly. Of course, he agreed diplomatically. Andromeda narrowed her eyes at him, and the man smiled innocently in response. I think that it is time for us to be off, Pollux announced as he checked his watch. Drusilla could not hide her disappointment as another longing look towards her daughter formed. I'm sure Andromeda will appreciate some help with her wedding planning, the older man stated nonchalantly. There isn't much time until the big day after all. The wedding is arranged already, Andromeda replied. The plans have changed, Pollux replied dismissively. I will leave it up to Theodore to explain that. Ted could only shrug apologetically towards his soon-to-be wife. And I don't believe Andromeda will be averse to you stopping in from time to time. I'm sure she would be grateful for any help with baby-related things, the older man added. Drusilla looked to her daughter hopefully, and she positively beamed when she received an agreeable smile. The two men said nothing more to each other, but exchanged a respectful nod. Neither expected much, if anything, to ever develop between them. What they had both made clear, however, was that each cared for the women in their lives, and they would both exercise civility for the sake of them, and this had given both females a chance to reconnect and have the mother-daughter bond they both deserved. It was by no means perfect for either man, but they had each found one common thing in which they could respect the other for. Break. For Harry, the impending meeting with the minister was crucial and would determine his next course of action in dealing with Tom Marvolo Riddle. He was aware that the approach he had opted for with the minister was not ideal and underhanded even, but he felt he no longer had any choice in the matter. The woman seemed to have adopted the same approach Fudge had and was seemingly burying her head in the sand when it came to the Dark Lord, and to Harry, that was unacceptable. Something had to be done, and the ministry needed to be the ones to start taking a more active role. He had no doubt that killing Tom would solve much of the issue, but, and as much as he despised it, there were certain legalese that needed to be adhered to in order for him to emerge from this victorious, and without the fear of judicial reprisals, and Millicent Bagnold was his best hope in achieving this. He had spent the morning going over what it was he would say to the woman and what other options he had to ensure she would have to take action. He was attempting to remain positive and anticipated a beneficial and mutual relationship with her, but was prepared to force her hand if necessary. He disliked politics and politicians, mostly due to his experiences of bureaucratic corruption, but he could no longer avoid the necessary evil and realized some time ago that it would likely be a detrimental factor in ending the Dark Lord. When he had first arrived, he had been under the false impression that his task would be simple and killing Tom was all it would take. In reality, his task had become much more. Upon his arrival, it mattered not whether or not he survived the task he had been given, but things had changed. Friendships had developed. He now had the family he had always desired, and there was Bellatrix also, whom he now held above all of those things. He wasn't ready for any of it to end, yet his task still remained, and he could not allow any other to complete it on his behalf. It had to be him, be it by the grace of fate or his own morality. It just had to be, and if he had to make a deal with Devil himself, he would do just that to ensure he could walk away once it was all over. Close to the appointed time, he left the castle and apparated to the main entrance to the Ministry of Magic, where he would meet Arcturus and Dumbledore in the atrium. The latter was already waiting for him, and the former joined before any significant greeting could take place between the two. Silently, they made their way towards the golden-gated elevators, the odd trio of people garnering more than a little attention. Whispered conversations ensued, but were summarily ignored by them. They were not here to be attentive to idle chat nor speculation. Their appointment was with the minister herself, and nothing short of Voldemort himself waltzing into the building would sway their path or focus. "We are here to see the minister," Arcturus declared without preamble when they arrived outside her office. "The minister is very busy. You will have to make an appointment." a horribly familiar voice to Harry simpered, the woman not even showing the courtesy of looking up from her work. "I think you will find dolors. We do in fact have an appointment," Dumbledore stated. The sound of the headmaster's voice was enough for the piggish woman's eyes to snap up and widen upon seeing who she was being addressed by. Her chubby face flushed red, and her temple began pulsating before she took a visible breath and composed herself. "Of course, Chief Warlock," she complied sweetly as she left to announce their arrival. "Fucking hag," Harry spat. "You are familiar with MS Umbridge?" Dumbledore questioned. "You could say that," Harry grumbled. "She had me writing lines with a blood quill and used the Cruciatus curse on me." Dumbledore shook his head sadly. "She was never a very promising individual," he sighed. Harry shrugged. "I got her back," he chuckled darkly. "Last thing I heard of her, she was in St. Mungo's for mental trauma." Arcturus chortled happily, and Dumbledore again shook his head. "The minister will see you now, gentlemen," Umbridge called. The trio entered the office, and Harry sneered at the woman as they passed, his eyes trying to convey the loathing he held for her. The moment she met his, she looked away as a shiver ran down her spine. "I think I will take an early lunch," she mumbled as she left the vicinity, walking considerably quicker than she usually would. "Break. What can I do for you today?" Bagnold questioned once the door had been closed and the three men had taken a seat opposite her. All three could not help how tired the woman appeared to be. The bags under her eyes were heavy, and she seemed to have aged 10 years since the last time Harry had seen her. Her hair, though styled, seemed lank and lifeless, and she had clearly lost quite a lot of weight. "Madam Minister, we wanted to discuss certain things with you pertaining to the Dark Lord," Dumbledore began, his gaze steadily taking in the woman's appearance and demeanor. Bagnold sighed in response as she removed her glasses and rubbed her face tiredly. "I thought you might," she huffed. "And what is it you would like to discuss?" "Firstly, what the hell is being done about him and his sycophants?" Arcturus interjected irritably. The minister narrowed her eyes at the man before considering her answer. "Well, Lord Black, what would you have me do?" she returned angrily. Arcturus shook his head and gestured to Dumbledore to hand something over. "Something about this for a start," he fired back as he slammed a collection of Muggle newspapers on her desk, each one depicting the crimes of Voldemort and his followers committed in their world. The minister took a deep breath as her nostrils flared in fury. "Let me remind you all of something first of all," she growled. "I am the Minister of Magic. My job comes with no political allies nor faction. I am very aware of what is happening out there, and I am doing all I can with the resources I have available to put an end to this mess." "No offense, Minister, but it doesn't look like you're doing much, if anything," Harry responded. The woman's glare turned to him, and she shook her head. "Put yourself in my position, Potter. What would you do?" she returned scathingly. "Whatever it took to put an end to this," Harry bit back. Bagnold chuckled. "I don't think you understand my position," she muttered. "As the minister, it is my job to remain neutral politically. If I am seen to show favoritism towards an faction, regardless of the nature of these people, then I will be out of this office before I can say Quidditch. To act on anything, I need to have firm and irrefutable evidence of perpetrators, their crimes, and everything associated with said crimes," she explained. "The bloody crimes are right in front of you," Harry snapped, pointing to the array of articles. The minister slammed her hand on her desk sharply, her eyes burning with frustration. "I can see that, boy," she growled. She took a few deep breaths to calm herself before speaking once more. "There is much I have to consider before I can take action. It is not as simple as you believe," she sighed defeatedly. "Do not believe for one second that I am content to allow this travesty to continue. Don't you dare come in here and accuse me of inaction. Everything that I can do is being done, and my position is already compromised because of what has been found. My tenure as minister will come to an end as soon as everything comes to light, but there are things that need to be done before I can allow that to happen." "What do you mean, Millicent?" Dumbledore probed gently. "I am no fool, Albus. I have a very good idea who it is supporting this madman, and they are very well protected by their titles. People I have long associated with, and some I suspect employed in this very building. The moment their crimes are made public, I will be forced to abdicate my position. Abraxas Malfoy, Arcturus stated knowingly. Bagnold nodded. Among others, she replied. You both know as well as I do how difficult it is to prosecute any member of the ancient and noble houses, and many of them are up to their eyeballs in this mess. A few Muggle deaths won't garner enough sympathy to pursue anything against them, and a few galleons here, and there can make it all just a distant memory. Harry nodded his understanding. So, what is it you are doing exactly? He asked, his irritability now abated. With how things are, I'm sure you can understand why I can't say. Harry nodded once more. I only want him gone, and those bastards following him to get what they deserve. Bagnold smiled at him weakly. I have people, independent of the ministry, working on this, and I can assure you, they are the best we have available, she replied cryptically. The Greycloaks, Harry responded knowingly. Bagnold frowned. I can neither confirm nor deny such a thing, she answered diplomatically. Harry frowned slightly. Do you have a pensive, Minister? I believe there are a couple of things you and those you are working with should see. Not here, I don't, she informed him. What is the nature of the memories? My first meeting with him, when he tried to recruit me. And the other? Harry looked towards Dumbledore, who nodded his approval. A second meeting that ended with us having a duel. The minister's eyes widened slightly. They could be very useful, she mused aloud. More useful than you know, Millicent, Dumbledore assured her. The woman nodded and stood before packing back and forth behind her desk. Okay, she sighed a little hesitantly. Can I be candid with you, Potter? Harry nodded warily. I'm very interested in you, she stated plainly. Ever since you arrived here, you have been at the center of this whole thing, and that I find very curious. The Dementor attack in Diagon Alley, the Hogsmeade attack, the fact that this man has attempted to recruit you and now you reveal you have dueled him. Do not try to deny it, Potter. I have verified witness accounts to most of the above, she warned. That is a lot of coincidences if you ask me. So what is your part in all of this? One could be suspicious enough to say that you yourself are the Dark Lord. You certainly are gifted enough from what I have heard. The woman was met with 3 equal looks of disbelief, and she shook her head in amusement. No, that's not it, she said to herself. But there is something, she added knowingly. If you view the memories I offered, then you will have most of your questions answered, Harry replied sagely. I have researched him. I know more about him than any. Bagnold shook her head. And how is it you came upon such information when my team has been unable to identify him? Harry chuckled. I recognized him the moment I met him, he shrugged. His picture is in the trophy room at Hogwarts. He was a student there around 30 years ago. That is vital information, Potter, Bagnold said urgently. Information we need, she admitted. Harry leaned back in his chair, casually, as he saw an opening for an opportunity. There is a lot more assistance I can offer than just that trivial piece of information. The minister again narrowed her eyes at him. What do you want? She ground out. To help, Harry answered honestly. You just tell me what you need help with and I will provide it. What's the catch? Harry smirked. All I want is immunity from prosecution. Once I have explained everything, you will see why. Bagnold laughed openly and shook her head. Immunity from what? Killing him, Harry replied casually. You want to kill him? Bagnold questioned with wide eyes. Harry nodded. It is the only way to end this, he assured her. The minister sank back into her chair, finding it difficult to believe that she was having such a conversation. You need my help, Minister, Harry broke in, interrupting her thoughts. You said yourself there are very few you can trust, and if any of this goes tits up, then it will all come back to you. That is why I am using the team I have. There will be no backlash on me for what they do. Arcturus let out a bark of laughter. I wouldn't be so sure, Minister, he warned. They may not be part of the ministry, but their involvement will be seen for exactly what it is. Whereas, I have no ties to the ministry, I'm not even heir to the Potter title, Harry pointed out. You yourself said it is difficult to prosecute members of the ancient house. Why not use that to your advantage? Bagnold shook her head tiredly. We need to pull together, the teen continued. If we can help each other end this, then isn't that what we should do? We should at least share what knowledge we have, and then, if you prefer, we can go our separate ways. You said yourself that I am already involved, and those memories will prove that I oppose the man more than any. The minister took a moment, before conceding the point with a nod. All right, Potter, she sighed. You have a provisional agreement, solely dependent on how helpful your knowledge proves to be. Fair enough, the boy shrugged. How do we proceed from here? Bagnold took a moment to consider what the next step should be. She knew she needed to see the aforementioned memories, but she had to consult with those she was working with first of all, to gain their approval. Would you be averse to meeting a colleague of mine alone? She questioned as she glanced towards both Arcturus and Dumbledore respectively. Nothing personal, but as members of the Wisengamot, you cannot be involved in this, not if you want to be part of the prosecution, she added apologetically. Dumbledore bowed his head in acknowledgement, and himself and Arcturus exited after Harry assured them, both he would be fine with a nod. I hope for your sake, what you have is as valuable as you say, Potter, Bagnold deadpanned as she approached the fireplace. These people will deal with you accordingly if necessary. She took a handful of flue powder from the pot on the mantel and threw it in the flames, turning them an emerald green. Could you join me in my office, please? She questioned when her call had been accepted. There was no audible reply received, but the flames reverted back to their normal state, and the minister took her seat once more and waited. The pair waited in silence for a few moments before the flames flared green and a figure in a gray cloak emerged. The unseen eyes glanced between Harry and Bagnold as they drew their wand and began walking around the room, casting a series of detection charms. When they were satisfied, the wand disappeared up their sleeve, and the person stood and waited for the minister to address them. Thank you for joining us, Bagnold began. Mr. Potter here believes he is able to assist us in our endeavors. The hooded figure seemingly turned to glance at the teen before jerking their head towards the corner of the room, gesturing for Bagnold to join them. The woman complied, and the unspeakable erected a powerful privacy dome around them. Harry could see they were conversing, but he was not able to decipher what was being said by reading the lips of the minister. It was 5 frustrating minutes later that the spell was ended, and they rejoined him. All right, Potter, a gravelly voice sounded from within the hood. What is it you know that can help us? Harry looked towards Bagnold before raising an eyebrow. My request. If I deem it at all necessary, and you can prove such necessity, then you have my word as minister that you will have your immunity for whatever steps you may take to end this, she offered sincerely. I want it in writing as soon as it is agreed, Harry responded severely. The minister nodded her agreement. I guess a good place to start would be who it is we are dealing with, he offered. It would, the unspeakable concurred. Harry sighed, knowing that he was taking a leap of faith by working with the ministry, but it was certainly his best option if he wanted to avoid any possible unpleasantness that could follow. His name is Tom Marvolo Riddle, heir of Slytherin. He is the son of Merope Gaunt and a muggle that shares his name. And how did you come upon this information? The unspeakable questioned suspiciously. I met him Boxing Day, 1976, he confirmed truthfully. I recognized him from a picture in the Hogwarts trophy room. He was given an award for special services to the school in 1942. Although not the entire truth, it was no lie. He certainly was not going to divulge the fact that he had been sent here from another time. That would only result in far too many questions, and probably him being taken by the Department of Mysteries and maybe even Azkaban. Impressive, the now obviously male praised. And how is it you came to meet him? Harry sighed. I am happy to provide the memory of the event. if you return the favor and share some information with me," he offered. The unspeakable glanced towards the minister, who nodded her consent. "What do you wish to know? How far are you from being able to move on him and his followers?" "Not as close as we would like to be," the man grumbled unhappily. "We are trying to decipher that blasted mark he's burnt into the arms of his people. We've had the 2 boys arrested for attacking those girls at the school, and no luck. Anytime we try to even cast a spell on the mark, it vanishes, and Veritaserum has proven ineffective on them," he finished with a huff of frustration. Harry had a very good idea why that was happening. Tom was no fool, and he would have taken steps to keep his followers from talking, and he without doubt would not be keen on his mark being studied or tampered with. "He's the heir of Slytherin," Harry stated pointedly. "He's a Parselmouth." The unspeakable cursed under his breath at the realization. "So, we need a Parselmouth to get anywhere," he growled unhappily. "I suppose you would," the teen shrugged amusedly, pleased with how the situation was working in his favor. "Well, I will just pull one out of thin air then, shall I?" the unspeakable snarked. Harry snorted and shook his head. "What do you plan on doing once you have analyzed it?" he asked. "It is our hope that we can get intel to build our case against any that carry it," Bagnold entered the conversation. "From there, we can attempt to pass legislation to deem it illegal to carry such a mark." Harry nodded agreeably, as another plan formed in his mind. "You will never get that legislation passed with most of his people in the Wisengamot, and most of the neutrals won't go for it either," he mused. "But there may be around that," he added with a grin. "How?" Bagnold queried. "Once we learn the nature of the mark, and what being a recipient of it entails, you do a sweep of the ministry. That is certainly within your remit," he assured the woman unnecessarily. "With the information you gather from that, then you will not only have enough evidence to convince the neutrals, but put certain restrictions in place internally. I imagine a ban from anyone branded with the mark ministry-wide would suffice. Anyone entering the building could be subject to a screening process. From there, you can put your evidence forward with the Wisengamot and have the necessary laws passed." He finished with a shrug, slightly surprised by the credibility of his own idea. He, of course, had more than an idea of what it took to earn the mark. He just needed these people to learn of it without him having to tip his hand too much. Bagnold hummed as she frowned, pondering the merit of the idea the teen had shared. Finally, she shook her head and chuckled. "I think that could work," she muttered, impressed by the Potter boy. "I wouldn't want to be on the wrong side of you on the political field." Harry laughed. "There's no danger there. I have no political aspirations, and my brother is the heir of the family, thank Merlin," he finished with a mumble. "There is still the problem of not being able to examine that bloody mark," the unspeakable interjected harshly. "We don't have any Parselmouths in England that I know of other than this Dark Lord," Bagnold whispered defeatedly. "And we couldn't trust them even if we did." "I'm a Parselmouth," Harry replied with a shrug. The minister's eyes widened comically as the unspeakable scoffed in disbelief. "And where did you get that ability?" he demanded roughly. "The Blacks married into the Slytherin line centuries ago. It seems that I inherited it from there." There was a brief, silent pause before the unspeakable erupted into uncontrollable laughter. "You've been here for 20 minutes and have solved more problems in 20 minutes than myself and my team have in 3 months, he explained when he had managed to control himself. "The question is, however, can you actually do what you say you can with the mark?" Harry took a deep breath as he dragged a hand through his hair. He was not about to underestimate Tom's work on the mark, but he was certain he could do it. "I can't guarantee it, but I'm the best option you have." The Greycloak nodded slowly in agreement. "It's better than what we have now," he sighed. "What about these memories you mentioned earlier? Do you think they are vital?" Harry nodded. "In the first one, he openly discusses his intentions, and I can assure you, they are not good. He's already making moves to achieve his goals, as you can see," he finished, pointing at the articles on the desk once more. "That's a damn good insight," the man declared. "And the second. That one will show you how dangerous he is, and why you need me for the most part." Why we need you, the unspeakable chuckled. Potter, the people I have at my disposal are the best there is. I can assure you we won't need you for anything other than the help you have offered. Harry simply shrugged irritably. I wouldn't be so sure until you have seen the memory, he advised coldly, his eyes glowing slightly at arrogance of the man. Then why don't we have a look at them now? The man returned equally miffed. Do you have a pensive? I won't be letting you enter my mind, that's for sure, he said firmly, remembering both Croaker and Fillmore doing just that in their first meeting. The man simply stood and walked towards the fireplace. Will you be joining us, Minister? He asked as he threw in a handful of powder. The woman joined the man with Harry and waited for the unspeakable to lead the way. Wait for 30 seconds after I'm gone, then follow, he instructed. If you don't, there will be nothing to send back to your family, he warned. With that said, the man disappeared in the flames, which remained their customary green of an active fireplace. After you, Potter, the minister offered after the half-minute had elapsed. Harry stepped into the flames and emerged into an unfamiliar office. The minister followed only a moment later, and the two were immediately led from the office into a larger room where 8 other people swathed in gray cloaks were sat around a large table, where at one end sat a large board, the dark mark displayed in the center with various pieces of parchment surrounding it. Take a seat, the man that had accompanied them offered as he sat at the opposite end to the board. Harry could feel the gazes of the others in the room directed at him from beneath their hoods, and he smiled inwardly at the memories being here evoked. Now, I have just had a very interesting meeting with the minister and Mr. Potter here, the man announced. I am sure you are aware of who he is, youngest duelist to represent us, etc., etc., he added somewhat mockingly. There was a small amount of mumbling by some of those gathered, though none seemed to be negative, and a few of those gathered were quite interested by their guest. He has, Merlin knows how, provided me with some very interesting information, and he will now be consulting with us on a few things. We will discuss this later, he informed his team. The only thing you need to remember is that he is a guest, and when he is here, he will be under complete and constant supervision. There will be no engaging him in anything other than what he is here to do, and there will be no exceptions. Do I make myself clear? His team nodded their understanding as he glared at each one in turn. Good. Now the reason he is here now is because he has a couple of memories to share with us, both centered around this dark lord we are trying to deal with. So pay attention. The pensive is yours, Potter, he finished, gesturing to a large stone basin in the center of the table. Harry nodded stiffly as he removed his wand from its holster and withdrew the first memory before placing it into the bowl. This is an impromptu meeting I had with him on Boxing Day last year, he explained simply as he tapped the basin, causing the memory to begin. That's him, he pointed the man out. He gives his name as Mr. Gaunt, but it's a pseudonym. His real name is Tom Marvolo Riddle. He took his seat and watched the rest of the memory play out, again finding himself smirking inwardly as many of the group whispered amongst themselves as the Dark Lord openly explained his intentions. When it was revealed that both he and Voldemort were Parselmouths, every person at the table turned and looked towards him in tandem, appraising him beneath their hoods. The whispering became furious as the memory ended, each wanting to discuss with those around them what they had witnessed. The sporadic discussions were brought to an end when one of the cloaked men spoke out loud. You've got some bloody stones on you, kid, a familiar voice sounded. Instinctively, Harry looked towards the person and immediately recognized the mannerisms of his once-hated trainer, Fillmore. A very interesting memory, Potter, the man at the head of the table spoke. Could we possibly keep it for reviewing purposes? Harry shrugged indifferently. Even if such a memory were to emerge publicly, there was nothing particularly damning other than the knowledge of his Parseltongue ability. That's fine, he agreed. But you can't keep the second one, he said firmly. Why not? Because I am only showing you it, so you can see what it is you are truly facing. If I thought you would believe my word, then I wouldn't resort to this, he explained. The man huffed and shook his head. Fine, he growled. Get on with it. Harry again approached the pensive and added the memory of his next encounter with the man before taking his seat once more after tapping the basin with his wand. It was the first time that he himself had viewed the fight, and he was very impressed with both himself and Voldemort. It was immediately clear that each of them was far more than what the average wizard could ever hope to be. The speed and power that each wielded was a spectacle in itself to behold, and the magic on display was nothing short of incredible. There were no muttered conversations during this memory, each person transfixed by what they were witnessing and in awe by the sheer capability and prowess on display. The memory ended after Harry lost consciousness at the conclusion of the confrontation, leaving the room completely silent, each person absorbing what they had just seen. "Unfucking believable," the man at the head of the table whispered, shaking the other occupants at the table from their respective stupors. "That can't be real," a female voice stated. One of the individuals dressed in gray stood and waved their wand over the pensive, muttering several incantations, whilst the others waited with bated breath. "The memory is completely authentic," the man muttered, much to the shock of the others. "Can you see now why I asked for the immunity?" Harry questioned the minister. The woman was pale and shared the sentiment of the rest of the room. What she had witnessed in that memory would never have been fathomable if she had not seen it for herself. "That is what you are up against," Harry sighed. "If you are happy to proceed alone, then that is your business. But I am willing to deal with him personally. No, I want to deal with him personally." "How?" the female questioned him plainly. "Excuse me," Harry returned. "How did someone as young as you become that good?" she elaborated. Harry smiled sadly in her direction. "Because I had to." The people within the cloaks began whispering amongst themselves again, discussing in more detail what it was they had become privy to and what it was they would do next. "You will have your immunity, Potter," the minister whispered to him. "I gave you my word if I deemed it necessary, and I do," she assured him. Harry acknowledged her words with a nod, pleased that he at least been granted that luxury. The unspeakables continued their harshly whispered conversation for several more minutes before the head of the table held up his hand to silence them before speaking himself. "It appears that we have much to discuss," he declared. "Your ideas have a lot of potential, Potter, but we need to explore all possibilities. But I think I speak on behalf of us all here when I say that, based on what we now know, you may have to take a much more active role in capturing this man than I first thought," he conceded reluctantly. Harry shook his head and chuckled. "You won't be able to capture him," he said with complete certainty. "And even if you did, Azkaban will not be able to hold him. The only way to end this is to kill him." Many of those gathered around the table nodded and mumbled their agreement with the sentiment. Harry knew all of those in the room would be exceedingly disinclined to confront Voldemort themselves with permission to kill, let alone merely capture. "I find myself agreeing with you," the man spoke up, "but it is ultimately the decision of the minister which approach should be taken." Millicent Bagnold swallowed deeply. This Dark Lord was much more than she had envisioned, so much more than she could have imagined in her wildest dreams. She prided herself on the moral stance she had always taken when dealing with criminals as Minister of Magic, and for the first time in her life and career, she agreed with the seemingly barbarous approach that was being suggested. A man with such power and intentions needed to be quelled as quickly as possible, regardless of what said quelling entailed. "I agree wholeheartedly," she announced gravely. "You will keep Mr. Potter informed of progress and he will be doing the same," she commanded. "And when you are ready to proceed, do just that. I want this man and those that follow him off of our streets." "So be it," the unspeakable dutifully accepted with a single nod. He turned to face Harry before addressing him next. "We will get word to you very soon, Mr. Potter, and you will speak of nothing discussed here with anyone in the interim. Do you understand?" Harry nodded and accepted the dismissal. The minister led him from the room, her complexion still pale as she shot the occasional glance in his direction. Instead of exiting via the flue, she led him through a series of corridors and eventually into an elevator identical to the one in the atrium. She waited until the door was closed until she spoke. "Your immunity will be with you in writing by morning," she informed him. "That immunity will apply only to Tom Marvolo Riddle. I want as little bloodshed as possible on the whole." Harry only hesitated a moment before nodding his agreement. "And if any are killed in potential crossfire, or if they attempt to kill innocent bystanders?" he inquired. "Then I expect you will use your discretion in matters such as those. Do not make me regret this," she warned as the doors opened, and she exited, not giving the young man a second glance as she did so. Harry breathed a deep sigh of relief. All in all, he had achieved much more than he had expected to on this day, and it had left him rather exhausted, but relieved predominantly. The minister had exceeded all of his expectations and had proven that she was not idle and actively working on eradicating the plague that had befallen her people. His respect for the woman had increased tenfold, and he finally felt that he was making progress in ending what he had come here for. He smiled as he exited the ministry and apparated outside the gates of Hogwarts. He could see the light at the end of the tunnel and even almost feel its warmth, a warmth he fully intended to bask in until his dying day, once he finally broke the dark shackles that had kept him away for so long. Chapter 17. The Rogue's Downfall. It had taken several days before Harry had been allowed access to Rabaston Lestrange, who was being held for his involvement in the attack against Lily, Alice, and Marlene. In the intervening time between leaving the meeting with the Unspeakables and this rendezvous, much had occurred. Firstly, and though it had taken him weeks to act, Randolph had attempted to have his son released from ministry custody, but had failed miserably in the attempt. He'd had his fair share of support within the Wisengamot, particularly from those of the darker disposition, but it had ultimately been the minister herself that had buffeted the effort. She had merely explained the evidence they had against him, his suspected involvement, and the nature of the alleged incident. The Wisengamot had taken only a few moments to deliberate on the outcome of the appeal, and it had been swiftly denied by the majority, leaving Randolph Lestrange fuming as he exited the chambers. This had left Harry unable to be utilized in the way he was needed. Rabaston had the right to legal counsel from the family solicitor, who could seemingly demand access to the young man at his own convenience, meaning this could be any time of day he chose. This led to further investigation being put on hold whilst the politics ran its course. It was imperative that the involvement of the Department of Mysteries remained unknown in the interim while they carried out their work. It would not do well to allow their own efforts to come to light after all. To prevent this, Rabaston had been obliviated of all encounters with those cloaked in gray, and was under the impression that he had spent his days in the ministry holding cells. Harry himself would not approve of such an action in most circumstances, but it was a necessary evil he had to endure to make the desired progress. After the appeal for bail had been denied, Harry had received word that he was now required to carry out his part in ascertaining the depth of the dark mark, something he had his suspicions of, but not something he had definitive answers to. Upon his return to the department via the minister's fireplace, he had been led to a sparse, stone room with the only furnishing being a chair adorned with shackles in the center. He had only had to wait for a few moments before Lestrange had been brought in and placed in the chair by two of his cloaked associates, masked and protesting at the unexpected treatment he was receiving. Having taken a moment to quell the urge to harm the boy for his part in what had transpired, Harry conjured himself a chair and rolled up the left sleeve, revealing the somewhat sentient mark. He simply studied it for a moment and hummed appreciatively at the magic he could feel within it. Despite his feelings towards its creator, he both marveled at and respected his abilities. It would be foolish not to. He was pulled from his observations of said mark by a defiant laughter emitting from Rabaston. "You'll never figure it out," the young man chortled confidently. Harry smirked as he seized his wrist in a tight grip, causing Rabaston to wince in discomfort. He placed his hand on the mark for the first time and began analyzing what the dark mark consisted of, the results much more than he expected. Having grown accustomed to the grasp of the man holding him, The youngest Lestrange was content to sit and wait for the inevitable failure in the attempt of his captor, completely certain that his master's mark could not be deciphered by any. The man was the most powerful wizard he had ever been in the presence of, and the ministry had no idea just what was coming. His confidence soon crumbled, however, as the man that held him hissed, causing a familiar chill to run down his spine, the very same chill he experienced the first time he heard the snake language being uttered. His eyes widened within the confines of his hood, and he fruitlessly struggled against the grip and bonds that held him. "Impossible," he muttered in disbelief. "He is the only one." The hissing continued, as did the efforts of the captive man, him being unwilling to allow his mark to be inspected any further. This continued for some moments as an escape prevailed, though not one Rabastan would welcome. The escape that occurred was from his own lungs as his mark flared agonizingly, causing him to perspire, shiver, and almost lose consciousness from the onslaught. "Interesting," the man muttered as he released his grip, seemingly satisfied by his deductions. Rabastan could only pant, his breathing labored and exhaustion settling firmly in as he heard the echoing footsteps of whom he now viewed as his interrogator before the door slammed shut, leaving him alone, terrified, but equally relieved that the machinations had come to an end for now. Break. Upon exiting the room, Harry walked the short distance to the office he had arrived in and was granted immediate entry as he finished knocking on the door. He entered to find the unspeakable he was now accustomed to conversing with sat behind his desk, an untidy mess of papers fanned out across the surface in front of him. "Well," the man questioned impatiently. Harry calmly took the seat opposite and folded his hands in his lap before responding. "It is just as complicated and as simple as I expected," he offered cryptically. Harry could almost feel the frown that the cloaked man was sending his way. He waved him to continue irritably with little more than the gesture itself and a low growl. Harry snorted slightly, but complied nonetheless. "I expected it to be a series of charms, and that is exactly what it is, but there are also some runes and a curse. What makes it complicated is that he has managed to create an enchantment that ties all of them together as a continuous sequence," he explained. The cloaked man shook his head. "That is not simple magic," he muttered. "It's not," Harry agreed, "and it is made even more complex by how it has been cast and what the mark is capable of." "And that is," the man sighed. Harry shook his head ruefully. "The mark itself is sentient," he sighed. "It's parasitic, feeding off the magic of its host. There is a protean charm, a portkey charm, and several kinds of loyalty and compulsions imbued into it." "Strong enough to counter Veritaserum," the Greycloak grumbled. "And legilimency," Harry added. "The mark is a defense against both." "Shit," the man growled in frustration, causing Harry to chuckle. "There is a silver lining," he offered. "Pray, tell me this silver lining," the man demanded sarcastically. "Voldemort's arrogance." "His arrogance?" Harry nodded. He cast the spells in Parseltongue, believing that he was the only one capable of speaking it, and therefore the only able to break it. The man stood suddenly, his posture quite tense. "And you believe you can?" he questioned seriously. Again, Harry nodded. "I can, but it won't be easy, and I can't be certain of what would happen to the carrier," he warned. "Is it likely to kill him?" Harry shook his head in the negative. "From what I know of Tom, he wouldn't want them dead before he learns how the magic was broken, so that he could ensure it wouldn't happen again," he surmised. "So why the reservations?" Harry dragged a hand through his hair. "Because the mark is parasitic, I believe it will attempt to keep its hold by any means necessary, even draining the host completely of any available magic," he shrugged. "Leaving him a squib," the man mused aloud. "That could complicate matters further." Harry nodded his understanding. "Leave it with me, for now," the unspeakable seemingly decided. "I will have to discuss this with the minister." Harry bowed slightly and stood to leave. "Good work, Potter," the man praised. I'll admit, I wasn't keen on bringing you in on this, but you're certainly proving your worth and ability. Have you considered doing this as a career? Harry snorted slightly. I've not thought much beyond any of this, he returned. I can't even consider a future that isn't certain. You should, the man advised. From what I have seen, I have very little doubt in your success. Harry smiled gratefully and headed towards the door. You were brought to my attention some time ago by a colleague of mine. He was very impressed on what he had seen, and it seems that was only a sample of what you are capable of. He spoke sincerely. Think about it. There are many benefits to this career for someone such as yourself. Harry acknowledged the words with a single nod and exited the room. As much as he wanted to think about a future, he couldn't. There was nothing more that he wanted than to survive this and live in the peaceful bliss he had always desired, with a family around him and friends not tainted by the loss that war brings. He dreamed of this still and had only recently begun to believe that it was a possibility that he could almost feel in his grasp. Break. Halloween came and passed with no fanfare, seemingly with much disappointment from students and staff alike. It now appeared to be expected that those within the castle would be treated to some entertainment at feasts by the Marauders, who were quite baffled by said disappointment their peers and professors had expressed. They hadn't intentionally boycotted their efforts. The full moon had been close to the 31st, and Remus was the vital component of the intended prank. He had, however, become sickly before his part could be completed, thus the postponement of their activities. Even the headmaster himself had been rather subdued and somewhat melancholic throughout the feast, which had taken on a somber tone once it had become clear there would be no festivities this time around. Dumbledore had even shot the group a questioning glance, eliciting nothing other than an apologetic shrug from each. Harry speculated that those dwelling within the school needed distracting or uplifting from the dire occurrences taking place outside the safety of the walls. The school had become much more peaceful since the departure of the elder Slytherins, but their exiting only added to the worry for the loved ones in general society, whose enemies were now seemingly bolstered beyond what they had been, though not by much and not of the worst caliber. November passed quickly as the colder weather settled in, and winter approached Scotland just as briskly. Harry had received one missive from the Unspeakable in the intervening days, simply explaining that the minister is considering what options are now available to them. He had merely shaken his head at the news. He knew the only feasible option they had would be to proceed with deciphering the mark further. He understood the precarious position the minister found herself in, both morally and politically, but it was the only way he could see that would allow them to make the required progression. Despite all the politicking and the cold weather, the teen was content with how everything else was falling into place around him. Bellatrix was happier than he had seen her since her difficulties began. She had been spending a considerable amount of time with Andromeda and her mother planning the upcoming nuptials while he was at school. Being in the castle had also become much easier for the young man. Lily had now satisfied her curiosity about him mostly, and had stopped asking difficult questions, allowing themselves both the opportunity to enjoy their time together with the rest of the group. The relationship between them was still rather tense to a degree in some aspect, but he was largely content with how things were. The only thing that plagued his thoughts, as it always had, was Voldemort. The Dark Lord had been quiet, much too quiet for Harry's liking. There had been nothing in the press regarding the man, or what himself and his followers had been up to, where they were, or what nefarious schemes were being concocted by them. The man lurked on the edge of his conscience always, and though there were times he would become lost in any pleasant moment he may find himself with, be it with Bellatrix or his friends, Tom was always there, a darkness tainting the light he had found. Although he didn't fear the man as he once had, it was an unwelcome presence, one he was impatient with allowing to linger. It was not until 10 days of December had passed that he received further communication from the Unspeakable. He had been training with the other Marauders, Lily, Alice, and Marlene, when an equine patroness arrived and delivered its vocal message. 7 p.m., tonight, it said before dissipating before their eyes. Harry nodded before once again turning his attention to the others, who had by now come accustomed to him, receiving his correspondence in a variety of ways. "Fiendfire," he said without preamble. "What do you know about it?" Each looked to the rest questioningly. After a few shrugs and gestures for one to answer, Lily offered her insight on the subject. "They are cursed flames," she began confidently. "There's not much known about them, and their origins are still debated." Harry nodded. "True," he concurred. "It's a very difficult thing to understand without summoning it." "Summoning?" Alice asked with a frown. Again, Harry nodded. "The results of elemental types of magic is in almost all cases dependent on the power of the caster. Fiendfire is the only known exception to this rule. From my experience, the results are equally powerful, no matter who summons it." "So, it's like summoning an animal," Marlene broke in with a frown. Harry smiled encouragingly. "It's close, but there are some key differences." "Like what?" Peter interjected interestedly. "An animal you summon or conjure is usually very easy to control. Fiendfire is notoriously difficult to manage. There are only two types of people that would do it. One would have complete confidence in their ability to do so, and the other would be a complete fool. Fiendfire is as dangerous as magic can be, but it can be beaten if you are mentally capable of doing so or have the magical power." "Best to avoid it then," Sirius muttered, shaking his head. "What do you mean mentally?" Lily questioned. "If you are strong-willed, stubborn to fault really, then you can control it, if it is what you have summoned. In some form it must obey, but only if it senses that you are powerful and it respects you." "You speak as though it's alive," Marlene said flatly. "It is to some degree just like a patronus," Harry mused aloud. "There's just not enough known about it to be certain," he finished with a shrug. "So how do you stop it?" Remus asked. "There's not a particular spell. The best way to describe it is throwing a combination of magic and mental power at it and hope it submits," Harry responded thoughtfully. "It's so confusing," Alice sighed. Harry snorted. "It's such a gray area. I'm just going by what has worked for me." The conversation slowly dwindled as they discussed the accursed flames further, resulting in each of them offering theories from the somewhat credible to completely absurd as they whittled down the hours before Harry had to leave for his scheduled meeting with the unspeakables, something he had been anticipating taking place for some time. He left the group at the appointed time with the assurance that he would give them any poignant and relevant information. He hadn't divulged all the particulars with them, but he had been keeping them in the loop as best he could without revealing anything detrimental. He trusted each of them absolutely, but the school was not an ideal place to discuss such things, especially, as Harry had learnt over the years, the school had ears and eyes everywhere, leaving very few secrets intact within itself. After arriving at the ministry, he made his way to the office belonging to Millicent Bagnold and was greeted by the lady herself alongside the cloaked man he was now familiar with, the former looking more drawn and tired since the last meeting the teen had shared with her. She merely gestured for him to take a seat as she took her own and exhaled, her exhaustion accentuated further by the action. "I have agreed to your approach," she sighed defeatedly with no pomp of note. "I am reluctant to do so, but there has been some unexpected and unpleasant developments." Harry tilted his head in curiosity and waited for the minister to elaborate. It was, however, her companion that continued on her behalf. 2 days ago, the village of Pulpero was attacked. After collecting evidence, interviewing and obliviating the Muggles, we have no doubt that giants, dementors, and a dragon were used. 23 people were killed, and it was only because a squib that resides there managed to alert us that it was not worse, he revealed, his voice as tired as the minister's. Harry nodded his understanding gravely. "What happened to the giants and dragon?" The cloaked man shook his head in frustration. "They fled south, and the Aurors lost track of them whilst they were dealing with the Dementors." "I assume that you are prioritizing them," he asked the minister. "That is correct, but our attempts at locating them have yielded no results," she grumbled. "And even if we did find them, both are exceedingly difficult to bring down." I think if you checked the village of Little Hangelton, you may find them there. That's where the Riddle family manor is, Harry explained. The minister nodded gratefully. I would also explain the situation to Dumbledore. If anything, I'm sure he will have some ideas at least. I am meeting with him this afternoon to discuss it, she replied. Just out of interest, what type of dragon is it? A Peruvian viper-tooth, the unspeakable interjected. The smallest dragon, but dangerous nonetheless. And very snake-like, Harry muttered. He must have either conversed with it or used parcel magic to control it. Is that possible? The minister questioned worriedly. With that particular breed, maybe, Harry shrugged. I doubt even Tom is powerful enough to use mind magic on one, and I doubt it would be a risk he would take. Our main concern now is to put a stop to whatever it is he is doing, Bagnold broke in. That is why I am allowing you to go ahead and do whatever you need to figure out that mark. If we can manage to outlaw it, then it will be a big step in ending this. Then I will get on with it, Harry stated as he stood. I'll be coming with you, the unspeakable informed him as he too rose from his seat. I will need to keep a comprehensive record of what you do and the effect it has. We will need to cover all bases in a legal sense to ensure none of this comes back and bites us on our collective arses. Harry shrugged and motioned for the man to lead the way. It mattered not to him who was there, so long as they did not interfere at a crucial point of his work. They exited the fireplace and made their way to the room Harry had previously visited, with no words exchanged as they waited for Rabastan to be brought in so they could begin the arduous process before them. Harry had no doubts that he would be successful in his endeavor. He simply had no preconceived notions of how difficult and exhausting it may prove to be. As he previously had been, Rabastan arrived hooded and handcuffed, being placed in a chair that added to his already sufficient detention. The young man shook nervously as he protested, words that fell on deaf ears. You can't do this, he almost pleaded, his voice quavering with each syllable spoken. I'm a member of a most ancient and noble house. Neither Harry nor the unspeakable responded, and the former set about his task, first removing the sleeve of the plain gray prison garb that adorned the other teen. With his access to the mark no longer inhibited, he placed his wand upon the exposed, tainted forearm and familiarized himself with the magic it contained. It was powerful, consuming, even more so than most darker aspects of magic usually were, but he did not allow this to deter him from his efforts. He himself had darkness within him, a darkness perhaps on par with what he now faced. As he allowed said darkness to wash over him, he immersed himself within it, reveling in how his own negated the parasitic nature of what he faced and smirked as he began to hiss gently, focusing his efforts primarily on undoing the compulsion and loyalty charms the mark had been imbued with. As his ministrations ensued, the screaming began. He had not expected the experience for Rabastan to be a pleasant one. He had, however, not expected it to be so agonizing. He was determined to continue, and after his questioning look towards the unspeakable was met with a simple nod, he did so. Rabastan fell both silent and limp within his confines after a few minutes into the procedure, his body physically spent from his own protestations. After checking the boy was still alive, Harry breathed a sigh of relief as he felt the resistance of the mark wane considerably upon this development, and he managed to complete the desired work shortly after, though a prominent sheen of perspirant was visible on his brow, a result of the adversity he himself had faced. It's done, he revealed tiredly. The compulsion and loyalty charms are gone, as is the portkey one. Good, the man replied evenly. He removed his wand and flicked it towards the door, causing it to open a moment later, and two of his colleagues entered and removed Rabastan from their presence to have him tended to by a healer. The unspeakable rose at this and led Harry from the room and to the fireplace he usually entered and exited the department. You've helped us make significant progress. Once he is well enough, we will question him and make a decision on what we will do next. We will of course be in touch if we require your services further, he said dismissively. Harry shook his head slightly and left via the flue. He hadn't expected praise, but a modicum of thanks would not have gone amiss. He felt underwhelmingly pleased at what he had achieved this day, hollow in some regards. He had expected that a sense of relief would have at least prevailed, but instead, he felt used and only frustrated. He understood the necessity for caution in the approach the ministry were adopting. However, in his heart he knew their own achievements were few and far between, and progress was not being made at an acceptable pace. He couldn't help but feel that their efforts were not forthcoming quickly enough and lacked the urgency required to succeed. His own mind permeated with ideas on how the needed progression could be made, but it seemed the ministry were content to continue their somewhat lackadaisical path and allow the danger the wizarding world faced to be nurtured more so, something he was not happy with. He shook his head at his own predicament. Perhaps it was he that was showing lack of patience, though he doubted this trail of thought significantly. He had no love of politics, but he understood the need of it for the time being to not only protect himself, but those he cared for. He sighed deeply as he exited the empty minister's office and began his journey back to Hogwarts. His only possible option now, to avoid provoking the ire of his tenuous allies, was to wait for word on what would come next after their new line of investigation had been explored. He would hear from them in due course, this he had no doubt of. He could only hope that the incompetence of the body would not rear its head soon. It would do nothing but offer setbacks and perhaps failure. In that moment, Harry made up his mind. If such a thing were to occur, then it would be himself that would deal with it his way, no matter the outcome. He would not allow Voldemort to prevail because he had tried to go about his task using the correct channels. Should the ministry prove incapable, then he would take the fight to Voldemort the way he yearned for, and he would bring the Dark Lord down by any means necessary. The biggest benefit of combining his own efforts with that of the Unspeakables was the information he was now privy to. He now knew what the happenings of Voldemort were more clearly and could prepare accordingly. With the information he had received today, he at least had a very solid foundation for what his next lesson with the Marauders and fellow students would be. Giants and dragons were not easy fare after all. Break. It was the very next day after defense against the dark arts that Harry found himself in a classroom on the 3rd floor with his usual company, and as the group settled, he began without preamble. How would you bring down a giant? He questioned the other teens. Giants, Remus returned with a concerned expression. He's using them now. From what I have heard, yes, Harry revealed severely, and a dragon. Sirius threw his hands up in frustration, as the females shared looks of worry. Great, the former exclaimed, his tone laced with sarcasm. Harry chuckled amusedly at him and shook his head. It could be much worse, he placated. How could it be much worse than dragons and giants? Sirius retorted. He could have a nundu or a basilisk, Peter shrugged. Sirius looked horrified by the idea, but any reply he may have given was cut off by James. Both are resistant against magic, he offered thoughtfully. Harry nodded. They are, he agreed wholeheartedly, but both have vulnerabilities and these can be exploited. He began packing back and forth as he waited for the rest of the teens to settle once more. Giants are not particularly bright, but most spells will bounce off of them, he continued aloud. What would you do if you faced one? He questioned Marlene suddenly. The girl looked between Sirius and Lily, hoping that either would come to her rescue. When it was clear that was unlikely, she swallowed deeply and shrugged noncommittedly. Run, she murmured uncertainly, causing the rest to laugh. In an ideal world, that would be my first choice, Harry revealed. What if you couldn't run? Marlene shook her head. I don't know. Harry smiled at her warmly, thankful that there was still a sense of innocence about most within the room. He turned his gaze to a pensive James. Well, if direct spells won't work, I'd use more physical attacks, he answered after pondering the possibilities briefly. Yeah, punch a giant, that's a good idea, Sirius sighed in jest. James frowned at the boy, whilst the others shared a chuckle amongst themselves. He's right, Harry broke in. What punch them? Peter questioned confusedly. This response only caused another outbreak of laughter from the teens. Not quite, Wormy, Harry consoled. I was thinking more along the lines of this. With a wave of his wand, he conjured a very large dummy, not quite the size of a giant, but large enough for an accurate demonstration. With another, he created an adequate steel ball and banished it at the knee of the dummy, causing it to be reduced to little more than powder, the affected limb now lame and unusable. Sirius whistled appreciatively at the display as he inspected the damage to the figure. That's going to hurt, he praised. The others nodded in agreement at the summary offered. Can all of you do that? Harry asked. All nodded other than Peter. Transfiguration was not his strong suit by any stretch, but he surprisingly looked unconcerned at his lack of ability. I don't think I could, he sighed, but I think I have something else, he added with a devious smirk. Without a further word, he drew a potion vial from within his robes and hurled it at the dummy. The resounding explosion had the others covering their heads to avoid any potential debris. Most shot the boy a look of disapproving despair as Harry inspected the results, his eyes widening in surprise and admiration at the ingenuity shown. What the hell was that, Wormy? Remus questioned, his breathing slightly fast from the shock. Just something I've been working on, he responded with another smirk. The results of his attack were indeed impressive. Both legs of the dummy had been severed at the waist, and very little other than a few sinewy remains were left. Can you make more? Harry interjected. Peter nodded proudly. Then do it. They could come in very handy. Well, that's one thing dealt with, Lily said. But what about dragons? Ah, dragons, a voice interrupted from the door. The teens turned to find Albus Dumbledore himself taking in the scene in front of him. He frowned slightly as he came upon what was left of the dummy and the heavy scorch marks to the wall. You will find, he continued after only a moment pause, that a dragon's eyes are where they are vulnerable, though I would certainly advise against engaging one at all. He finished seriously, thought the ever-present twinkle in his eyes remained. I'm sorry, Professor, Peter apologized quickly. No need to fret, Mr. Pettigrew, the headmaster replied with a smile. I too was young once and did my fair share of dabbling. However, I must insist that this mess is cleaned up. Peter nodded frantically and set about the menial work. And that will be 20 points to Gryffindor for a great showing of fortitude. Peter flushed slightly at the praise, but continued his work. Now, where were we? Oh yes, dragons, Dumbledore mused. A simple spell would suffice, but the aim of the spell must be true. What would you recommend, Harry? A conjunctivitis curse is a good one. It's not very taxing to use and will leave the dragon blind, he replied as his thoughts drifted to how Victor Crumb had handled his dragon during the Triwizard Tournament. I'd also secure its maw to prevent being cooked alive. Indeed, the old man concurred with a chuckle. Lots of food for thought there. Now, if it wouldn't be too much trouble, I'd very much like to have a word with Harry, if you don't mind, of course. The other students offered no protests to the request and bid their farewells to both before exiting. It is rather troubling that Tom has managed to secure the allegiance of such creatures. Dumbledore sighed shortly after the door had closed behind them. Harry nodded. I see you still have access to information, he responded with humor. That I do, though it is not always as forthcoming as I wish. I learned of the attack only this morning via an old acquaintance of mine, he explained simply. How are things progressing with the ministry? If he hadn't spent much time with the man over the course of the past few weeks, Harry would merely believe that the headmaster was fishing for information to bolster his own knowledge and aid him in his own efforts. However, he had quickly learned that Dumbledore had little use for the ministry when it came gathering information. He had more than enough people loyal to him in which he could garner this. Slowly, but necessary progress is now being made, he assured the man. I am pleased, the older man replied, relieved that the efforts of the boy were not in vain. I imagine things will start to happen soon. Well, they should if the ministry do their job, he finished with a shake of his head, demonstrating his frustration. Dumbledore snorted amusedly, and the two allowed a content silence to overcome them. In the meantime, the Christmas feast is fast approaching, as are, I believe, the nuptials of 2 former students, he spoke, his eyes twinkling more so. I'm sorry, Professor, I don't think you can expect an invite. It's a very small affair, Harry explained apologetically. Dumbledore chuckled. I didn't expect I would, he replied. I don't think I've ever been invited to a black wedding, he added with a tug on his beard. Differing politics, Harry offered with a grin. That must be it, the headmaster answered with an amused grin of his own. Though I would feel slightly disappointed if I never made it to one. Harry bowed his head in acknowledgement as the man stood to leave. I shall remember that, sir, he promised sincerely. And I imagine Fawkes will be very disappointed should he not witness some unexpected merriment during our upcoming festivities. He has been very insistent on being allowed to attend this year, the headmaster finished as he exited the room, leaving a very bemused Harry in his wake. Break. Lucius Malfoy's eyes bore into his guests, the unspoken threat clear within his pools. The blonde reveled in the power he held over others, his name alone commanding respect amongst the upper echelons of society. The same respect that made his associate waver under his gaze. This had better be correct, he whispered dangerously. The man gulped audibly as he stood. I have checked it several times. This is the date and location, he assured the Malfoy heir. Lucius dropped a sizable bag of gold on the table and dismissed the man with naught but a sweeping gesture of his hand. For weeks he had waited for this information, and for months he had plotted and planned within his mind the way in which he would exact his revenge on those that had left his name both besmirched and disrespected. And now, everything was beginning to fall into place. He had the much-needed allies to carry out the plan, and he had the place in which said redemption would take place. The only thing that remained was to ensure that his father did not catch wind of his actions. The man would be most displeased if such a thing were to come to light. Break. The days leading up to the end of term saw Harry occupied with a variety of things. He had continued working with his friends on defense and was pleased with the progress each was making. James, in particular, thrived with conjuring the steel balls and banishing them, whereas Sirius worked on a few lesser-known binding spells that he had found within the Black family magic tomes. Remus, as Harry had expected, demonstrated his own proficiency in the work, and the girls had all banded together and become quite a fearsome trio in their own right. Peter had been the biggest surprise. Harry had deduced the others would do well in their efforts to the point he'd had little concern with their progress. Peter, however, had more than made up for his lackluster skills in conjuration. He had, instead of creating the steel balls, utilized his explosive vials with spectacular results, something that had the others swelling with pride. It was clear that he had worked tirelessly on his banishing charm, and although it was not the most powerful, his accuracy and potency of his concoction more than substituted sufficiently for the power deficit. When the others had questioned what he used to create the vials, the boy simply grinned coyly and shook his head, refusing to share his secret. It frustrated the rest of the Marauders mostly, as it was usually themselves that could lord their capabilities and knowledge over the others, but they eventually managed to accept that the smallest member of their group had something that the others could neither replicate or create for themselves. This made the rat uncharacteristically more confident, and this was further demonstrated in his other work. He no longer shied away from attempting new things, and even his spell work improved noticeably. All in all, Harry was content with how the teens were all progressing, and with each passing day, worried less and less about them, and their ability to defend themselves should the need arise. Not only had the final day of term arrived, the impending wedding of Ted and Andromeda loomed ever closer also, and as Harry had surmised, a shopping trip for new dress robes had been an unavoidable event. Thankfully, it had been Bellatrix that had insisted that she would accompany him on said trip, resulting in a much more pleasant experience compared to the trip he had taken with Doria and Sirius the previous year. Not only did he not have to tolerate the indecisive nature of the other boy, he was not forced for hours on end to try on every different robe available in the shop. It had been clear from the start that Bellatrix knew the color and cut she wished for him to wear, and he quickly found her desires agreeable to his own taste, not that it would deter her if he had voiced any objection. After all had been said and done, the robe had been purchased, and the girl had even treated him to an ice cream at Florian's for what she deemed to be good behavior. He shook his head in amusement and grinned at the memory. He had enjoyed that day and was pleased that Bellatrix seemed to be acting more and more like herself. The day of the festive feast passed in a blur of classes, and Harry soon found himself entering the great hall with the others, the girls shooting looks of suspicion in their direction, with good reason. The boys had spent their evenings finalizing their plan of action, and despite the glares of disapproval they had received from their female counterparts, had persevered and completed all preparations for their intended spectacle. Much of the work for this had been completed by Remus, who had strangely insisted on taking the lead on this particular project, leaving the other Marauders somewhat clueless as to what his idea entailed. Harry had been asked to only conceal a few charms on a number of items, and he had no idea nor indication what the others had been delegated with for their part in the upcoming entertainment. Remus led them to their usual seats, and they waited for Dumbledore to make his usual address. The room soon filled with students and staff alike, many keen for the food itself, and looking forward to spending some time with their families away from the castle. Although things had significantly relaxed since a large portion of the elder Slytherins had been gone, the holidays were still a much sought-after commodity that many needed, particularly those in their 5th and 7th years respectively. The workload for these students was considerably higher than the other years after all. Once those attending had all found a seat, the headmaster rose from his own, his twinkling eyes sweeping across the masses warmly. And so it comes, the part of the year in which most of us will bid each other farewell for, I believe, a much-needed respite from our academic pursuits, he began cordially. I would like to congratulate all of you for your efforts thus far, and I expect your exemplary example to continue upon your return. Now, albeit for me to keep from filling your bellies and emptying your heads any longer, so I will simply wish you all a safe and Merry Christmas, he finished with a raised goblet as he took his seat once again. An odd moment of silence fell at the words of the man, and a few searched expectantly, both hopeful and eager for some additional merriment to the gathering. When it was clear that nothing was forthcoming, a few sighs of disappointment were uttered throughout the room, and the students and staff alike dug into their food. Doria nodded sternly at Harry and the rest of the gathered teens, approval evident in her gaze at the lack of additional festivities courtesy of her son, grandson, and their friends. James merely ducked his head, aware that he would be facing the ire of the woman shortly. The look received from the headmaster was questioning, with a hint of disappointment. He had clearly been certain that something would interrupt, or at the very least follow his words. He stroked the plumage of his phoenix in consolation, soothingly as the bird swept its own eyes across the room, cocking his head in anticipation. The girls, too, were surprised at the lack of activity, but the suspicious glances remained until it was clear that none of the boys were focusing on anything other than the food each had piled in front of them, and they too began to relax, their expressions more curious. It wasn't until the plates had been cleared and dessert served that the first indication of something amiss could be noted. It began as a faint, rhythmic rumble that sent ripples through the jugs and goblets containing pumpkin juice, a rumbling that drew nearer as though an army were descending upon the hall. A panicked and anticipatory chatter broke out as more and more people became aware of the happenings, causing Dumbledore to stand and draw his wand, his eyes alight with curiosity and excitement as he glanced towards the Gryffindor table. His unasked question, answered by the looks of mischief, sported on the suspected perpetrators' faces. The cacophony of sound drew ever closer until it was outside the door to the very room. There was a delay for only a second before they burst open, and the source of the noise was confirmed, much to the bemusement of the onlookers. In swept a parade of suits of armor, various items of furniture moving of their own volition, and various items of clothing that had been bewitched to do the same. The suits of armor, instead of being equipped with the usual weapons, carried a mixture of instruments from trumpets and saxophones to drums and violins. Without prompt, a festive piece began emitting from said implements as the impromptu orchestra arranged itself at the front of the hall, leading to a round of applause to sound from the gathered students. The other props present, however, were not idle. Several made their way to the table in which the staff were sat and began to ceremoniously pull them to their feet, forcing them to dance with them. Professor McGonagall flushed a furious red as she attempted to wrest herself free from a persistent Slytherin robe that had seemingly selected her as its partner of choice. "You had better put a stop to this, Albus," she growled furiously. "I will not be humiliated by a robe." Dumbledore chuckled in good nature as he relented and allowed a Victorian nightshirt to lead the waltz he found himself in. "I disagree, Minerva. I find my companion to be quite the dancer," he returned with a cheeky smile. The students, initially shocked from the display, laughed heartily at the absurdity of what it was they were witnessing, disbelief and amusement alight in their eyes. Several found the hilarity short-lived. The props that had not managed to secure a member of staff descended upon them, pulling the teenagers to their feet and subjecting them to the same treatment, much to their dismay. The Marauders roared in laughter and patted an uncharacteristically smug Remus on the back, his prowess with enchanting surpassing what any could have ever hoped for. "This is amazing," Sirius shouted to be heard over the din. In his own merriment, he stood and pulled a thoroughly red Marlene to her feet and began dancing with her, only to be interrupted by a smart tap upon his shoulder. He turned and frowned as he came face to face with nothing but a levitating pair of metal gauntlets. "Piss off," he said irritably, waving the gloves on before turning back to the girl. Again, he was tapped on the shoulder and growled in annoyance. "I said piss off," he repeated angrily, only to find himself sprawled upon the stone floor as his last syllable was spoken, the gloves having taken offense to his dismissal and punching him in the face for the social infraction. He held the offended cheek to soothe the pain and looked towards the gloves and Remus in disbelief. "They bloody punched me," he managed to say through his shock. "Oi!" he shouted as his attacker seized Marlene and led her away for a dance of its own. "Moony!" he roared. Remus simply chuckled as he spooned some ice cream into his mouth, content to watch as the chaos ensued around him. Sirius shot to his feet and pursued the gloves that had taken his girlfriend, a vast repertoire of expletives being heard in his wake. Remus could only laugh as he shook his head. Hagrid had found himself targeted by a rather large hat stand which he was attempting to fend off, with no avail. The large man was pulled around with as much ease as the others, leaving the man bewildered with his current predicament. The only member of staff that had not been targeted had been Doria. Remus had no doubt that he would be taking the blame for this display, and he certainly had no desire to provoke the formidable woman. He dared a glance in her direction and was met with narrowed, yet amused and appreciative eyes. The magic he had employed for this had been exceedingly difficult to cast and had taken him days to complete to his satisfaction, and he was more than a little proud of his accomplishment. He allowed the mania to continue for a little longer, only relenting when he caught sight of the murderous glare he was receiving from Harry, who had involuntarily found a dance partner in the form of a rather aggressive stuffed manticore he had found in the room of requirement. With a labored sigh and flick of his wand, he ended the spell, causing his creations to collapse limply to the ground, a resounding, relieved sigh following soon after from many as the final sounds of the music faded. He flicked his wand once more, and a series of fireworks exploded overhead within the enchanted ceiling, followed by an animation of Father Christmas flying across in his sleigh, a banner in his wake wishing everyone a Merry Christmas. The completion of his work was met with a thunderous round of applause by most of the students and staff alike before the seats were filled once more. Absolutely inspired, Dumbledore praised aloud with genuine admiration of what he had witnessed. An exquisite display of magic, 50 points to whomever it was responsible. The hourglass belonging to the Lions filled with the awarded amount as the headmaster dismissed them. A very happy and content smile plastered across his face. As the students exited, Sirius shook his head and rubbed his now purple cheek. "Why the bloody hell did you let it attack me?" he questioned angrily. Remus shrugged and smirked. "You insulted them." Sirius growled and stormed ahead. "He'll get over it, Moony," Peter broke in. "I know," Remus returned confidently. "I think it hurt his pride more than anything." "That was a hell of a punch," Harry interjected. "Not very fitting for one of his station," James added. "Or ego," Peter quipped. The others laughed as they made their way towards their common room, each quite looking forward to heading home in the morning and spending some time with their loved one for the coming festive period. Break. Andromeda checked her reflection a final time in the mirror, half turning to take in her appearance in its entirety before smiling happily, her eyes watering in turn. The dress she had chosen was a rather simple, white ensemble, complete with a veil and modest tiara to complete her look. Simplicity is what she had desired. The day itself would be a rather small affair in comparison to what she had considered as a younger girl, but in the circumstances, she wouldn't have it any other way. She was marrying the man she loved, and that was all that mattered to her. She caught sight of her middle sister and her appraising yet approving gaze, her eyes shining suspiciously also as she looked upon her sibling. Bellatrix had been nothing short of a boon to her efforts in making this a day that she would remember. She had taken the reins when needed, and Andromeda could be no more grateful than she was for what her sister had achieved on the behalf of herself and her husband-to-be. Ted himself had been agreeable to any and all suggestions that had been put forward to him by the black females, just happy that he was able to marry her at all, and not at all objectionable to her wishes. He had merely explained his amiable attitude towards this as little more than a formality on his part. He loved Andromeda utterly, with or without a wedding ceremony, and so long as she was happy with what they had, then he would be content also. She smiled as her thoughts dwelled on the man, the reality of her impending marriage causing her actions to falter. Bellatrix frowned as she witnessed the physical manifestation of this and approached the bride, steadying her composure. "Nervous?" she questioned unnecessarily. Andromeda shook her head in the negative, a smile once more playing on her lips. "It's just all real." Bellatrix snorted lightly. "I haven't been slaving away for no reason," she huffed teasingly. "I know, none of it seemed real until now," the older girl sighed. "A year ago I was at school innocent with nothing to worry about," she added wistfully. "And now I'm pregnant and about to get married." "Innocent?" Bellatrix questioned disbelievingly, her eyebrow raised. Andromeda frowned. "Yes," she responded vehemently. "Ted was my first." Bellatrix held her hands up placatingly. "I was just messing around," she soothed. "You can't be worried about that, are you?" Andromeda shook her head, the frown still prevalent. "That's the one thing I'm not worried about," she answered with a sly grin. Bellatrix grimaced. "I don't want to hear this," she grumbled, causing the other girl to laugh. "We're both adults," Andromeda chided lightly. "You're telling me that you and Harry haven't." Bellatrix took a seat on her sister's bed and shook her head. "Not that, no." A look of surprise made itself known on Andromeda's face. "Really?" she asked, though she could already see the sincerity in the denial. Bellatrix nodded. "So what have you done? Have you seen him naked?" she probed with a devilish smirk. Bellatrix blushed, but her eyes lit up with the thought of fond memories. "You have," Andromeda almost shouted, her voice triumphant. The already noticeable redness deepened at the accusation, and Bellatrix couldn't fight the embarrassed smile. "We've done things," she admitted in a whisper, "but not that." "But you want to," Andromeda pried. Bellatrix nodded slowly. "I do, I'm just scared." "Scared of what?" Bellatrix shrugged, her own nervousness showing. She sighed deeply before she spoke once more. "I don't know, I just don't feel good enough for him." Andromeda smiled sadly at her sister before taking a seat beside her and putting a comforting arm around her shoulder. "What do you mean by that?" she asked gently. Bellatrix blushed again. When we are together like that, I feel very inferior and insecure, she answered uncertainly. Andromeda was confused by the statement, which showed in the frown that formed. Bellatrix sighed again. This time it was laced with frustration. Merlin, Andromeda. The boy is like a Greek god. He's just so perfect and I'm just me, she explained with a shrug. Andromeda smiled at her sister and gave her hand a slight squeeze. Bella, it's completely normal to feel that way, she assured her. You feel vulnerable, like he's judging every single bit of you, and it makes you nervous because you're scared he will not like what he sees. Bellatrix nodded at the assessment, causing Andromeda to huff slightly. How does Harry react to you when you're like that? She asked, an embarrassed blush appearing on her cheeks. Bellatrix grinned mischievously. He can't keep his hands off me, nor me him, she replied with a giggle. Andromeda shook her head. Don't you think that's a good thing? Her younger sister shrugged. It is, she agreed, but when it comes to anything else, he stops. Do you think that it might be because he respects you? Huh, Bellatrix returned dumbly. Andromeda chuckled, reveling in the fact that she knew more about something than the other girl. I had the same issue with Ted, she revealed. He was more than happy to feel up the goods but would freeze when it got too much. He explained that it was because he respected me and didn't want to cross the line. And what did you say? Nothing much, Andromeda responded with a shrug. I just asked him if it was what he wanted, told him that I wanted the same, and dragged him back into bed. I didn't let him leave until I got what I wanted, she finished wistfully. Andy, Bellatrix exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. Well, sometimes they just need a push in the right direction, the girl defended. A brief silence fell between the two whilst Bellatrix digested this side to her sister. She couldn't help but admire the fortitude she had shown, nor the tenacity. So, you think I should just tell him? That, or you could just insist, Andromeda responded. Whatever you think will work, as long as it is what you both want. Bellatrix nodded her understanding. I can't believe you did that, she muttered. As I said, a push in the right direction, and trust me, when you start, you won't want it to stop, the older girl explained with a wink. Stop what? The voice of Drula interrupted as she entered the room. Nothing, Mother, Andromeda denied with a slightly upturned lip. I was just giving my little sister some advice. Drula hummed as she narrowed her eyes at her eldest daughter. Where is Sissy? Bellatrix questioned to change the subject. Drula sighed. She is in her room dolling herself up. She found out a boy she likes will be there today, she explained with a slight grimace. Any ideas? Both of her daughters shook their heads, neither having shared such a conversation with the girl, nor having observed her interest in a boy. I shall have to keep an eye then, the older woman mused aloud. Anyway, it is time we headed off, she announced as she pointed to the clock. Shit, Andromeda cursed, having lost track of the minutes that were passing by. In a flurry of activity, she collected what she would need for the day, and the three females entered the living to find Pollux waiting for them. He greeted the bride with a pained smile, proud of the young woman she had become, though not happy with her choice in husband. He had, however, agreed that he would follow tradition and give his daughter away, though he did so with more than a little reluctance. Do you have everything you need? He questioned. Andromeda nodded. Then we shall be off, he declared with a sigh. Drula ignored her husband's reticence and dour mood as she squeezed her daughter's shoulder encouragingly, leading her from the house and to the area in which a portkey could be used. Narcissa, we are leaving, she called loudly. The sound of rushing footsteps could be heard as the girl descended the stairs and joined them, adjusting her own purple dress as she came. She paused as she took in the appearance of her older sister and smiled. You look beautiful, she offered sincerely. You too, Andromeda replied, noticing for the first time that her youngest sibling was no longer the little girl she thought of. She was well on her way to becoming a very desirable young woman, something she had never truly considered until she had laid her eyes upon her in this moment. Pollux, too, seemed to have a similar realization dawn, as he withdrew a silver chain from his pocket and offered it to his female companions. Why did it have to be girls? He sighed as they were pulled away from their home and to the venue that had been designated for the wedding. Break. He held her in his arms as he guided them around the dance floor within the forest grove. The clearing had been lit by several floating orbs, complemented by the presence of the fairies that naturally dwelled here, said presence only adding to the serenity of the venue. Other than a few minor occurrences, the day had largely been a success. The Blacks had surprisingly managed to remain somewhat cordial towards the contingency of Tonks that were in attendance, small as the group was being of Muggle heritage. He had almost felt the need to intervene when Cassiopeia looked as though she would murder those without magic, simply for the fact that they dared to exist and breathe in her presence. A sharp look from Arcturus had curtailed her urges, and the woman had instead chosen to ignore them entirely, the best that any could hope to have happened. Walburga had boycotted the event as was her prerogative, the woman completely insistent that herself nor her husband would be there. Again, this had been expected and even a welcome absence. Bellatrix sighed contentedly within his embrace as he fought back a chuckle-catching sight of Remus and his current predicament. The boy had somehow found himself on the dance-floor with Narcissa, the latter completely oblivious to the scrutiny her companion found himself under. The glares of many he received were nothing short of withering, glares that left him visibly perspiring, his eyes darting to and fro nervously as he attempted to continue his attempt at being an amiable gentleman. He held her to him in a conservative manner, fighting against her attempts to move his hands below her waist, the gray eyes of the Blacks around him not leaving his own. Harry found his discomfort rather amusing, in light of the prank the other boy had spearheaded during the Christmas feast, and felt little need to intervene on his behalf. It would certainly teach him a lesson if Arcturus cursed him a few times, and judging by the look the werewolf was receiving, it was a distinct possibility in his near future. "What's on your mind?" he questioned gently, his tone of voice matching their surroundings. He felt her smile and shake her head into his chest. "Nothing really," she answered quietly. "I'm just enjoying being here with you." Harry felt his own lips quirk upwards. He too appreciated moments such as these, few and far between as they were. It was something he never took for granted. "It's nice," he observed, giving a nod towards James and Lily, who passed by his line of sight in an embrace of their own, the former having refused to attend if she could not be his guest. Bellatrix sighed into his chest once more before extracting herself from his grip, just enough so that their eyes could meet comfortably. "I want you, Harry," she whispered, the mischievous grin she wore dimmed slightly by the nervousness in her gaze. Noticing the confusion in his own from the statement, she continued. She did not want her intention to be doubted nor misinterpreted. "In every way, but more than anything, I want you," she finished, her eyes drifting over him, causing him to blush as what she meant made itself known within his own mind. He dragged a hand through his hair, his eyes narrowing hungrily at the implication, resulting in a shudder to course throughout her under his smoldering look. "This isn't really the place to discuss this," he mumbled, his voice pleading, though his gaze continued to burn into her readily. This did nothing but cause her smirk to deepen, as she returned the desire she saw within his emerald orbs via her own violet ones, the carnal urges of each projected perfectly without the need of words. Harry shook his head to clear his mind of such musings. "I want you too," he admitted. She noted the hesitation that coated his words, and she huffed in frustration. "But," she demanded with a harsh whisper, a sinking feeling washing over her. Again, Harry dragged a hand through his hair and sighed. "It's not that simple, is it?" His eyes had dulled considerably, so Bellatrix took pity on him. She put her need for answers to the side and squeezed him tighter. This was plainly something that he had thought of, likely for quite some time if his reaction was anything to go by. "Why isn't it?" she asked, drawing in a preparatory breath, even though she could not stand to face such an impending disappointment. He smiled weakly at her before he answered, his face awash with a myriad of emotions. "If I die, She cut him off before he could continue, knowing immediately what his next words would be. She rested her head against his chin and took a moment to compose herself. "I believe in you, Harry, more than I have ever believed in anyone or anything before," she spoke truthfully. She took a deep breath and swallowed the lump that had formed in her throat. "If I was to lose you again, then I would rather it happen knowing I had you in every way. There will never be anyone else for me, and I know there couldn't ever be anyone else for you." Her words were certain, though they were laced with just a hint of questioning. "Never," he agreed, his own voice thicker than normal. She gave him a watery smile of gratitude. "What if there was for you?" he asked worriedly, the thought leaving a sick feeling in the pit of his stomach. Her smile remained, as his own insecurities surfaced momentarily. "Nobody could ever be you, Harry. There would never be another. I would sooner remain alone and untouched for the rest of my life than have anyone other than you." His eyes spilled over slightly at the sentiment of her declaration, and she used her thumb to wipe away the errant tear that had fallen. "This all scares me," he admitted quietly. "What does?" Bellatrix questioned with a frown. Harry shook his head. "All of this," he responded as he gestured between the two of them. "Before I came here, I never understood any of it. I never knew what it was like to have someone I care about as much as I do you. I care so much that it hurts sometimes," he finished confusedly. She chuckled at his naivety, her heart breaking slightly at the lack of such a good thing in his life. "That's love, Harry," she sighed. "Real love." He chuckled. "Is it supposed to be so good and scary?" Bellatrix nodded. "I love my family, and the thought of losing them breaks my heart, but it's different with you. I lost you once, and you saw what happened to me. The fact is, I can't be without you. Just the thought of it feels like someone is tearing my heart out," she explained. He nodded his understanding. "It's the same for me," he agreed. "So, will you stop with your stupid nobility and give us what we both want?" she asked with a raised eyebrow. He snorted slightly, but nodded. "There's nothing I wouldn't do for you if it kept a smile on your face," he responded seriously. She melted at the sincerity of his words and allowed the tingling feeling that followed to envelope her. Not only could she feel the truth in his words, but his eyes burnt with it equally. The man in front of her would tear the world to the ground for her if she so desired it. But that would never be something she sought, so long as she had him. He was her world, and in that moment, she knew that she was his. The intimacy of the instance was cut short by the form of an arriving, familiar patroness. "We need you now," it said simply before it dissipated. Bellatrix watched the love he had displayed flitter into nothingness before his usual hard countenance appeared, leaving her wanting, craving for his emerald pools to flicker once more beyond that of what he was now showing. "I have to go," he said sadly, his eyes sorrowful for the briefest of seconds. She could only bow her head in understanding, her throat constricted. He gave her a swift kiss on the head before he departed, leaving in his wake a woman who knew his plight, one that knew that he carried upon his shoulders, and one that carried part of the burden herself. She hated that he felt the need to leave, but she understood. It was all part of who Harry was, just as much as she too had become one of the very few things he needed in life. But she knew it was worth it. He was worth it. She had no doubt that he would end that which had plagued him his whole life, and then she had every hope that she would see more of the man that had just stood before her, his soul bared for only her, more of the man she knew he was becoming. For that, she would wait a lifetime if necessary. She watched as he vanished amongst the thickets so that he could exit the wards and apparate to where he was required to be. But the truth was, he would never be needed any more than he was by her, at her side, where he belonged. Break. Harry arrived at the ministry to find the building mostly empty, with only a few of the more dedicated employees still milling about. After surrendering his wand to the assistant manning the desk and receiving the nod of admittance, he made his way to the minister's office, the activity here contradictory to what he had witnessed upon his arrival in the atrium. A collection of aurors and senior members of departments alike were seemingly in the process of completing tasks that had been assigned to them, none paying any heed to the teen that was now among them. Harry shook his head as he felt his stomach sinking, knowing that what had happened could not be good. After glaring a hole into Dolar's umbrage and passing her by without leave, he knocked on the door of the woman who had requested his presence and was admitted with little delay. He entered the room to find only the lady herself and the usual unspeakable, himself being seated as the woman paced frantically back and forth. "Ah, Harry, take a seat," she offered as she continued her efforts to wear the carpet down to its barest threads. He did so and waited for her to explain the need for him to be here. Instead of her acquiesce to his silent request, she gestured for the man to speak in her stead. Harry turned his attention to him and was met with a deep sigh of frustration. "We fucked up," he said bluntly. Harry raised an unamused eyebrow but said nothing. He wanted an explanation before determining how dire the situation was they now found themselves in. "We got all we need from the Lestrange boy," the man continued. "He admitted what he had done and how he received his mark." He shook his head before elaborating. "We gave him a break, some time for the effects of the Veritaserum to wear off whilst we decided what we would do next." He swallowed deeply. "He hung himself in his cell," the minister interjected. Harry narrowed his eyes at the pair, not at all surprised by the amateurism of the establishment. The boy should have been under constant supervision. There was no excuse for him to be left alone the way he clearly had been. "We decided that we needed to act accordingly. We intended to complete a sweep of the departments to check all members of staff for the mark, but before we got through the first, word had somehow spread and many people fled," the unspeakable huffed. "Of all the staff that remained, none carried the mark." Harry nodded his understanding. "So there was a leak," he deduced. The man shrugged uncertainly. "It would appear that way," he agreed sheepishly. Harry sighed and dragged a hand through his hair. "The only ones who knew of this were us and our most trusted employees," the minister defended hotly. Harry banged his fist on the table, his anger surfacing for the first time. "Then one of them was not trustworthy," he hissed furiously. The woman paled considerably as she was faced with the glowing, seething eyes of the young man. She felt a chill run down her spine as she attempted to compose herself, refusing to be cowed by the wizard before her. "We could not have foreseen this," she spat in retaliation, her chin raised in defiance. The nostrils of the teen flared. "It is done," the unspeakable broke in, his own voice stern and reprimanding. Harry took a deep breath and nodded. "So we don't have any other names?" he questioned. The Greycloak shook his head. "It's not so important," he mused aloud. "We can tally the names of those that have left," he explained. "That would work," the younger man agreed. "But we need to look at where this leak could have come from. I only told one member of my team the full details, and that was as we were about to carry out the searches," the unspeakable informed him. "And you're certain they had no opportunity to send a message of sorts?" Harry probed. The man shook his head resolutely. "Not without me being able to see it. I trust this person more than any," he added confidently. "Minister." The woman breathed heavily through her nose. "I told only the head of the Auror department, the head of the DMLE, and only 2 others who work closely with me," she answered. "Crouch is completely trustworthy, as is my head Auror, Summers," she assured them. "Both are loyal to the ministry and were happy to show they are not marked." "Who were the others?" he pried further. "My undersecretary and my personal guard, Kingsley Shacklebolt, both whom are loyal also," she finished, though she was not as certain as she had been. "Umbridge?" Harry questioned. "Dolar's, yes. She was present this morning whilst we finalized our plans," she replied with a frown. Harry sighed, having no doubts where the leak had come from. "Okay," he spoke as he stood. "We need to bring all of them in and get to the bottom of this," he suggested, not giving any hint of who he suspected in the matter. "It must have been one of them, unless either of you have spoken out of turn." Both denied the insinuation angrily, and Harry held up a hand to placate them. "I don't believe for a second it was either of you. but that means could only have been one of the others. I will send for them now, the minister declared grimly, not at all happy with the turn of events. The unspeakable nodded before exiting via the fireplace, as the minister shouted her instructions to a person outside her now open door. The wait for those under scrutiny was completed in silence, but short. The unspeakable was the first to arrive with his colleague in tow, followed only a few minutes later by those of the minister's entourage. Gentlemen and lady, today we attempted to make progress with our investigation into the activities of the Dark Lord and his followers, an investigation that has been both hindered and compromised. The minister spoke, her voice and eyes steely and unwavering. Now, I have spoken to each of you individually thus far, and we have concluded that the leak that led to the revelation of our plans could only have come from one of you. Crouch huffed irritably. I do hope, Madame Minister, that you are not under the impression that I am involved in this, he growled dangerously. For your own sake, Barty, I hope not, she replied, not allowing herself to be intimidated. I have shown I am not marked, and have even volunteered to be questioned under Veritaserum, he bit back. That's not a bad idea, Harry broke in thoughtfully. Would all of you be happy to submit yourselves? If the minister deems it necessary, Shacklebolt answered without hesitation. Crouch, Summers, and the unspeakable nodded, whereas Dolar's Umbridge was now looking nervous, a sheen of perspiration forming on her brow. Who are you to decide such a thing? She spat towards the teen furiously. We are all loyal to the minister. That remains to be seen, Bagnold interjected darkly. Well, I for one refuse, Umbridge declared. I will not have my deepest, personal information forcibly taken in front of my colleagues. It is both immoral and uncalled for. Dolars, I'm afraid you have no choice in the matter. As minister, it is my prerogative to deem what is and isn't necessary, and in the circumstances, I deem that it is. This is a matter of national security. An investigation of the utmost secrecy and importance has been compromised, and I will not allow such a thing to pass without punishment, Bagnold responded icily. Umbridge looked towards her colleagues for support, only to be met with accusing eyes. In a moment of sheer madness, her fingers twitched towards her wand, and in only the blink of an eye, she found herself on the ground, head throbbing, ears ringing and bound, unable to even twitch her limbs. The others in the room turned towards the teen who had acted against her, black and purple wand in hand, as his eyes glowed dangerously in the direction of the downed woman. Shit, he's fast, Shacklebolt observed, having not even seen the boy's attack. Crouch nodded his agreement grudgingly. Can we get on with this? He demanded. We all have other things we need to be focusing on. The minister nodded as she drew her own wand and levitated her disgraced secretary into a chair. At her prompt, the lead unspeakable stepped forward and administered the required 3 drops of clear liquid and stepped back. It took only a moment for the woman's eyes to glaze over, and he gave the go-ahead with another slight jerk of his head. Bagnold cleared her throat before addressing the woman, both anger and disappointment evident in her eyes. What is your name? She demanded. Dolar's Jane Umbridge, the plump detainee answered, her voice monotonous. Are you a follower of the Dark Lord? No, Umbridge answered. The minister frowned before proceeding. Is it your intention to become one? The sweat already prevalent on the woman's brow thickened as she fought the potion as best she could, but to no avail. Yes, she ground out. Bagnold sighed, her lips twitching in distaste. Was it you that revealed our intention to search the staff for the dark mark? A single tear fell from the left eye of Umbridge broke free, though all in attendance were certain it was not one of regret, but one of self-pity. Yes, she expectantly revealed. The minister growled in fury. How? Umbridge swallowed deeply. I sent a paper note to Lincoln Rosier to warn him. Rosier, Crouch broke in, I should have known. The minister sighed. What's done is done, she muttered unhappily. That doesn't change the fact that the only evidence we had is now useless, and our only source is dead. Then we should get more. the unspeakable advised. That will be very difficult, she returned. Indeed, the man concurred. We do, however, now have a list, he pointed out. A list of suspects that we cannot move against. We cannot prove they have committed any crimes. It is not illegal to be marked despite what we know of it, she explained. We cannot arrest anyone based on mere speculation. The unspeakable nodded. And it does not help that all of those missing are prominent members of pureblood families. They will not stand for what they will deem a prejudice inquisition. So, how do we proceed? Crouch questioned keenly. We must catch them in the act, Kingsley answered in realization. Crouch was not at all appeased by the answer. Impossible. By the time we can respond to their actions, they are always long gone. The others in the know murmured their agreement with the man. There is another way, Harry muttered. When the others looked to him for the answer, he took a deep breath. It will be controversial but necessary, he warned. What is your suggestion? The minister requested, open to anything that could assist them out of this bind. As minister, you have the power to ban any with the mark from entering the Ministry of Magic, pending further investigations, he explained. The woman nodded thoughtfully. It's not as though our efforts are hidden any longer, she mused. The problem is, we are now unable to carry out the investigation. Those with the mark would have already gone to ground. Harry nodded. It just means that you will be able to present what remains of the Wisengamot, with what you do have, and hope you can convince them to pass the necessary decrees. The woman shook her head. We don't have enough, she admitted. Even the staunchest of light supporters will not be swayed. It will be deemed circumstantial at best, as we only have the words of a now-deceased boy, she huffed. We need further evidence, and we cannot get it the way we had intended. It's all well and good investigating it internally, but we cannot just decide amongst ourselves that a witch hunt can go ahead. It goes against what the ministry stands for. So the only way is to catch them in the act? Harry asked. Bagnold nodded. And we don't have the numbers for the necessary patrols, Crouch sighed. We lost 23 Aurors today. We are fucked then, Harry deadpanned. It seems that way for now, Bagnold conceded. Harry frowned as he thought on his own actions and what he would do next. After the display of incompetency he had witnessed today, his faith in the ministry had all but diminished entirely, but he still needed their support if only to avoid any potential backlash in the future. What if a helpful citizen was able to persuade some employees on that list to return to their place of work? He questioned curiously. Bagnold narrowed her eyes at him. Careful, Potter, she warned. Your immunity only covers your actions against the Dark Lord and not those that have chosen to follow him, unless you are openly attacked, she reminded him. It could work, the lead unspeakable shrugged. The minister shook her head. It would be nothing but dubious, she responded heatedly. It is unlikely that these people would come quietly, and we have no grounds to raid their homes, albeit officially or unofficially. The minister is right, Crouch agreed unhappily. The woman in question looked towards the clock and stifled a yawn. It is getting late, and we are unlikely to achieve anything else this evening. Let's get some rest, and we can resume this in the morning, she decided. But unless we can come up with a solid plan, then we are stuck. What about openly banning the mark within the ministry? Kingsley questioned. Bagnold nodded. It is a start, and it will show the public that although we have had a setback, we are continuing to work against the man and his followers as best we can. What about Umbridge? Summers asked, nodding towards the still bound woman. The minister sighed, seemingly having forgotten her secretary. She will be taken to Azkaban, pending a trial to be arranged at a later date, she instructed. Any other questions you want to ask her, Barty? The man pondered the question a moment before nodding and approaching the woman. Seeing that the potion was still in effect, he addressed her. Have you, in other way, knowingly aided the Dark Lord or any of his followers in their endeavors? He demanded. Harry silently applauded the man for his foresight. The question itself was poignant and necessary. Dolores shuddered as she nodded. Yes, she answered, her voice quivering. How? A man approached me on behalf of Lucius Malfoy. He said that Lucius needed information of where a certain wedding would take place for his lord. Which wedding? Harry interrupted, his eyes alight with both worry and fury. Andromeda Black and her mudblood lover, Dolores answered, trembling under the stare that was leveled at her. Harry growled as an ethereal Thistral entered the room and spoke in the voice of the woman he had left a short time ago. Harry, you need to come back, they're here. Her voice was desperate and rung in his ears as the creature faded. Without hesitation, he flicked the elder wand into his hand and vanished in a burst of black smoke, the heat and force of his departure sending those remaining in the office sprawling to the ground. Gather what men you can and get there, the minister instructed her head Auror sharply as she rose. The man nodded and sprinted from the room. That was dark magic, Crouch declared angrily, a vein in his temple visibly pulsing. That is the least of our worries, Barty, the woman chided. Potter is not known for mercy. We need to stop him killing those people. It may be our one chance to salvage this. The man gritted his teeth and nodded. You too, he addressed the unspeakables. Keep an eye on her, he commanded as he gestured to the prone form of Dolores Umbridge before he too exited the office followed by Kingsley Shacklebolt. The minister took her seat and released a deep breath. Potter had undeniably been an asset to her and her efforts, but the power he wielded and temperament gave her cause for concern. She could only hope the young man's ambitions were pure and he would not become an issue in the future. He will have to be watched, she sighed, the lead unspeakable still present nodding his agreement. Her own thoughts easily interpreted by the man. Break. Under the pretense of needing use of the facilities, Remus found himself in the bathroom. The cold water he was liberally splashing on his still red cheeks doing very little to assuage the discomfort he was experiencing. It was not that he disliked the girl, far from it, but the newly revealed persistent side to her troubled him. The two had shared the occasional interaction, whilst at school if they had happened upon the other, these exchanges always amiable at the very least. Intervening on one's behalf when in peril creates a bond of sorts after all. But the girl had never exhibited herself in such a way during any of these, and it confused him. He was certainly no fool. He just could not understand why such a promising girl would have intentions of this nature towards him. He in no way thought that he was repulsive outwardly, nor inwardly for that matter, other than the bestial companion that resided within him, his lifelong companion that would emerge as the full moon did. She, however, had no such cursed existence. Her family was powerful, affluent, feared, and awe-inspiring in equal measure, herself growing to be a very beautiful young woman with the gift to attain all she desired. So, why was it that he feared her affection? A question that had many answers, each one more persuasive than the one that preceded it. As much as she appeared to be a woman, she was still just a girl. Only 2 years separated them in age. These were, however, 2 vital years in development and maturity, both mentally and physically. A rather negligible age gap in a few years' time, but an age gap that would currently land him in Azkaban, or more than likely, murdered by her fiercely protective family members. He shook his head as he released a deep breath. These, in truth, were the least of his concerns. The fact was that he was a werewolf, destined to remain looked upon as a blight on society, a second-class citizen at best, no matter how much he wished it would change. It was his lot in life, his burden to carry, and he could never let her sully herself by having an affection for him, the lowly creature he was treated as. In truth, he did not even know why it was he stood before his reflection having this internal debate. It was not something he would be able to compromise, negotiate, or change. It was simply out of his reach in all ways. All he could do was allow her obvious infatuation with him to pass, as all schoolgirl crushes did eventually. In only half a year, he would be away from the castle for good, and she would still be there for another 2. He just had to avoid her until then, and then he would soon become but a distant memory to the girl. He turned off the tap, ready to be his ever-polite self for the rest of the evening, lead her around the dance-floor as she wished and ensure she had an enjoyable time within reason. an intention that collapsed around him as the door opened and Arcturus Black intruded upon him, his stormy gray eyes appraising the teen as the door closed behind him. "Lupin," he greeted him cordially enough, "I hope you are enjoying your evening." The tone was casual, but the eyes continued to bore into his own, leaving his mouth dry and stomach flipping fearfully. "Yes, Lord Black," he managed to reply quietly, his stare dropping. Arcturus nodded once before brushing past the young man and beginning the process of washing his hands, those ever-appraising eyes not leaving him in the reflection of the mirror. He finished his ablutions and began drying himself on a towel, finally taking some pity on the teen that he had been impressed by since their first meeting. "I understand your predicament," he sighed. "Do not hurt her," he warned severely. "I don't intend to, Lord Black," Remus assured him. "It's just a slight crush, I think." Arcturus let out an uncharacteristic chuckle. "I'm sure it is, but do not underestimate her persistence. She is just as stubborn as her mother, and she will pursue what it is she wants to the very end." Remus shook his head, partly from frustration, partly from worry. "What should I do?" he questioned pleadingly. Arcturus gave a weak smile of understanding. "If you continue to feign ignorance, it will do nothing to deter her. It will more than likely bolster her determination," he explained, his own tone equally frustrated, laced with a hint of admiration. "What do you think you should do?" he fired back, his eyes narrowed. Remus took a moment to consider his options before replying. "I should talk to her, explain as best I can," he said uncertainly. Arcturus nodded. "You will find that she is just as understanding as she is fierce. She has a beautiful soul and won't condemn you for your decision." "Thank you, sir, for the advice and not killing me," he finished with an awkward laugh. "Killing you?" Arcturus questioned with a deep frown. "You are a good man now, Lupin, and I have no doubt that you will only become even better. I am a man of my word, and I look forward to seeing you note results. I hear you put on a very impressive show at the Christmas feast." Remus blushed slightly as he rubbed the back of his neck. "I wanted to test myself and see how far I'd come," he shrugged. "And how far do you believe that is?" Remus smiled proudly. "Far enough that I am confident I can succeed. Then our future business endeavors will prove to be profitable," the old man stated. He stepped past the teen once more and placed a hand on the door, ready to exit, but held back momentarily. "Good luck with my granddaughter, Lupin. I think you will need it," he offered with a smirk before exiting the room and joining Pollux and Drula once more. "He knows what is expected of him," Pollux ground out, receiving a warning glare from his wife. Arcturus nodded. "He needed no prompting on the matter," Arcturus answered. Pollux nodded firmly. He knew he could do nothing in the long term where his youngest was concerned, but for now, she was still a young girl and he wanted her focused on her studies and not chasing after the opposite sex. He wanted the best for her, and he was absolutely confident in her potential as he was his other daughters. "Why are you grinning?" he questioned his father, the man not attempting to conceal his newfound mirth. "Well, soon enough, it will be serious responsibility to deal with this particular problem, hopefully before it resurfaces," he explained with his eyes alight. "What's that supposed to mean?" Pollux demanded, frowning as his wife smirked also. "You don't truly believe that Narcissa will be deterred forever. She will continue to pursue it, it's her nature. I'm just hoping it can be postponed until she is out of school and I am no longer the Lord Black," he laughed openly. Pollux's eyes widened comically as Drula chuckled along with her father-in-law. Both in agreement of his assessment of the youngest black female, neither aware why the young man would fight such affections. "Break." He took a moment to compose himself further before exiting the bathroom and ignoring the surprisingly amused stare of the man in which he had just been conversing with, the glint in his eye unexpected and a little troubling. He had no need to seek out the vivacious blonde. She found him before his gaze could complete a cursory sweep of the room. "There you are," she exclaimed, claiming his hand in her own in a confident, recklessly brazen manner. He felt a heat prickle his cheeks as he averted his eyes to the ever-watching figure of Arcturus Black, the stare he found boring into his own, ignorant of the plea for help, still shining with that irksome, rare gaiety. The visage of the girl's father, however, held no such merriment, only flared nostrils and narrowed orbs, not humored slightly by what was before him. Remus swallowed deeply as he graced the girl with his attention once more. The feeling of suffocation tightening around his throat the more, he pondered the implications of her fascination with him. "Can we talk?" he asked, his voice weaker than he intended. A slight frown marred her delicate features as she glanced over his shoulder towards her grandfather. Father and mother gathered around her table, her eyes flashing dangerously for the briefest of seconds before she smiled at the older boy and led him to somewhere secluded from prying ears. The glare he couldn't miss only increased his nerves, and he was no longer certain would be more pleasant to confront. This teenage girl who seemed determined to claim him in some way, or the ire of the older members of her family, who would undoubtedly express their displeasure of him through unfathomable means. No matter his choice, he was quite certain that he would be subject to the rather infamous black temper. Narcissa took a seat on a bench, far away enough from the other revelers for privacy, but not too far that they would be entirely out of sight. She certainly did not want either of their honors questioned nor reputations smeared because she had deigned to share a moment of privacy with the boy. She crossed her legs primly and gestured for him to join her. He did so, and she raised a questioning eyebrow, inviting him to speak. He exhaled the deep breath he had taken in preparation, crumbling slightly at her already stubborn posture. Her chin was raised, back straight, looking every bit the pureblood lady she was becoming. "Narcissa," he began nervously, no longer sure on how to broach the subject without embarrassing the girl or himself coming across as foolish or uncaring. "Sissy," she corrected him. He acquiesced her request with an apologetic nod. "Sissy," he obliged. He sighed and shook his head. "What are you doing?" He questioned more harshly than he had intended, his frustration at the situation surfacing. He was met with the raising of an immaculate eyebrow, her lips twitching slightly. "I have no idea what you mean, Remus," she denied playfully. He returned her words with a pleading look and a small, sad smile. "The flirting, the dancing, I just don't get it," he said, his voice much softer than it had been previously. Narcissa gave him a smile of her own, one that belied the confidence she had been exhibiting until now. Her hands fidgeted slightly in her lap as she looked away, seemingly undecided with how to proceed. A deep breath followed shortly, the teasing and surety that had been prevalent, no longer so. "I like you," she stated matter-of-factly, "ever since that day in Hogsmeade." Remus nodded his understanding, as his chin dropped to his chest. "I only did what was right. I protected you because at the time you needed it. You don't owe me anything for that." The girl frowned and narrowed her eyes at him, the same way she had done so towards her family only moments prior. "I don't feel indebted to you," she said firmly. "None of this has anything to do with that." Remus frowned in confusion, but was halted in his reply by her as she continued. "You got my attention that day, I won't deny that. It gave me a very good idea of the person you are, but that isn't why I like you," she explained. "I like you because of everything I see in you. You're strong, brilliant at what you do, quietly confident but don't take everything seriously." She blushed slightly before speaking her final thoughts. "And very good-looking," she added shyly. Remus felt himself warm at the sincerity of her words, not feeling deserving of such praise. He took her hands and squeezed them gently, appreciatively. "We can't," he whispered regretfully. "Why not?" she returned passionately. "Is it because I'm not your type? Do you not like me that way?" He met her eyes, his heart sinking as he noted the tears beginning to form. For any, he would have felt the guilt creep into him for the rejection he had to give, but for her, he found himself caring deeper than he thought he would have imagined. It was not just guilt that plagued him, but the knowing that he was denying himself also tugged within his gut uncomfortably. "No," he denied miserably. "It's not that." Then what is it? She asked almost desperately. I know you have enjoyed tonight as much as I have. Just give me a good enough reason why, and I will understand. He shook his head, not having expected this to be such an emotionally difficult conversation. He hadn't at all considered that he may like her also. It had always been a commodity that he had denied himself because he knew that he could never have this with anyone, let alone someone of the caliber of Narcissa Black. I'm older than you, an adult, he tried. Something that won't matter in 2 years, she bit back, a little angry at the feeble excuse. He conceded the point with a nod and rubbed his cheeks tiredly. It was a poor excuse, he knew, and not one that she would accept enough to deter her want of him. He thought furiously of anything else he could use, anything that would make her understand that he was not right for her and never could be. He met her pleading stare once more, a mistake, for he could not deny her the truth. She deserved it. She had bared herself to him in a way she had done for no other. And for that alone, she deserved the real reason and not the poor excuses he could provided or platitudes that were weaker than he felt in this moment. He took her hands again, both to bolden himself and support her for the impending revelation. We can't, sissy, he began, his confidence waning with each passing second. Your family would never allow it. She shrugged indifferently. They don't approve of Ted, she pointed out. This is different, he replied heatedly. It's not the same. They would never allow it, and you won't approve of me either, he concluded quietly. I already do, she hissed irritably. So, what is the real reason, Remus? If it's not that you don't feel the same as I do, what is it? I'm a monster, he said in just above a whisper. Something your parents probably told you about when you were little to scare you, someone who can't have what it is I want because of what I am. Narcissa frowned in confusion and laughed, though there was no humor in it. A monster. His face dropped, the years of self-torment, people unknowingly aiming their bigotry and hatred towards him and misery of his condition expressed in his features, eyes settling into the amber of the wolf, though depressed, absent of the malice they usually contained. A werewolf, he muttered. I'm a werewolf. She stood and took a step back in shock, not having expected a revelation of this nature, her first instinct being to flee from the young man. The sadness in his eyes deepened, if it were a possibility, and she chided herself for giving in to the conditioning she had received throughout her life regarding these creatures. Her own expression became apologetic as she took a tentative step forward and cupped his cheek with a trembling hand, ignoring the flinch of the rattled boy at her approach. I'm sorry, she whispered genuinely. He shook his head and swallowed audibly. You don't have to apologize. I do, she returned sternly. I know the person you are, and I reacted just as poorly as a stranger would. It's okay, he reiterated. No, it isn't, Remus, she scolded, her anger directed more towards her own actions. I'm just as guilty as everyone for how you and your kind are treated. You are one of the best people I know, and I let my prejudice take over. She gave him a weak smile before speaking further. It is people like me that are the monsters, the ones who judge you for what you are because of what we have been told. You are not a monster, Remus. You are an amazing person who does not deserve to be treated that way. He felt himself warm slightly at her words. Could you please not tell anyone? He asked. Only James, Peter, Sirius, and Harry know at school. I won't tell a soul, she promised, but you have to do something for me. He nodded warily. Don't deny yourself the chance to be happy because of a small part of you. You have such low self-esteem because of it, and it's silly, she sighed. I know I reacted badly, and I will always be sorry for that, but if someone cares about you, then the wolf won't matter. It matters to you, he pointed out with a humorless chuckle. It doesn't, not really, she mumbled. It took me by surprise, I can admit that, but it doesn't matter, I still feel the same way, stronger if anything, she finished sadly. It matters to you though, Remus. That is something only you can deal with, and when you do, then maybe you can be as brave as the wolf in you and pursue what is it you want. He gave her a weak smile of appreciation. So, you understand why we can't? Narcissa shook her head, a mischievous grin forming. Not at all, she denied. I understand why you think we can't. She removed her hand from his cheek, and replaced it with her lips, giving him a brief kiss as her eyes sparkled. "Tell me that you're not interested, and I will walk away from you," she challenged. His words failed him, her audacity and tenacity shocking him into silence. Even if he had the capability to deny her, he couldn't. He knew that anything he spoke to that end would be dishonest with himself, and her more importantly. She smiled knowingly at his inability to formulate a response and gripped his hand tightly. "If you can figure yourself out and forgive me for how I treated you, then you know where I am. I will wait for you, Remus, you and the wolf, if you will both have me." He marveled at her, this wonderful, unencumbered girl who he could see wanted a chance with him. She had asked for nothing more than that and had spoken frankly and honestly with him. He couldn't respect her more even if he desired it, more so. He could not wholeheartedly deny her wish with dismissal. Instead, he gave her a solemn bow of his head, eliciting a bright smile in return. He had no doubt that the Lord Black would likely skin him alive, but he found that even though he had betrayed his trust somewhat, he could not outright reject Narcissa. It was not what either wanted, and he could only hope that someday, even if she decided he was no longer what she wanted, that he would have the self-worth to attain something as meaningful as what she was offering, when he was ready to do so. The duo began walking back towards where the other guests were mingling, already feeling the stares of some upon them, causing a sense of dejection to sink into his stomach. But there was something else on the edge of his perception also. He paused his steps, garnering the attention of the girl, causing her own to cease. He sniffed deeper as a foreign scent permeated his honed nostrils, frowning in confusion as he failed to identify the somewhat familiar aroma. "What is it, Remus?" Narcissa questioned worriedly. His intended response was quelled as he instinctively shoved her aside forcefully with his shoulder, the spell seemingly aimed at her tearing into the same appendage, sending him spiraling to the ground, blood immediately oozing from the wound. His many hours under the tutelage of Harry P. prevailed, however, and he rolled forward to his feet and drew his wand as the shouting from behind him began. It was impossible to miss the 6 figures that approached from the trees, their bone-white masks glistening malevolently in the darkness. Harder still was the pink barrier that had formed at his back, separating him from the rest of the wedding attendees. He backed up, under no illusion that he could defeat this number of assailants, retreating until he met the resistance of the barrier that shoved him forward, not granting him sanctuary with the others. He chanced a glance over his shoulder and found himself met with a multitude of reactions. He briefly caught sight of Arcturus, Charles, and Pollux, wands drawn and attempting to remove the barrier. His gaze swept across the faces of James and Sirius, who showed concern for him, both gripping their wands tightly, uncertain of what to do, and he finally met the eyes of Narcissa. She was terrified, pleading for him to run, absent of words. He swallowed deeply and gave her a sad but reluctant smile. It was a trap, and he was the only one that could prevent the intended actions of those that intruded upon them. He would not run. He would protect them as best he could, the same way his friends had always protected him. He turned his attention back to the cloaked figures, the distance between them having closed considerably. His left arm hung limply at his side, but he braced himself nonetheless and fired off a salvo of spells, taking the attackers by surprise. His chosen target avoided the first, parried the second, and shielded the third and returned fire, followed by his companions. Remus erected a powerful shield that buckled and cracked under the onslaught and nimbly rolled to his side, gritting his teeth against the pain that shot through his already useless arm. He fired a series of bonebreakers and bludgeoners, clipping the largest of the attackers with one of the formers, and followed up with an asphyxiation curse that sailed over his victim's head as he fell to the ground, clutching his knee with a scream. This only served to infuriate the masked invaders, and Remus was forced to throw himself to the ground to avoid their response. He refused to remain idle, however, and he sent a stream of towards them as he righted his stance, and sent off to cutting curses and a powerful blasting curse that echoed resoundingly as it impacted against a tree, sending thick splinters of wood in all directions. His efforts were met with a further scream as another fell victim to his work. A large slither of wood now protruding from his back as he lied twitching on the ground. The attackers continued to press their advantage, and he again raised a shield only to find himself flat on the ground as a bright blue spell tore through his defenses and plowed into his sternum, leaving him on the edge of consciousness, the air ripped from his lungs. He struggled to draw breath as the blackness threatened to overcome him, unable to fight the effects of what he had been struck down with. A sharp pain spread throughout his scalp as he was pulled to his knees by his hair, the spinning of his head making him nauseous and unable to defend himself, weakened as he was now. "Tell Potter to drop his wands and come out, and we won't hurt his little friend here," a gruff voice demanded, the voice muffled by the trauma he was experiencing. The response the man received was a feminine laugh, a laugh that promised pain. "Harry isn't here," the voice of Bellatrix answered. "But don't worry, Lucy, he's on his way, and I'm sure he is looking forward to playing with you." Remus could almost hear the feral grin the girl was certainly showing, and his attackers began muttering amongst themselves uncertainly, clearly not having planned for this turn of events. "We should go," one voice advised cautiously. But it was not to be. "What was that?" another questioned fearfully. "Wards," the first replied. The 4 remaining attackers became steadily more unsettled, and Remus felt a sense of foreboding come over him in the form of a coldness that sunk into the very marrow of his bones, a coldness that the others were acutely aware of. As his vision began to clear, he noticed the thick, smoky fog that had rolled in from the trees and the lone figure that now approached from within it, his eyes glowing that eerie green that would unsettle any that met such a sight. He felt the grip on his hair tighten painfully, and a wand pushed against his neck. "Stop where you are, Potter," the gruff voice spat. "I will kill him." Harry stopped as commanded, his eyes taking in the scene before him as he smiled unsettlingly. He tilted his head to the side questioningly, his grin turning animalistic. "Go ahead," he shrugged casually. "My wards are up, which means none of you are going anywhere. Kill him, but before you do, you should be aware of something," he advised as he stepped forward again, the atmosphere becoming frighteningly tense. "What are you talking about, Potter?" the assailant responded uncertainly. "You will have to kill him very quickly to succeed, but that will leave me with all the time in the world to return the favor, and I will not be merciful. I will make you all suffer every pain you can imagine. I will make you watch as I take every single person you love and subject them to horrors you could never fathom, helpless to prevent what I will do. And only then will I put them out of their misery, but not any of you. No, I will keep you alive. Every single day that you exist will be more miserable than the last, more painful, more horrific. I will make you beg for death, something that I will not grant. I will destroy your mind and body, but I will not allow you the luxury of death." The masked men shuffled nervously, the fear they now felt palpable to where Remus could smell it coming off them in waves. One, however, remained steadfast. "Fuck you, Potter, our master is coming for you," he spat. "Drop your wand or we kill all of them. Do it now." Harry hesitated for only a moment before he complied, throwing his purple and black wand to the ground in front of them, causing the attackers to breathe a sigh of relief. "Have it your way," they heard him whisper before he disappeared in a puff of smoke. "Where is he?" one of them questioned furiously, a hint of worry lacing his words. "I'm right here," the voice of Harry sounded close by. "But I'm also here," it sounded again, this time quite a distance to the left. "Stop playing games, Potter," the gruff voice shouted. Harry sighed from wherever he was. "If you insist." Several Thestrals took shape from the fog and charged towards the masked men, the spells they fired in return passing straight through, having no effect on the creatures. They scattered in panic as the creatures drew closer and Remus found himself on the ground once more, abandoned in favor of their own safety. He watched, stunned as the horse-like beasts continued their chase, quickly sending 3 of them to the ground to join the other 2 that had fallen to his wand. The 6th had a little more success, managing to evade his pursuer, but he made the mistake of running towards the grounded werewolf, who sprung to his feet and brought the remaining man down with a vicious uppercut that rendered him unconscious. Remus, too, found himself back on the ground as the adrenaline wore off, and the dizziness of blood loss overcame him, his chest still heaving with the effort to breathe. He noticed Harry walking towards him, binding the bodies of the Death Eaters as he did so, a look of concern aimed in his direction. "Are you okay, Remus?" he asked gently. Remus could only nod. He was far from it, but he knew he would survive. He watched as Harry drew an unfamiliar white wand from his left sleeve, baffled by the appearance, knowing that it was not the wands that belonged to his friend. He was in no fit state to inquire to its origins, however, and released a sigh of relief as he felt his skin knit back together tightly as his friend went to work on him. "I wouldn't have let them kill you," Harry whispered guiltily. Remus managed a weak chuckle. "I know," he assured the other boy as he accepted what turned out to be a blood-replenishing potion and a pain reliever. "Thank you," he said breathily as they took effect. "You need to get them out of there. I will be fine," he added as he pointed to the pink barricade that remained, the wedding guests visible through the sheen. As Harry left, he took the chance to breathe deeply, a moment to himself to recover and compose himself. His arm throbbed dully, the potion having not completely eradicated the pain, and found himself wincing only a moment later as he felt the weight of someone squeezing him tightly. "You stupid, stupid man," Narcissa sobbed into his damaged shoulder. "I'm okay," he attempted to placate her. But she shook her head angrily. "You might not have been," she gritted out as she pulled herself away from him. "Such a stupid Gryffindor thing to do," she scolded. I'm a Gryffindor," he reminded her. She attempted to glare at him, but smiled despite herself, her eyes softening. "Come on, let's get you inside and get you checked out," she offered as she helped him to his feet. "I will take him," Arcturus insisted as he reached them. "Go and speak to the Aurors. They want a statement from everyone," he instructed his granddaughter as he gestured towards the contingent that had arrived without either being aware. She looked as though she would protest, but a single look from the man stymied this, and she left to do as she was bid, giving Remus a long look as she departed. Arcturus said nothing more, but turned and began walking towards the tables with the teenager in tow. "That is twice now that you have put yourself in danger to keep her from it," the older man stated. "You are going to have a reputation similar to Potter's if you aren't careful," he added amusedly. Remus shook his head in denial. "I did what was right. I wouldn't let anyone hurt her," he returned with little more than a whisper. Arcturus smirked, but said nothing more as he led the teen towards a waiting Doria. "Check him over, Dor, thoroughly. There's definitely something wrong with this one," he intoned jokingly. Doria shook her head and pushed him into a chair. "Harry already fixed the cut and gave me some potions," Remus explained. The woman nodded. "I will just check for any curse residue and make sure the cut won't come undone," she informed him as she waved her wand around the now sealed wound a few times, nodding further in approval. "You'll live," she declared. She smiled at him gratefully as she gave his knee an affectionate pat. "And thank you for what you did." Remus bowed his head and blushed slightly at the praise, something he didn't think he would ever get used to. The interaction between the two was interrupted by Arcturus, who had remained with him as he sighed deeply and shook his head at the werewolf. "It seems as though I find myself in your debt once again, Mr. Lupin," he deadpanned. Remus shook his head. "You have already done so much for me, Lord Black." "As have you for myself and my family," the man countered. "There isn't anything I want," Remus sighed. Arcturus smiled slightly and nodded. "Then I owe you a favor, a conversation for another time," he replied, echoing the first talk of this nature he shared with the boy. He turned to leave, and Remus stood, halting his step as his attention returned to the nervous-looking teen who was staring over his shoulder. He glanced in the same direction and was met with the sight of his granddaughter, looking towards them in concern as an Auror seemingly talked at her. "There is one thing," Remus whispered. Arcturus raised an eyebrow and waited for him to speak further. The werewolf swallowed deeply before proceeding. I have managed to dissuade her, I think, he began uncertainly. Neither of us are ready for a relationship or to even consider it. He steeled himself as he met the penetrating gaze of the older man. I told her what I was and why we can't. I explained that for now I am too old for her, he elaborated. She said she would wait for me, and I hope that she does forget about me. It would be best for her. I won't pursue her, and I will keep my distance, he assured the Black Patriarch. There's only one thing that I would ask you. Arcturus frowned slightly and nodded for him to continue. If she doesn't get over it, and if she does approach me however long from now, just don't make me break her heart, he almost begged. The older man looked between his granddaughter and the boy in front of him, meeting his eyes and pleading within them as he sighed. I have always been keen for my children and theirs to make their own way in life when it comes to matters of the heart. You have been honest with her and me. You have been there for her when she has needed it most, he conceded. If that day does come, then I will not stand in your way nor hers. It will always be her choice, and if she chooses you, then she could certainly do worse. Remus nodded gratefully. I will try to discourage it, sir, he vowed. And I strongly suspect you will fail miserably. If the way she is looking at you is anything to go by, then you already have her heart. He looked towards the girl who was still watching him with concern. He smiled at her, indicating that he was okay before addressing her grandfather. If that's true, then I will make sure I am not a disappointment to her, but only when we are both ready. Arcturus nodded gratefully before walking away towards the Aurors. You've got some nerve, Remus, Doria praised. The fact that you asked for something for her got to him. He's always had a weakness for Sissy. Remus chuckled in relief. I thought he was going to curse me. You're not the only one, Doria replied as she followed in the footsteps of her brother, leaving behind a fortunate werewolf in her wake. As she left, he was joined by James and Sirius, both of which hugged him tightly. Mad bastard, Sirius mumbled in his ear. What's going on with them? He questioned as he nodded towards the Aurors. Sirius shrugged. They're taking them in. One of them said something to Harry about helping them with something. I can't think of a better Christmas present for him, Sirius snorted. No, I can't either, Remus agreed as he was treated to a shy smile from Narcissa once more, something that James was not as oblivious to as Sirius appeared to be. Break. He now knew that he had to act faster than he had anticipated, thanks to the idiot Malfoy boy and his companions. His wrath had been a sight to behold when he had been informed of their capture and detainment, a mission he had neither been privy to nor approved of. Abraxas had taken the brunt of his fury and had yet to recover from his personal attentions, the one thing that brought a slight smile to his pale lips. He had expressly forbidden any such efforts, so that he had time to consolidate his forces unhindered by the interference of those in charge, something that would now be almost impossible because of their downright foolishness. Things had changed, and not to his benefit. The bureaucrats had seemingly been more active than he had known, using subterfuge to their advantage, building up everything they could use against him to gain an advantage, to destroy everything he had tirelessly been working towards. It was hindering him now, that he could not deny, but he was accepting of this, much more than he would have believed himself capable of being. He knew who was largely to blame. There was only one person that could compromise his mark in the way that had clearly been done and allowed the new laws to be passed. His own men, although many holding seats in the Wisengamot, had been unable to prevent the development, they themselves now excluded from the body. Well played, Potter, he praised his foe genuinely. But it means nothing, he hissed furiously. He would still prevail, no matter what obstacle was put before him, and now there was only one that needed to be dealt with, once a potential ally, now more than ever, the thorn in his side that he had tried to prevent. Harry Potter had to be eliminated from the equation. Not only had he been a direct threat to himself, something that he had since mitigated, but he had proven himself as a threat to his entire regime, and that could not be allowed to continue. He would have to end him soon. It was the surest way to success. If Potter was dead, then there was none that could physically prevent him from taking what he wanted. He had no doubt that some would try, but they stood as mere men, whereas himself and Potter were titans, giants amongst men. There was no other that could stand against him, not even his former headmaster. The man was a pacifist, weak and foolish. Potter was different, like himself in many ways, just as ruthless, as cunning and dangerous. Potter, however, regardless of his talents, was still just a boy, but a threat indeed, a threat that would be neutralized imminently. He slammed the day's newspaper on the desk, gracing the heading with a final look of loathing. Outlawed, the Dark Lord, the Dark Mark, and his followers. An up-close image of his mark adorned the page, along with a statement that the minister had made to the press, explaining the decrees that had passed motion. In short, neither himself nor his followers could operate as openly as they had been. It was now impossible for him to operate in the political field, and the Aurors would now be actively looking to bring his followers in as wanted men. It was a disaster for him, having achieved so much before true notice had been taken. In truth, he had achieved much more than he needed to, preparing himself for this potential eventuality, but it still irked him that there were those that would dare openly defy him. However, all would be well once more when Potter was gone. He repeated it to himself within his mind continually, a mantra that consumed him and left him uncaring of all else around him. The only thing that mattered now was Potter and ending his miserable existence. Only then could he continue his work successfully. Only then could he seize the power he had always craved. Chapter 18. The Approaching Darkness. It was difficult for Harry to not feel both a sense of smugness and pleasure by his efforts during the Christmas break. Although he knew his unshakably good mood was the result of little more than some petty revenge, despite his work being rather pivotal in turning the tide more to his favor. But knowing that he had personally turned Lucius Malfoy into a squib was enough to keep a grin on his face for the remaining days of his time away from the castle. A grin that any who knew him would find foreign and more than a little unsettling. Although the grin was no longer visible as he departed the Hogwarts Express with the other Marauders, the jubilation within had not waned at all. He was acutely aware that his achievement would mean little on the grand scheme of things, but he would not fight the contentment he had been granted from the victory of a personal vendetta he'd held since the man had attempted to fire the killing curse at him when he was only 12 years old. His joy was not only due to seeing Lucius finally receiving some justice for his abhorrence. Bellatrix had joined them on the return journey to school, the young woman feeling ready enough to finish the final months of her education. Harry had no doubt that she could complete her NEWTS as she was, but he couldn't deny he had sorely missed her during her absence from the castle, despite the fact he had been visiting her regularly enough. It simply had not been the same without her attending lessons and sharing their moments together after the day's work had been completed. He offered her an arm as she stepped of the train, her eyes containing a hint of nervousness within them. He gave her hand a reassuring squeeze as the pair led the way towards the carriages, garnering their fair share of attention from their fellow students. It was a tight squeeze accommodating all 5 of the Marauders, Lily, Alice, Marlene, and Bellatrix in the Thistral-pulled carriage, and it was thankfully only a short journey to the grounds where they found themselves within the Great Hall soon after and taking their seats for the welcoming feast to begin. The eyes of the headmaster trailed over the returning students, twinkling merrily as he spotted Bellatrix seated at the Slytherin table with her younger sister, most of her fellow housemates seemingly greeting her as affable as could be expected by the House of the Snakes. He stood when all had taken their seats and gave a cursory glance down the length of each table, pleased to note that there were not any unexplained absences either from attack or involvement with the followers of the Dark Lord. I welcome you all warmly back to Hogwarts and hope that your time away was both enjoyable and productive, he offered with a bow. For our 5th and 7th year students, it is now a very crucial time during your education, and one I hope you do not take lightly. Your professors will make themselves available for any additional assistance you may require, something they will discuss with you in your classes, and Madam Pince is also at your disposal, should you need a point in the right direction towards any books you may need. He ignored the snort that came from the direction of Sirius Black at the Gryffindor table as he pressed on, the subject that now needed to be addressed even less pleasant than the discussion about exams. As I am sure you are aware, recent legislation passed by the Wisengamot has decreed that the carrying of the Dark Mark is illegal, and any caught with it are liable to a rather unpleasant stay in Azkaban, he began gravely, his eyes no longer twinkling in their usual manner. Those rules apply within these walls also. Should any be caught with the mark, they will be summarily handed over to the Aurors for investigation. Those labeling themselves as Death Eaters are considered a rebel group led by a wanted man. We will not be searching students, as this is against the school charter. We will, however, be keeping a very close eye on all within these walls to ensure that we are not unknowingly housing fugitives, and any that fall under our suspicion will be dealt with accordingly. For those of you that are 17 or above, you are considered adults in the eye of the ministry, and the clause of the charter that protects underage students does not apply to you. We can and we will retain the right to carry out searches if necessary, he warned. A considerable amount of grumbling met his words, but there were none in attendance that were particularly alarmed by the proclamation. With all of that being said, I wish you all the best of luck with the remainder of the year. He waved his hand dramatically across the room, causing the platters to fill with food before taking his seat once more, hoping that the second half of the term could pass without any unpleasant incidences. Break. Severus Snape was irritated, and more than a little perturbed to have been summoned to a meeting with his head of house on the first day of the new term. He couldn't fathom what the man could possibly want with him so early as to drag him away from his untouched breakfast. He suspected that he was about to be subject to a search of sorts for the mark of the Dark Lord, and in truth, he couldn't blame the faculty for having such suspicions of him based on his past transgressions. He just wished they'd had the decency to allow him to eat first. He staked through the corridors of the dungeons, glaring at any who dared impede him with their presence, and found himself knocking on the door to the rotund man's office. The door opened only a moment later, and he was admitted by the man who offered him a seat before he made his way to his own chair, which creaked under the brunt of his weight. It was, however, not only Severus' presence that had been required. In the chair next to his sat a very nervous-looking Peter Pettigrew, whom he greeted with his usual sneer, reserved for the pudgy boy and his ilk. Slughorn, oblivious to this, greeted them both with his usual jovial smile before addressing them. "Now, gentlemen, I imagine you are wondering why you are here," he began, his jowls wobbling excitedly. "You have my apologies for disturbing your meal, but what I wish to discuss is much more important." He found himself faced by two questioning frowns, though neither of the students spoke and waited for him to continue. The time of year has come upon us where us professors must decide if there are any in our graduating year are suitable to be considered for an apprenticeship. Your reason for being here is that I would like to formally offer the two of you that opportunity. He leaned back in his chair and allowed his words to be absorbed by the two, each now adorning looks of shock and confusion. It was Severus that found his voice first. "You said that you wouldn't apprentice me because of everything that happened last year," he stated with a deepening frown. "I did," Slughorn sighed. "Things have changed, Mr. Snape. You have changed," he added with sincerity. "Your work continues to be as exemplary as ever in most subjects, but you have not been involved in any unpleasantness within these walls as far as I am aware since our last discussion, and it would be remiss of me to not nurture the gift for potions you have. Not only would it be bad form on my own part, but I believe there is much you have to offer to the field." Severus nodded his understanding as he considered the benefits. "Why am I here, sir?" Peter piped up. "Shouldn't you be offering this to Lily instead?" Slughorn smiled at the boy. "Miss Evans will be having a similar conversation with Professor Flitwick. He was rather quick to claim her for his own, and he grudgingly has my agreement. Although Lily would be a fantastic potioneer, I believe her heart already belongs to charms." He sighed with a slight frown of his own. "However, regardless of Miss Evans, you would have been afforded the same opportunity, Mr. Pettigrew. Your work is also far beyond the standard that is expected of a student." "What does all of this entail exactly?" Severus interjected. "It is the master's prerogative to name the terms and requirements." Slughorn bowed his head in acknowledgement and graced the pair with another smile. "I can assure you the terms will not be taxing," he promised. "You will both apprentice under me for no less than 5 years. You will assist me with my teaching as and when necessary. And you will finally swear an oath that all work you undertake will be for the betterment and progress of the subject." "That's it?" Peter questioned. "It is, but due to the current climate, you will both submit yourselves to a search, so that it can be ascertained that you are not a marked follower of the Dark Lord and will be subject to this search sporadically." Both boys nodded their agreement, much to the professor's relief. Without prompt, Severus stood and lifted both of his sleeves, revealing his sallow, yet unblemished skin. Peter followed suit, eliciting a warm smile from the man. "Would I be right to think that you are both accepting?" he asked. Again, the pair nodded, and the jovial manner of the man vanished. "Excellent, but I give you both fair warning. If either of you disgrace myself, the agreement you are entering, or the subject, I will ensure that neither of you will practice potions in any professional capacity. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir," the teens chorused. "This means that the two of you will be working closely together on a number of projects, both in and out of the classroom, and I will not have any of your prejudices compromising either of your educations. Is that also clear?" There was a slight hesitation from each before they expressed their agreement. "You do not have to be friends, but you will be colleagues. You may not see eye to eye on many things, but when you are at work at the school or wherever it may be, I expect you to conduct yourself in a completely professional manner." He allowed his final severe words to settle within them before his usual demeanor surfaced once more. "You will each receive a stipend of 500 galleons per quarter for personal use, and all of your required equipment, books and ingredients will be supplied by the school," he explained. Severus felt a cloud forming in his mind as he took in what was being said. Not only was he receiving a fantastic opportunity at a career he would thoroughly enjoy, the money he was receiving, though not lucrative by any stretch, was more than he had ever had. Peter was also pleased with the offer and couldn't keep the smile on his face. The money itself would be a boon to his rather pedestrian lifestyle, but he was relishing the chance to explore his favorite subject further. "I believe congratulations are in order for the both of you," the large man offered as he withdrew a rather expensive bottle of mead from his drawer with 3 glasses. "Usually, this would not be allowed, but I believe in the circumstances it would be acceptable." He offered the 2 teens a glass and raised his own. "To our future endeavors," he called loudly before the 3 drained their drinks in celebration. "Break." James Potter was nervous. Every time since his first day of Hogwarts that he had been summoned to the office of Professor McGonagall thus far had never ended well for him. Usually, it would result in a lot of impending detentions, a letter home to his parents, and a stern lecture from the equally stern woman. So far, he had been accepting of this. He had been guilty of all he had been accused of, other than the incident that had seen McGonagall's prized tartan tin reduced to shrapnel. But this time, he could not think of anything he had done that would warrant his summoning. The prank at Christmas had been both masterminded and put into practice by Remus. Anyone who knew him was aware that he himself was not capable of such enchantments. He was simply at a loss to why the woman would possibly require his attendance. He shook his head and sighed before knocking, ready to defend himself if he were to find himself accused of something he had not been responsible for. The door opened of its own accord, and James entered the room warily to find the unwavering, grim visage of his head of house staring at him, the look given though grave, giving no indication to the trouble he was in. "Sit, Potter," she ordered. James complied immediately, not wanting to provoke her. "Why am I here, Professor?" he questioned as he tried to prevent himself from fidgeting uncomfortably. Professor McGonagall scrutinized the boy in front of her for a moment, but finally relented as she noted the growing tension of her student. "I wish to inquire what your intentions are once you have completed your NEWTS, Mr. Potter." James frowned and shrugged noncommittedly, relaxing slightly at the question. I thought we had the career meeting in 5th year. McGonagall's nostrils flared slightly. We did, she agreed, but I would like to think that your goals had changed since then. She tapped a file he had not noticed on her desk before she opened it and shook her head. I would like to think you aspire more than to, in your own words, get a job where I can prank people and stare at Evans all day. It was funny when he had said it 2 years ago, but he now found himself blushing in embarrassment and rubbing the back of his neck. Yeah, that was stupid, he admitted. Indeed, McGonagall concurred, her own frown deepening. Well, I will have to take on my head of house responsibilities in the future, but that won't be for a very long time, he shrugged. Other than that, I'm not sure. I did plan on joining the Aurors. I'm just not so sure that's what I want anymore, he muttered. Being an Auror is a very respectable and rewarding job, McGonagall pointed out. James nodded. It is, he agreed. I don't think I want a job where I could be killed any day. I must think about my family. There's not many of us left, he reminded her. And everything that's going on out there has made me think about it. McGonagall nodded and gave the boy a genuine smile. That is without doubt the most mature thing I have ever heard you say, she praised. However, you shouldn't discount a career as an Auror if that is what you wish to do. Before you make a choice, I would discuss it with those that matter. I will, James replied with a grateful smile. A short silence fell between the two before the woman sighed and spoke again. I do not wish to make your decision any more difficult than it already is, Mr. Potter, and you have my apologies, but I called you here to offer you an apprenticeship in Transfiguration under myself. James' eyes widened in surprise, and he was immediately excited, though confused by the prospect. Me, he questioned disbelievingly, but I'm a terrible student. McGonagall nodded. Admittedly, your behavior has often left much to be desired. However, you are exceedingly gifted in the subject, more gifted than any that have entered this establishment in many years, and I do not say that lightly. You have frustrated me over the years, Mr. Potter, but there is no denying your aptitude in Transfiguration. It is a very rare gift, and one that even Professor Dumbledore has seen in you. James was simply dumbfounded by the praise being bestowed upon himself, and for the first time in his life, he was rendered speechless. People with the ability to become a master in Transfiguration are very rare indeed. I myself have never had the confidence in any of my students to offer such an opportunity, but I believe, as does the headmaster, that you are not only capable, but will excel in the field. This is a lot to take in, James sighed. I understand, Mr. Potter. I would like you to seriously consider your options, but please do let me know in a timely manner. There would be much preparations to make should you choose to accept. James swallowed deeply and nodded as he stood and offered the woman his hand. Thank you, Professor, he said solemnly. McGonagall stood and accepted his hand, cheering internally at the state she had managed to leave him in. There are many benefits to an apprenticeship, Mr. Potter. You will gain access to tomes personally written by myself and Professor Dumbledore, get to meet and work with the most accomplished in the field, and even get to train to become an animagus should you demonstrate the ability. James smirked slightly, a smirk that unsettled the woman. Please do not tell me you have been dabbling in the practice already, she pleaded. James' smirk widened and he shrugged. I won't tell you then, Professor, he replied cheekily. McGonagall shook her head and sighed. Hypothetically speaking, of course, if I were to ask you how far into the study you were, what would your response be? Hypothetically. McGonagall nodded stiffly. James dragged a hand through his hair nervously. I won't be in trouble. This all hypothetical, Mr. Potter, but I would urge to exercise caution with such dangerous magic. James sighed. Hypothetically, I believe I have found my animal and can complete my change. The widening of his professor's eyes was unmistakable, though they narrowed quickly after. If this conversation were serious, I would say that you are full of hippogriff dung, she challenged. It took me close to 8 years of study. Then it is a good thing that it is not, James countered. I wouldn't want to prove you wrong. The corner of the woman's lips twitched. James Potter had always been a rather boastful boy, but there was something in his eye that spoke more truth than his brash words ever could. I do hope you consider my offer, Mr. Potter. If what I believe of you is true, there really are very few limits in what it is you could achieve. Break. Harry looked on in a mixture of pride and trepidation as Sirius and Bellatrix faced off against each other. The latter moved with a grace and fluidity that seemed impossible when one was in such a situation. She parried and danced with grace, a frustrating combination to face made only as equally dangerous as a myriad of curses. Charms and jinxes left her wand with almost no discernible flourish, the movements masked within her own deadly dance. Sirius, however, was no amateur, and though he could not boast the majesty his cousin demonstrated, his own approach to the art was no less lethal. His movements were purposeful, articulate, and used minimally to maximize his stamina. His wand was a blur, and although lacking the same speed as his opponent, packed an unabashed amount of power and purpose with each cast. He looked every bit the future Lord Black, his gray eyes alight with the thrill of battle, his composure unwavering and desire to win absolute. Harry tempered his urge to intervene, to bring the duel to a premature end due to his own previous experience of witnessing the two in combat. Despite the enmity between them having mostly been resolved, he knew both were quick to righteous fury, and it would take very little for the embers of their former loathing to be stoked into a roaring inferno once more. His heart, already fluttering nervously, began to thump uncontrollably, and he drew his wand to separate the pair as Sirius dropped his shield a second too soon, and his knee was clipped by a well-placed banishing charm, sending him a dozen feet back and landing in a crumpled heap. Shit, he cursed as he sat up, slightly disorientated by his unexpected tumble. Bellatrix had frozen, her grip around her wand tightened, her knuckles white, and she was ready to defend herself if necessary. Sirius stood and shook his head before approaching his cousin, his countenance betraying none of his intentions. He reached only a few feet from her and smiled as he bowed respectfully. Well fought, cousin, he offered sincerely. Bellatrix raised an eyebrow in surprise before returning the gesture. You too, Sirius. The boy hobbled to a nearby chair and groaned as he sat, glaring at Remus' mocking grin. Laugh it up, Moony, he grumbled. Remus held up his hands innocently. You did well, he assured him. None of us would have lasted that long. Both Marlene and Alice nodded in agreement. Harry's been training her, Sirius sighed. She needs to be able to handle herself that well if she's going to stay with the Git, he jested, causing said boy to glare at him. She's a natural at this, Harry snorted. In a fair duel, she will be better than me. Sirius chuckled and frowned when he noted the sincerity in his friend's words. It's a bloody good job. You're not a duelist, then. Harry nodded, a wide smile gracing his lips. Doesn't mean I can't take her down a peg if needed, he whispered in reply with a wink. Is that so, Mr. Potter? Bellatrix muttered in his ear, her warm breath sending a shiver through him. Harry turned to face her and smirked. We both know it's true, he replied before he kissed her on the cheek and disappeared in a puff of black smoke. Bellatrix flushed and growled as she began scanning the room for any sign of the boy, embarrassed that he could turn the tables on her with apparent ease. Come out and play with Bella, Harry, she simpered dramatically. I promise I'll be nice. Oh, I'm sure you will, the disembodied voice answered, but you won't win. Bellatrix's grin was feral, and she immediately fired a stunner at the first glimmer of his reappearance, only to be left breathless at what she witnessed. Harry appeared, his eyes glowing and hair rippling gently as he casually stepped aside and caught the spell in what was a smoky visage of his hand. He grinned victoriously and vanished once more only to emerge behind Bellatrix. He touched her on the shoulder and caught her limp form before she hit the ground. Sirius was the first to recover from the shock. What the bloody hell was that? He demanded. Harry shrugged, his grin now sheepish. That's the first time I tried it, he confessed, happy with the results. Remus shook his head in disbelief. That shouldn't be possible, he muttered. It goes against the rules of arithmancy. His eyes widened significantly. Unless the smoke can be used as a conduit, or unless what you did is wandless. Harry shrugged. Wandless, I think, he offered with a thoughtful frown. Best wake her up, Marlene advised knowingly. Harry grimaced as he withdrew his wand and tapped his unconscious girlfriend, her eyes full of confusion, narrowing as she gained some clarity. I'm sorry, Harry tried. Her eyes narrowed further as she smirked. You will be, she promised. You can make it up to me later, she added with a saucy wink. It was Harry's turn to blush as Sirius groaned in discomfort. I don't want to hear it, he whined as he covered his ears. Grow up, Sirius, Marlene huffed. Or should I tell them about the thing you suggested we try? She questioned, her eyes alight with both mischief and mirth. Sirius shook his head, pleading with his own eyes that she remains quiet. Disgusting mutt, Remus muttered. Why do you call him a dog all the time? Alice questioned with a frown. The three boys shared a nervous glance, but were thankfully excused from answering as the door opened and a very pensive James entered, a look of shock and pride warring across his features. James, Sirius inquired. James smiled and shook his head, indicating he was fine. How many detentions? Remus asked with a chuckle. James shook his head. None, he replied, his tone subdued. What did McGonagall want then? Sirius broke in, frowning in confusion. She offered me an apprenticeship, James revealed, his tone almost uncertain in the veracity of the words spoken. Sirius and Remus guffawed, but paused when they realized their friend showed no signs of joking. Bloody hell, you're serious, Remus exclaimed. No, he's serious, James retorted, causing the others to sigh in despair. What? He's always doing it, he grumbled. Well, congratulations, Marlene said, genuinely happy for the boy. I've never heard of her having an apprentice, Alice interjected. She's probably never had anyone as good as James, Remus replied with a warm smile. Oh, come on, he implored as he was met with several looks of disbelief. He was doing 7th-year work in our 3rd year. Yeah, well, he doesn't have the best record of behavior, Marlene pointed out. You can't ignore talent like that, Sirius returned as he pointed at James. When it comes to transfiguration, he's a genius. James reddened slightly under the praise and tried to shrug it off casually. Harry had said nothing but beamed proudly. He had always heard that James was gifted in the art, had witnessed it for himself, and this only proved it further. Even in his own time, he had never heard of the stern professor taking on an apprentice. He stepped forward and pulled the boy into a tight hug. You deserve it, he whispered happily. James nodded, a look of uncertainty and unease overcoming him. What is it? Harry asked with a frown. James sighed. We had plans to join the Aurors, he answered, gesturing between himself and Sirius. Said boy shook his head and smiled in understanding. You should do it, he advised. You can't miss a chance like this. I have to spend time with my grandfather learning how to run the family, and it's unheard of for an heir to become an Auror. It's too dangerous, and I have the family to think about, he finished sadly, but no less determined. James nodded. Me too, he whispered. I can't risk it, there's so few of us Potters as it is. I guess we had to realize it at some point. Well, I never thought I'd see the day, Marlene broke in, shaking her head. I think you are both doing the right thing, Bellatrix interrupted. Regulus isn't strong enough to run the family, and Harry hates politics, and would probably wipe out the whole Wisengamot within 5 minutes of being in there. The others laughed, agreeing with her conjecture. I'm sure the Aurors will be fine without us. They've got the fiery Alice Prince on the way. Sirius chuckled as he patted the girl on the shoulder. Only for the mandatory 20 years, she grumbled. Then I can retire and spend my time in my greenhouses with Frank, she finished with a wistful smile. Greenhouses? Harry asked. Alice and Frank both have a fetish for plants, Marlene sighed. Harry smiled as memories of Neville surfaced. his own fascination with herbology being identified. "Frank doesn't strike me as a gardener," he mumbled. "He's as gifted with plants as James is with transfiguration," Alice defended. "I'm not too bad with them myself." Harry gave her a genuine, unexplained smile. "Have you decided what you are going to do yet, Harry?" Marlene asked. The others looked on with curiosity as he shook his head. "I have no idea," he sighed. "I thought about Quidditch, but I don't want the fame." Sirius snorted. "If you plan on killing the Dark Lord, you won't be able to avoid that." Harry shrugged. "The Ministry can take the credit for all I care," he huffed. "What about you?" he returned the question. Marlene smiled shyly. "I want to become a healer, but I want children too, at least 4. "You'll be a busy man, Sirius," James scoffed. Sirius grinned, unfazed by the intended embarrassment. "You'll get no complaints from me, and I don't know why you are laughing. They'll love their Uncle James and will want to spend lots of time with you." James balked. "I'll have my own to deal with," he whimpered, visions of miniature versions of himself and Sirius running rampant in his home. The others laughed at his horror, only to be brought out of their merriment by the arrival of Lily and Peter. "What's so funny?" the redhead asked, her emerald eyes bright with unspoken happiness. "We were just laughing at James, and him looking after his own and Sirius brood of children," Marlene answered as she wiped away a tear. "I'm not pregnant," Lily denied immediately, blushing profusely. "They met later on, Lils," James consoled her. Lily huffed irritably. "Well, that won't be for some time. Not until I've finished my apprenticeship with Professor Flitwick," she replied nonchalantly. "You too?" Alice questioned. "Me too," Lily returned with a questioning frown. The others turned to James, causing the girl's frown to deepen. "I was going to discuss it with you when I saw you," he sighed. "Professor McGonagall has offered me an apprenticeship." Lily's eyes widened considerably as she hugged him, squeezing him as tears of joy filled her eyes. "I couldn't be any more proud of you," she whispered. James smiled happily. "You think I should do it?" Lily pushed him away gently and nodded. "If anyone can, it's you," she responded with complete confidence. "And I thought my news would be a surprise," Peter broke in with good humor. "I'm staying on with Slughorn and Snape," he finished with a slight grimace at the thought of the other boy. In a flash, Peter found himself on the ground, struggling to breathe under the combined weight of the other Marauders, each one offering him their congratulations and words of encouragement. "Get off, you bastards," he wheezed. They relented when they were satisfied that he knew how happy each of them were and stood, breathing heavily. "Shits," he cursed with a shake of his head as he attempted to flatten out his disheveled robes. "That just leaves you, Bellatrix," Alice prompted. The girl tapped her chin thoughtfully with her forefinger as she gave Harry a lecherous grin. "Well, I will have either 3 or 7 children. They are 2 very magical numbers," she began, seemingly speaking to herself. "Although I don't really like the number 3, she added with a frown. Harry's face dropped as he paled considerably, his eyes darting towards the door. James roared in laughter as he took note of his reaction. "I think she is joking," he comforted the panicking boy. "Am I?" Bellatrix questioned as she glided towards him. "I think I would love 7 of his children. Very powerful and beautiful they will be," she mused. "Not to mention all the fun we can have making them," she whispered seductively in his ear. Harry gulped audibly as he shifted on the spot, unsure on how to react. Bellatrix cackled and shook her head. "You're far too easy, Potter," she mocked. Harry sighed in relief, though the thought of having children with her warmed him to the core. "Why not?" he challenged with a smirk of his own, causing the girl to falter in her teasing. "I didn't have a family growing up. It's the only thing I ever wanted," he shrugged. "James said himself there's not many of us Potters left. We could make it our life goal to bring the numbers back up," he finished with a wink. She scowled at him as the others looked on in shock, the jest between the two fatting. "If you mean that, really mean it, then I would do that for you. I'd give you 20 of them if it would make you happy," she offered as she pulled him into her arms, the warmth within him intensifying. He knew she would. He could feel the sincerity in her words. He shook his head nonetheless. It would only work if that's what you wanted. I wouldn't take away your dreams for anything, he replied in a whisper. She smiled against his chest, having never doubted that for a single moment. Well, there is something I want to do first, but there's someone I want to speak to before I make any decision. After I'm finished that, then we can have as many children as you like, whether that's 1 or 21, she promised, her eyes shining brightly. Will I see you tonight? Harry nodded. Same time, same place as before. Bellatrix smiled as she pulled away and bid the others farewell. Everyone else had plans beyond completing their NEWTS. It was time that she put her own into action. Break. It had been a very good day for Phileas Flitwick, evident by the irremovable smile that had been upon his face for the duration. Prior to his discussion with Lily Evans, he had already been quietly confident that the girl would accept his offer, and his assumption had been proven correct. She had taken the offer even before he could explain the benefits or her duties, something that had him chuckling in amusement at her eagerness. She would flourish under his tutelage, of that he had no doubt, and securing her placement gave him the needed confidence to pursue his secondary endeavor, one that held less certainty for himself. He finished scribing his formal declaration, stating his intentions to take Lily on as an apprentice, and put the quill back in the pot, before rolling and sealing the missive to be sent to the ministry at his earliest convenience, sighing in relief that the arduous task had been completed quicker than he had anticipated. The relief, however, was followed by a sharp tapping on the door. Sighing again, he cleared his desk and id his visitor entry. "Ah, Miss Black," he squeaked. "I was pleased to see your return to the castle." Bellatrix gave the diminutive man a smile and took the offered seat. "I'm glad to be back, Professor," she returned sincerely, causing the man to give a smile of his own. "What is it I can do for you?" Bellatrix took a deep breath. "I was wondering if I could trouble you for some tips on entering the dueling circuit professionally." His smile widened, his secondary efforts unfolding in front of him with no input on his part. "Well, I was going to send for you for that very discussion, but it seems that you reached out to me before the opportunity arose," he explained with a chuckle. "I will have to speak to your head of house as dueling is not on the curriculum. If we can reach an accord, then I wanted to offer to take you on as an apprentice and coach you, were that to be of any interest." Bellatrix's eyes widened as she nodded gratefully. "If it wouldn't be too much trouble, I would appreciate it, Professor." "It would be no trouble at all, Miss Black," he assured her. "You have potential, and I have been considering this since the tournament last year. You are formidable, and I believe you could make a very good career out of it." Bellatrix warmed at the praise, having initially believed that he would be much too busy to assist her. "If you are happy for me to proceed, I will write to the Lord Black and your parents out of courtesy." "Thank you, Professor." He gave her a bow. "We can finalize the details at a later date, once we have confirmation that we can proceed," he stated. Bellatrix nodded. "My grandfather and parents will agree." "Excellent," the charms professor exclaimed. "I shall send for you once I've gotten word, and we can make our preparations from there." Bellatrix nodded and exited the office with a smile, pleased that her plan was coming together. A few years of dueling would be the perfect way to build her reputation before she settled down to pen her own works on the subject, and even a few on defense against the dark arts. Who else but a Black could be a better source for such a thing? Her anticipatory smirk remained in place as she entered the Slytherin common room, only to be accosted by Severus Snape. The boy had been rather subdued since the evening of the attack on Lily, since the start of term if truth be told, but he had yet to deign her with his presence, having taken to isolating himself from his peers for the most part. "Black," he greeted her cordially enough. The two had never personally been at odds with one another, but their relationship had never been amicable either. Snape was insignificant to her and to him. She was the perfect pureblood, hateful of any that she saw beneath, which was seemingly every person in existence if her haughty demeanor was anything to go by. What can I do for you, Snape? The boy swallowed nervously but steeled himself. I was hoping could get permission to write to Regulus. We were friends, and I didn't get a chance to say goodbye to him. I'd just like to know that he is doing okay, he explained. Bellatrix couldn't hide the surprise she felt by the request. As far as she could tell, Severus Snape cared for no one and spent the first 6 years here licking the boots of Lucius Malfoy and Rudolphus when the former had left. It's not up to me. You would have to ask my grandfather for that, she said flatly. Or you could ask the heir, she added with a twisted grin. She expected the boy to combust at such a suggestion, and again found herself surprised by him. Instead of the anger a small part of her had wanted to provoke, he merely nodded his understanding, though his expression had soured. I will do that, thank you, he offered with a slight bow before he walked away, leaving behind a bemused young woman. Bellatrix could only shake her head as she headed to her room. Pushing the curious moment aside, she headed towards the bathroom to prepare. She was meeting Harry tonight, and she wanted to be at her very best for him. Just the thought had butterflies fluttering around her stomach, nervousness and insecurity sinking in, but she was determined. They had not discussed anything after the incident at the wedding had taken precedence, and she had waited long enough. She knew what she wanted. She was certain she knew what Harry wanted, and they would both get their due tonight if her will prevailed. Break. The 7th-year Gryffindors had decided to mark the respective successes amongst themselves with an impromptu celebration. Harry, James, and Sirius had procured a veritable feast from the kitchens with the help of a dozen or so keen house elves who had been ecstatic to provide the food and drink required. The group had spent the next several hours in the common room, indulging in excess, allowing any and all that wished to take part to share in the merriment of the occasion. It was when Sirius suggested supplementing what they had with a bottle of fire whiskey that Harry decided to take his leave and prepare for his time with Bellatrix, though Lily was firm in the fact that none of them would be partaking in the liquor in school. Her stance had relaxed on many things since she associated herself closer with the Marauders, but she would always be a stickler for the rules to an extent. It made the youngest Potter question how she tolerated James and his penchant for continuous infringement. With a little more effort than he was accustomed to, he managed to push himself from his seat, and after making his excuses, he headed towards the showers. He was certain that Bellatrix would not appreciate the smell of fried food and butter beer that wafted under his nose, the scent having clung to him. He dispatched of the offending garb before turning the shower on and peering at his reflection in the mirror affixed to the wall above the sink. He shook his head and snorted at what he saw. Ron and Hermione would never recognize me now, he mumbled, taking a moment to ponder on the friends he had left behind. He pulled himself from his melancholic musings and entered the cubicle, basking in the hot water that washed over him. He exited several minutes later, having cleansed himself thoroughly, and began the task of drying himself and his hair with his wand, humming a tune to himself he had heard on the radio several years ago, though he was certain the song did not exist as yet. There were times since he had arrived that he had considered all the possibilities that could have been had he pondered the unique position he was in. Prior to his arrival, he could have educated himself on the Muggle stock market, could have invented things sooner or even produced food he knew to be popular from the future, in turn securing his own. Such thoughts, he knew, were folly. He was but a scared boy when he had arrived, well on his way to being prepared for the task ahead, but his unwise and immature mind had not accounted for any of this. He'd had very little exposure to the luxuries of the world growing up, and little had changed in his formative years at Hogwarts. Even if he was aware of these various opportunities, he was in no position to make it a reality due to his ignorance of how he could capitalize on it. He had no knowledge of how things were produced, and the stock market was an entirely alien thing to him. In lieu of continuing his fruitless musings, he finished dressing and gave himself a final going over, aware that Bellatrix would likely be waiting for him. Out of habit, he pocketed his invisibility cloak and copy of the Marauders map before exiting the dorm room. The festivities had become more subdued since his departure, and he gave his friends a wave before leaving via the portrait hole and casting a disillusionment charm over himself. The cloak was useful, almost infallible, but he enjoyed the freedom the charm gave him, and he did not have to worry if any part of him was exposed. He doubted any, other than Dumbledore, would be able to discern his figure roaming the castle under the spell. Unhindered, he arrived at the room and entered to find that Bellatrix was indeed waiting for him, sat upon a plush sofa, the room itself illuminated by only candlelight. "Hello," she greeted him, an air of shyness around her. Harry crossed the distance between them and pulled her into his arms, reveling in the feeling of wholeness having her gave him. "Are you okay?" he asked worriedly. He knew that she was still plagued by moments of difficulty, and she would begin to withdraw into herself. She nodded against his chest. "Have you thought about what we spoke about at the wedding before everything happened?" she questioned, worrying her lip with her teeth as the words left her mouth. Harry sighed slightly and returned her nod. "I have," he replied, attempting to control his composure. "You don't want to," she stated flatly. He shook his head as he pulled away from her and tucked an errant lock of her behind her ear, looking into her violet orbs. "It's not that I don't want to," he denied gently. "I want to more than anything, but I'm scared," he whispered. Bellatrix was taken aback by his answer and frowned gently. "What is there to be scared of?" He gave her a weak smile. "What if you were to fall pregnant and I die?" he asked. "I grew up an orphan. I wouldn't want any children of mine growing up without me." Bellatrix cupped his cheek and nodded her understanding. "That's why we take precautions, Harry. We have both charms and potions we can use." "But they are not completely flawless," he returned. She sighed lightly. "Harry," she implored, "if I were to fall pregnant, that child would be the most loved little thing you could ever imagine." She grabbed his other cheek firmly, her eyes boring into his own. "I believe in you more than I could ever have faith in anyone else. You won't die, I won't allow it," she promised, her words laced with utter confidence in him. She kissed him briefly and pulled away. "If it did happen, I would rather spend the rest of my days knowing that I had every part of you before you were taken from me." Harry felt his heart sink at her realistic declaration and felt a wave of fury roll through him. Fury towards any that would dare to cause such pain he saw in her eyes in this moment. Fury that would take away what he had worked so hard for. He couldn't assure himself of his survival, but Tom, and any other that dared stand before him, attempt to hurt this woman in front of him by taking him away from her, would face the full wrath of Harry Potter. He relented with a nod and kissed her with abandon, determined to give this beautiful woman that had his heart everything that she desired. "Break." Albus Dumbledore leaned back in his chair and stretched his legs under his desk. Groaning blissfully, he had spent the last few hours completing the menial work that came along with being headmaster, something he had managed to get up to date with the castle much more peaceful than it had been only a handful of months ago. He found that he quite enjoyed the busy work. It was not taxing, nor particularly complex, but it gave him a sense of achievement, something he could appreciate in his more senior years. He checked the clock and decided that the few hours of sleep he would get best be had now. His work had taken him beyond his usual bedtime, but it was no issue. He would be awake long before anyone else. He had just extinguished the lamp by his desk and stood when his fireplace roared into life, the panicked face of Alastor Moody appearing, his eyes scanning for the presence of the man he sought. "ALBUS," he shouted. "I'm here, Alastor," Dumbledore replied as he quickly made his way towards the flames. "Thank Merlin," the Auror growled. "The minister has been killed and her home under attack by bloody giants and a dragon. We are managing to hold them back, but our defenses won't hold out for long." Dumbledore nodded his understanding. "Fawkes," he called firmly, "I believe we may need Harry." The bird trilled and disappeared in a burst of flame as the headmaster went about the task of summoning the order. "Hold them as best you can, Alastor. Assistance is on its way." Moody nodded, and his face vanished from the flames. Dumbledore paced in front of the mantel, certain that Harry would arrive before any other. His assumption proved to be correct as only a few minutes later, a sleep-paddled yet alert Harry Potter appeared in a column of flame, much to the man's surprise. Fawkes had never transported any other as far as he was aware. "What's happening?" the teen questioned, as he pulled on a jumper, not before the headmaster glimpsed his magical markings adorning his ribs. "According to Alistair, Millicent has been killed, and there are still giants and a dragon on the scene. That's all I know, and they are desperate for assistance." Harry nodded and hesitated momentarily before drawing his wand and sending off several patronesses, having learnt from his previous errors. "I'll need my broom," he muttered. Dumbledore requested the presence of an elf and gave the pliant creature the order to retrieve it. In only a moment, Harry had it, and he paced back and forth formulating a strategy. He paused and summoned the Sorting Hat, Dumbledore watching with a confused expression. "I need the sword of Gryffindor," he pleaded internally. "Of course," the hat complied immediately. Harry removed it from his head and rubbed where the handle had struck him smartly. He drew the sword from within and took a deep breath. "I've sent for the others. They will be able to handle the giants," he explained. "I've also alerted Lord Black and my grandfather." Dumbledore nodded gratefully as he eyed the sword the teen now carried. In any other scenario, he would have several questions for the boy. It was, however, not the time for such. "You will have to stay behind and get them there. I'll go ahead and take care of the dragon." Dumbledore was not happy with the plan, but knew there was little other choice. Only he himself could create a portkey from Hogwarts. "We will arrive as quickly as we can," he assured the teen. "Fawkes, could you take me?" Harry questioned. The phoenix trilled in response and seized the young man by his collar before disappearing in a flash of fire, leaving behind a headmaster that couldn't quite believe what he had witnessed. "I shouldn't be surprised," the old man chuckled despite the severity of the current situation. Fawkes had always been much more affectionate towards Harry than he had any other visitor. Perhaps his phoenix would stay on once he had passed. It was something that he would ponder when appropriate. Now, his mind was needed elsewhere, as was he. Break. Harry appeared in a grove of trees, the smell of burnt flesh assaulting his senses, and the sound of conflict a short distance away. Fawkes vanished immediately after depositing him, leaving him alone to throw himself into the fray. He began to consider his next move, only to be caught short by the sound of an ear-shattering roar courtesy of the dragon he knew to be close. The roar made his hair stand on end, unpleasant memories from so long ago plaguing him. He shrugged these musings off and mounted his broom before taking to the sky. Once in a position in which he could look over the scene, he found him looking upon a veritable battlefield. Those standing their ground against the beast shielded themselves under makeshift physical and magical shields alike, none up to the task of fending of the beast's fire for any prolonged period, as evident by the stench of charred flesh. Further in the distance, just beyond the boundary of the large property, Harry could see a gathering of giants and smaller figures using the means available to themselves to break through the wards that were impeding them. Each strike by the behemoths and spells by their counterparts, illuminating the usually invisible barrier into being, as it attempted to repel the persistent and perpetual barrage it found itself under. Once they broke through, which was inevitable, it would only be a matter of moments before those valiantly defending themselves, though unsuccessfully for the most part, would be overrun by the supplement force. Spurring himself into action, Harry flew towards the dragon, aware that his comet was capable of only a fraction of the speed his firebolt could produce. It was not the ideal nor desirable solution, but his options were limited. The dragon was fast and nimble in movement, and he would need to be in the air if he were to have any chance to prevail over the monster. Very few spells could affect it, and the speed in which it moved would negate even the most accurate of casters. As the target drew closer, he gritted his teeth, his hope of quelling the beast so easily ebbing away, exposing itself for the foolish notion he knew it to be. True to his assumption, the dragon took note of his arrival at the most opportune moment for itself, banking sharply to the right to avoid the swing of the blade aimed at its neck. With a roar of fury, it aimed a searing jet of fire to the nuisance that had attempted to end it. Harry cursed under his breath as he rolled, the gout of flame passing barely above him, not close enough to burn him, but close enough that his skin prickled uncomfortably at the proximity of the heat. He angled his broom into a steep dive, zigzagging from side to side, knowing that his agility was the only advantage he held, both relieved and fearful that the attention of the beast was firmly on him as it gave another angry screech at his daring. In his periphery, he could see the other combatants composing themselves, preparing for the impending breach of wards and property boundary, the always dulcet tones of Alastair Moody shouting instructions that were lost to the wind rippling by his ears. As the ground drew ever closer, he wrenched the nose of his broom upwards, pushing it to its limits and changing direction, heading towards the heavens, the dragon on his tail with its own demonstration of maneuverability. As he climbed, he chanced a glance over his shoulder, his eyes widening as he looked into the open maw of the massive reptile, glowing menacingly with its yet expelled flames illuminating the coppery skin around its jaw, eyes narrowed with malice towards him. He pushed the broom harder, urging it faster as the flame was spat in his direction, but ultimately unable to reach him with the distance he had managed to put between himself and the creature. Had it been a horntail, he knew he would have been unquestionably immolated. It would be folly to continue in such vein. It would be only a matter of moments before that very fate would befall him were he to persist. Thinking hard, the sound of mighty wings flapping behind him, he reached a decision, an unfavorable one, but one he believed was his only option to emerge victorious from this also unfavorable battle. He sighed, already apologizing to those he loved internally as he braked and turned suddenly, the dragon plowing towards him relentlessly. He steadied himself as the jaws approached, another onslaught of fire forming in the gullet, the equally amber eyes aroused and expectant. He jumped for all he was worth, grabbing aimlessly as his vision was obscured by the release of flame intended to reduce him to a blackened husk, the heat washing over him briefly as his hand found a hold that he clung to for his life, his heart pounding in his chest. His vision cleared as a screech of surprise sounded too close for comfort. He had unwittingly latched on to one of the horns on the head of the dragon, the position precarious. But here he was safe from both the flames and teeth that were his biggest threat. The dragon did not take the presence of its unwelcome passenger well. It flailed in the air, attempting to shake itself free of the burden. "Stop," Harry commanded, hissing in parcel tongue. The creature ceased its efforts for but a tense second before it continued regardless of the instruction given in the noble language. Having not expected any other outcome, Harry took the brief, fleeting pause to tuck the sword into his belt and pull himself upon its head, clinging tightly to prevent himself being hurled off by the gesticulating monster. With quite the effort, he managed to secure himself, only for his attention to be drawn at what was transpiring below as a loud explosion rang out. Such an explosion could only have come from Peter's creation, and he took a little comfort and pushed down the fear he felt knowing that the others had arrived. They were all capable, this he did not doubt, but he would always be apprehensive that something could go wrong in situations. It was always a possibility, no matter how minute it may be. The dragon, having been drawn by the sound, headed in that very direction, descending in a low swoop, seemingly no longer interested in the irritant perched on its head. Harry deduced its intentions immediately as it dropped in the direction of those battling the giants and Death Eaters. Reacting instinctively, he drew the sword from his belt and hesitated for only a second before plunging the blade to the hilt into the skull in which he sat on. The beast roared in unbridled agony, a sound that brought the battlefield below to a standstill as a defiant burst of flame came forth, the dying dragon slowly succumbing as it fell to the earth. Using the handle of the buried sword, Harry pulled with all his strength, aiming the spewing jaws towards the invaders, causing them to scatter. As the flames faded and the dragon fell limp, he jumped and drew his wand, waving it to slow the 20 or so foot to the ground he faced. He heard and felt the dragon land simultaneously with himself, the ground trembling slightly beneath him as he rolled to his feet and blocked the inevitable spell fire that met him with a flick of his wand. He noticed that 2 giants had been downed and were unmoving as he fought his way backwards to join his friends. As much as he wished he could stand before them and take on the threat, He was only in the way of the two warring sides. "What the fuck were you doing, you idiot?" Lily greeted, surprising him with the colorful language she had chosen. "Of all the stupid things I could think you would do, this one takes the bloody cake." He looked at her, only to be met with narrowed eyes as green as his own, dripping with fury. James stood just behind her, trying not to grin at his plight as he shrugged his shoulders apologetically. He had expected to be chastised for his actions and allowed himself to be cowed if only for the simple fact that a battle was taking place around them. He hung his head ashamedly and fought the grin that threatened to overcome at the thought of his mother, the same age as him, scolding him for his youthful foolishness. He glanced to his right where he caught sight of Bellatrix staring at him intently, a mixture of relief and disbelief in her eyes, though she did not seem angry, only resigned. After she had finished contemplating the way in which he had joined them, she deflated and ran into his arms. "I'm just glad you're okay," she whispered. Grateful for her, he smiled as he gave her a gentle kiss. "Fucking hell, Potter. Will you think about your cock later and focus?" The two snorted in humor as Moody's words and frustration, but they each turned towards the reforming enemy and went about the task of bringing them down. Break. Bellatrix knew that she should have gone with him when the Phoenix appeared, but he had assured her that it was likely to be something inane. He had been gone barely a few minutes before his patroness arrived, demanding her presence as soon as she could make it. In a rush, she threw on the clothes she had discarded earlier and made her way the office of the headmaster with all the haste she could muster. Her assumption that the situation was imminently serious was only amplified by her meeting the Gryffindor 7th years on her way, none of which had been made privy to the situation they were about to face. Bleary-eyed, but alert, they entered the office to be greeted by the sight of a frantically packing Albus Dumbledore. "Do come quick," he instructed, his usual carefree demeanor absent, a grave countenance in its place. "I recently received word that the minister's residence is under attack." He held up a hand to stall any questions, knowing that time was of the essence. "There are an unknown number of giants and a confirmed dragon. Harry has gone ahead to deal with the latter, but has sent for you all to assist him as best you can." There were more than a few looks of surprise marred with concern. "Peter, have you got your box?" James questioned. The pale boy nodded as he attempted to compose himself. "Good," he praised. "We have been training for this, so we deal with the giants. Myself, Marlene, and Alice will do the transfiguration, and Sirius and Bellatrix can banish them. Remus, you stay close to Wormy and cover him." Remus nodded and gave the smaller boy a firm squeeze of the shoulder, relaxing him considerably. Dumbledore smiled proudly at how prepared his students were, wishing it was not necessary to be so. As headmaster, he would have refused to send any other into the fray that awaited, but he knew he couldn't stop them if he so wished. They were all adults now, though young, and more than capable for what was required of them, more so than even the ministry, he suspected. With the brief planning phase completed, he conjured a length of rope and tapped it with his wand, causing it to glow an ominous blue. "I will be along shortly," he assured them. "I am waiting for a few associates that will be able to assist us," he explained. He offered the length of rope to the teens and gave it another tap with his wand once they all had gripped it. "Good luck," he sighed as they vanished from the school grounds. Break. The group arrived on an expansive lawn among a cacophony of sounds. The roars of the giants ahead of them, the screeching of a dragon above, and the sound of cursing and spell fire. Ignoring the sickly, sweet smell of burning flesh and the fallen around them, they set about their own tasks. Bellatrix watched as Lupin pulled the Pettigrew boy slightly away to the right, doing his job and covering him as he removed a box from within his robes and enlarged it. Along with Sirius, who was stood at the other end of the trio between them, she waited to be provided with the first projectiles to aim at the 5 behemoths lumbering their way towards them, seemingly having just breached the property wards. Lily and Marlene chose to transfigure the debris around them into steel balls, and James began conjuring them from nothing, his work seamless, effortless. This is where he excelled, and Bellatrix could appreciate such talent, though the Potter air made it look like a casual display of basic magic. Conjuration was not only a more tiring approach, but took considerable concentration to complete, and although what was being produced was not intricate in design, the rate in which he created the steel balls was impressive. Her observations came to an end as she began her own efforts, flicking her wand and sending the balls that had been passed to her at the monsters, low and towards the legs as Harry had taught them. Her first strike was clean, the sound of metal colliding with skin, a dull, sickening thud, emitting a scream of pain from the beast as it dropped to a knee, unable to stand on the limb any longer. The fate of the creature was decided in the next moment as an explosion left her ears ringing, the 25-foot giant now prone and unmoving, a massive gaping hole in its chest. She glanced towards Pettigrew, an eyebrow raised in appreciation as he felled another of their adversaries in the same manner, death claiming it much too quickly for any verbal outcry to formulate it. High above, she heard a scream of agony and protest as a black shadow loomed above, descending in their direction. The night sky allowed only the silhouette to be seen, and even without being able to absorb the finery that the dragon was composed of, it was a terrifying sight to behold. "Shit," she cursed as it drew nearer, unable to will her eyes away from the approaching danger. A gasp escaped her as the bloodied face of the creature came partially into view, courtesy of the flame welling in its open mouth, a lone figure perched upon its head. She readied herself to dive out of the way, only for the head to turn towards their enemies as the flame was expelled, scattering those it had been aimed at. The resounding crash and trembling of the ground as the beast had her frantically searching for Harry, already aware that only he would be reckless enough to carry out such a feat. She spotted him, her head shaking as his shield formed around him, protecting him from the slew of spells sent his way. She breathed a sigh of relief and shook uncontrollably, unaware of how frightened she was until the moment had passed. Whilst attempting to calm her frayed nerves, she heard Lily berating him in her stead for his downright idiocy, and smirked as the chastised teen hung his head and narrowed her eyes when she saw that irritatingly charming grin. Their eyes met, and they closed the distance between them, the battle raging on forgotten for the moment as she fell into him, breathing in his scent and listening to the rhythmic pounding in his chest for her own benefit. "You stupid, stupid man," she whispered emotionally, causing his arms to tighten around her momentarily before he released her and placed a kiss upon her shuddering lips. She snorted as a gruff voice scolded them for their lapse in concentration and extricated herself from him, the tender moments they had spent together that very evening fresh in her mind, her own aroma still lingering on him. And then, the moment was gone as his eyes began to glow eerily, his attention turning to the carnage around them as he drew his purple and black wand, ready for battle. Seeing that his friends were battling the giants successfully, Harry turned his focus on the Aurors at odds with the Death Eaters who outnumbered them considerably. With Bellatrix in tow, he made his way to them, seizing one attempting to fell a giant individually. "You're with me," he stated simply, as he dragged the man with him who faltered under the stern gaze he was receiving and complied with a nod. He parried a few errant spells, aimed towards him, before he reached the area Moody had situated himself with his team. "Glad to see you could join us, Potter," the man growled, his words oozing sarcasm. Harry grinned at him innocently as he, along with Bellatrix, inserted themselves into the conflict with gusto, quickly dispatching a few charging cloaked figures with an array of cutting and blasting curses. Seeing that their comrades were meeting much resistance here, the Death Eaters began to converge on them in droves, leaving the 8 defenders facing around 30 hostile, eager followers of the Dark Lord. "Any ideas?" Moody shouted as the man by his shoulder collapsed, stone dead as a result of a killing curse. Harry gritted his teeth as he drew the elder wand and whipped it upwards, the ground in front of them raising to shield them from the onslaught. Knowing it was only a temporary solution at best, he took a deep breath. "Cover your ears," he commanded loudly. Bellatrix and Moody complied instantly, the others following the lead of the more senior man shortly after. Harry sprung over the parapet and rolled away from a nasty acid curse before springing to his feet and taking aim. Bio me BRDA Maxima, he roared. The resulting explosion shook the ground beneath him, and the shockwave sent him tumbling back over the edge of his shelter, knocking the wind out of him as he thumped to the ground. Fucking hell, Potter, Moody ground out. It worked, Harry wheezed, nursing his aching chest as they were met with the screams of agony from the wounded and dying on the opposing side. Moody shook his head as he looked over. The impact zone where the spell had struck little more than a gaping crater in the middle of the land. Remind me not to piss him off, the man whom Harry had commandeered groaned. The giants are down and Albus is here, Moody announced, the sound of fighting having dwindled now considerably. Bellatrix helped Harry to his feet, shaking her head at him in frustration. He in turn wiped away a trail of blood flowing from a cut above her eye, a look of concern in his own. I'm fine, she sighed with a smile. I can handle myself. I know, but that doesn't mean I can't worry about you. She raised a well-manicured eyebrow. You mean the way that I worry about you even when I know you can too? Harry gaped as he shook his head. Touché, he conceded. Bellatrix huffed. Am I going to spend the rest of my life worrying about you fighting dragons? Harry chuckled. I'm experienced, he defended himself with a smirk. The girl narrowed her eyes at him, her nostrils flaring in warning. And tell me, Mr. Potter, did you jump on its back and kill it with a sword? She questioned, jabbing him sharply in the chest with a finger. He dragged a hand through his end. Not exactly, he mumbled as she shook her head, unamused by his antics. I'm just glad you're okay, she finally sighed as she kissed him on the cheek, melting into his arms once more. Look on the bright side, Harry implored. You can now have yourself a nice dragonskin jacket. The dangerous glint in her eye subdued his antics as he retrieved the sword that was still protruding from the creature's skull. I see you were successful, the voice of the headmaster sounded as he reached the duo. Best not talk about it, headmaster, Harry advised. I believe I am in enough trouble. Dumbledore chuckled at the glare the young man was receiving from his significant other. Ah, the recklessness of youth, he mused aloud. I do believe, however, that there is something we must see. Although we were quite successful, it does not change the fact that Tom triumphed here this evening. Harry frowned deeply. He was here. Indeed, Dumbledore confirmed. It seems that he left as soon as his own task was complete, much to the detriment of his allies. He sighed as he gestured to the fallen mix of men, giants, and the dragon. Why would he bother with a full-scale assault if he only wanted to kill the minister? Harry asked as Dumbledore led them into the partially collapsed and burning property. To send a message to you, I believe, Dumbledore answered gravely as he entered a room and pointed towards the wall on the far side. The sight of the minister stuck to it. Her body mutilated beyond recognition left Harry feeling rather sick, the gasp of the others entering reflecting his own feelings on the sight accurately. It was not only the sight of the woman, stripped nude, flayed and cursed almost to the point of recognition, but the message the man had taken the time to scribe in blood around her. Potter, I warned you when we first met. If you are to pull the tail of the serpent, to be prepared to face its bared fangs. You failed to heed my advice, and now the minister has paid the price. It will be those you hold dear I visit next, and when they perish, only then will I come for you. For the first time in what seemed forever, an icy fear gripped the young man's heart as he swallowed the welling emotion, his eyes passing over those he cherished here with him. Each stood resolute as he faltered slightly, their strength allowing his fury to ignite within him, his eyes glowing with promise. He did this to lure me here, he muttered, answering his own question as to why Tom would attack in this way. None spoke, unable to find any soothing words or offer anything of worth to him. He swallowed again as he addressed Arcturus. You need to make sure all of the black properties are protected enough, and you need to do the same at home, he added to Charles. Both men nodded and left without speaking. Harry, Bellatrix whispered as she placed a comforting hand on his arm. I will not have any of you harmed, he hissed furiously as he pulled away. Harry, she tried again, her eyes filling with tears at the state he was in. He shook his head, his magic rolling off him in waves, stifling and suffocating to those around him. "What are we going to do?" James asked, his arm wrapped tightly around Lily's shoulders. Harry met the eyes of his parents, refusing to allow Tom the chance to take them from him once again. "I'm going to hunt the bastard down,"